Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Amy, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
What's up, guys?
So PCS6 APAC in America has finally finished last weekend. Yay!
Yeah.
Congratulations for Daytrade Gaming and Sonics for winning PCS6 APAC in Americas. So today, it's time to talk about the remaining two regions, Asia and Europe.
Yeah, I mean, 32 incredible teams across both regions. I mean, sure to be absolutely stacked, insane PUBG Esports action.
So first to go is Asia region. Asia was always known to be the very strong region, and this time in PCS6 we have very simple distribution. 8 Chinese teams from PCL and 8 teams from PWS East Asia. So from PCS6, Chinese team have 2 more seats than before.
Yeah, I mean, they're undefeated in PCSs so far, so, you know, having them have a few more seeds seems to make a lot of sense, and of course we know this is probably the most dominant region in the world right now. So coming out of the PCL again this year, our top 2 teams shouldn't surprise anybody. First is New Happy, they won again, barely. It was very, very close, but our PGC winners continue to look very impressive, even with the stacked competition, but staying with the same roster, kind of going with what's working, you know, these 3x barrel sprays and these kind of things they do. New Happy is insane. Right behind them, 17. Now 17 is also sticking with the same roster, and they continue to look very, very strong.
I know they have contended for the champion in that last match, but New Happy was a little better at the last match. And I'm quite curious who is going to contend 17 Gaming over the Picado and Pachinki.
So this time around, it doesn't look like anybody will. Underdog to try to fight for that position will not be there. So I think it should be open territory for 17.
It's going to be much more comfortable for 17 Gaming to compete in PCS6 Asia, I think. The next 2 teams I want to talk about is the teams that have won the PCS events before. So Ghibli Esports have won the PCS Charity Showdown, and Pearl won 2 consecutive championships in PCS Asia last year.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good teams here in China and so many good players. So Tianba in particular has had quite a bit of, you know, change up in their roster, not too surprising with the way the results went last year. So you still have Lin Shun as kind of the leader of this team. Then you got Kui, who's actually a Korean-born player, but he's been playing in the PCL. Also 77 was on LGE with him at some point, who was also on Vici Gaming a long time ago, back in like 2019, which was also a team Lin Shun was on. So there's like all these little connections here with this team now. And then last but not least is Tang, who used to be on LYG. So this is a good roster of players who've played with each other in the past, but not for quite some time.
Yeah, in Pearl, they almost did not make it to the PCS6 Asia because they were 11th in the 4th day, but they won the 2 consecutive chickens and earned 86 points in that day, and they ended up 4th in that day.
I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less out of them. This is still a strong team. Now, they've had a bit of a change. They did bring AZ and Ming over from Next, so it is kind of an interesting roster. Mill and Aches left still stand, but it's going to look a little bit different to fans of this team.
So 5th was Tailu. Can you explain more about this team?
Yeah, sure. This is kind of an interesting squad. You're going to see some members from the old TSG team. They took Shandian, put him into the coaching role. I Am Shia still here. They also traded for Zhao Yang from Infantry. So this is a really, really good team. Historically, a great Miramar team. So I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to perform at a PCS.
So another familiar name, 4 Angry Men coming in 6th in PCL Spring Season. They were not really good in the regular season, but they placed 6th and managed to advance to the PCS6 Asia. Godvi,
aka Wayless, is so good as a leader of this team for so long. You know, a bit surprising at the end of the year that they fell off a little bit, but now Forever is taking a step back, so that's kind of interesting. A guy who put up unbelievable plays last year at times, but now you have Shanghai, you have Long Z, aka LZ now, still looking really good, and of course Lu. Lu is absolutely nuts. He was the most kills of any player in the PCL here during the playoffs, so still a very good team.
And Jufu, this is the only team that we don't really have a lot of information about among other Chinese teams. Do you have any information?
I mean, other than a few other players used to be subs for a few other teams. So, I mean, good teams that they've been underneath, but they've never really competed at that high level themselves. Plus, they bring in 2 completely new rookie players, and all of a sudden, they're in PCS.
Yeah, let's see how they perform in upcoming PCS6 Asia. And last but not least, it's Infantry. They was this close to disqualifying to PCS6 Asia, That last match in PCL playoff was not only the match to decide the champion, but was the last chance for this team Infantry.
Yeah, exactly. There was so much going on in that one. And they take the victory in the last game, and they're here again. And I am so excited to have Infantry back. An explosive team, so fun to watch. You know, everybody loves long skirts. Is so thrilled to have them back in PCS.
And the rest of 8 teams come from PWS East Asia, 6 Korean teams, and 1 each from Chinese Taipei and Japan. First to go is Guangdong Freaks, which was one of the most consistent team of all in PWS East Asia recently.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like every spring, you know, the cherry blossoms bloom and then the Freaks win in the PWS. So this is a really good team, but a very different team than what we saw last year. The only holdover is Sakura, a COD, who of course everybody knows has a lot of talent mechanically. You bring on Lash as your IGL now. Lash is so smart and he looks to have these guys in really good shape. And last but not least, the best player in Korea right now, in my opinion, ENCE. Unbelievable talent, just can get it done in every phase of the game. This is a guy you got to watch out for. So while the Freaks did end up pretty far ahead in the overall standings in the Grand Finals, behind them was Danawa, again continuing to show strong performances with a dynamic duo of Seoul and Salute. Even I think Seoul taking over the IGL role from what I understand. So this is still a very, very formidable team in Korea. And of course Rex is there as well, but then they also brought in Rex's former teammate Helen from T1, who kind of comes out of a semi-retirement there. I'm really excited about Danawa again.
Yeah, EW Esports was the best performing Korean team in last PGC 2021, so I'm kind of expecting a lot from them this year. And we have Ghibli Esports. I heard that they've changed their roster a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. You still have Adder and Lambu on there, a very powerful duo in and of themselves, and then Yumin and Heaven. Heaven been playing very well the last couple years actually, so really excited to see him on a team like this where he can really shine. I think they're really good. Another team, of course, that kind of took some Ghibli remnants and made a big change was Gen G. Of course, with PO retiring, we all know about that. Anonix still there, Spear and Renba move over, plus Max Zora. They look really good, and they only got better throughout, frankly, throughout the entire thing. So expect big things from Gen G.
Yeah, I'm also very curious about this team new Gen G without PO, so I'll have to see how they perform in PCS6 Asia. And we have 2 left for Korea. Maru Gaming is a new organization coming into Pubg Esports in Korea, and Veronica 7 is consist of amateur players who barely got their last ticket.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see Veronica 7. Now they bring back a completely different roster, and they look really, really good. Jonggu in particular looked absolutely phenomenal throughout this, so keep your eyes out for him. Maru is a group of mostly veterans, as well as Sungyoung, who used to be on Veronica 7, and D-Lax Gok looking really good, old school players. And of course, the legend himself, Yacha, is still on this team. So I'm excited about Maru. They're solid, and they had a really great final day where they put up some huge games, won back-to-back games. They look pretty good.
Yeah, this team reminds me of the old DPG Danawa they used to play with in Onyx. Now we have 1 each left from Chinese Taipei and Japan, and I have to talk about Global Esports exit. They leveled up so much after placing 7th in PGC 2021. They were excellent in the Grand Finals in PWS.
Yeah, I mean, this is surprising team, and I mean that in a very good way. And this team can fight. They're not aggressive. I will say that. They fight well, but they're not going to push the issue very often. They're very passive, but when they take fights and when fights are taken to them, they can hold their own for sure.
So last is this Japanese team. I remember that this spot was always to E36 last year, but this time there were a lot of new Japanese team performing very well in PWS.
Yeah, exactly, right? We had Sun Sister in there, and then we had the team that qualified, the USG Donuts, who bring Americano and Corn. A lot of people are going to remember them from GNL. They are unbelievably mechanically gifted players right now. And then you have Kane on there and Shiva. And Kane in particular has really impressed me this year, kind of coming out of the woodwork, really a top tier talent in the PWS.
They even won the weekly final, right?
Yes, they did, exactly. That's a really good point. The first non-Korean team to win a PWS weekly finals.
So in all previous PCS events, 6 PCS events, Chinese teams have dominated. And even after winning the PGC 2021, Chinese teams seem better than ever. And this roster for PCS6 is really scary. But let's see which team from PWS could be the biggest contender against these Chinese teams. Last but not least always is Europe. Europe is the only region with the invited teams. Here we have 8 invited teams and 4 each from Europe West Qualifier and MEA Qualifier.
Yeah, some really, really good teams here. And first, I think, of course, I want to highlight Northern Lights, team that's dominating already this year, winning G-Loot, winning PSL. Of course, Big Brain Batulins is leading the squad, just an absolutely brilliant mind for PUBG. And, Perfectic, Spyro, Lou, these guys behind him are absolutely insane. So this is a team you got to watch out for. And then after that, I think Heroic. I think Heroic is a team that I really have my eyes on. Of course, they're insanely good PGC performance, almost winning. T-Bone has been playing really, really well. He's picked it up lately. Corexy, these guys, Beamy, they're so, so good. They're so aggressive.
Next, Team Liquid has quite interesting stories in roster-wise. Ibiza have left the team after playing in the Team Liquid for more than 3 years, and FAZE from FaZe Clan have came as a coach.
Big changes on the Liquid, big changes. And so, of course, I think Ibiza, he's been on the team for so long. It's hard to see him go for sure for fans. Fuzzface, is a very, very seasoned player. I expect big things out of this Liquid squad. And so we should mention the new player filling in for Ibiza is going to be Vard. The hard fragging Vard. He is really, really good. They've gotten 4th in both events they played in the PSL and G-Loot so far. So to me, it's looking pretty good. I think these guys can really compete.
FaZe Clan also had a roster change. Diggory came into the FaZe Clan.
Yeah, the former ENCE player, I think kind of taking up the support role similar to what Fuzz used to do. Curious to see how that all works out. A couple 6th place finishes for this squad so far. Again, kind of like Team Liquid where it seems like, they change one player. They're still pretty good, but they're trying to kind of, even out the wrinkles. But, Effects team, he's unbelievable. HOWL's so consistent. Gustav's so smart. So I think this team absolutely will continue to excel.
And another big team coming, NAVI, has the same roster this year.
You got to look out for these guys. At G-Loot, they got 2nd place. Coming into this, they absolutely have to be on everyone's mind as a favorite. Example, Alia, Melman, these guys, Quizzy, these guys are absolutely insane, top to bottom. One of my favorite teams to watch personally. So next up is our Finnish team, and still pretty much the same, but of course with Diggory going over to FaZe, they do bring Nuki over, and still I think this should be a force to be reckoned with. A very consistent team, a team that isn't going to blow the doors off of you, but man oh man, are they smart. They play well. I think this team is always just kind of in the mix no matter what happens, so I'm always excited for ENCE.
So last 2 teams are from Turkey. BBL, the esports were always the biggest contender from Turkey, and they have changed their roster this year.
Yeah, I think BBL still has a statement to make here. I mean, you saw at G-Loot, they got 3rd place. I think defying expectations a bit. We know Code Marco and Smash are quite good. We've seen them perform on the big stages at international levels. But then they brought in 2 members from Galacticos with Ketpa and Thunderlost, and it looked really good. To be honest, these guys were fragging out.
And the next team, Futbolist, is quite new. It's a big organization from Turkey. Most of the players are very unknown in this scene, so we have to see how they perform in their first PCS6 Europe.
Good luck.
Let's move on to the 8 teams that have qualified from the regional playoffs. Let's start with the Euro West qualifier. So the first rank goes to SKADE, and I see Ibiza from Team Liquid is here.
Yeah, really happy to see Ibiza back here, joining Gemty again. So, kind of getting the band back together a little bit. And this is a squad full of just veteran, smart PUBG players. Not too surprising to see them come through. Noik and Pixel as well on here. So these are 2 guys who have been around for a while. I wouldn't be surprised to see them finish top 5. Seriously, I think this team is really quite good from top to bottom. And then I guess it is spring, so next up was Sakura Zensen coming in 2nd place. I think surprising a lot of people here. A couple players from the old Tempest team. I'm really kind of curious about these guys.
Next is Entropiq. They even placed 2nd in recent PSL, which means they are doing well these days. Can you tell us more about this team? Yeah,
I think first and foremost, your eyes go to Nailip on this squad, a very, very good player for a long time. With that 2nd place finish at PSL, anything's possible. The Entropiq name carries a lot of weight with it too. Last but not least, coming out of West, we have Thunder. Then Hyrzen is probably the player that you're gonna have your eyes on the most, a longtime veteran of PUBG Esports.
So last 4 teams are from MEA regional playoffs, and most of them are Turkish teams.
Yeah, we have a lot of players here that, at least at the global level, we're not going to be super familiar with. A few like HOWL Esports, but they won, right? And that's a tough region, so really curious to see what they're going to look like. But in second place was Team Rage, a team where we definitely know some of these names. Merton Metrelius, of course, are household names in PUBG Esports.
And coming third, Road to Glory is an only non-Turkish team, and 2 players are from Lebanon, and Salik from Road to Glory won the most kills in MEA Regional Playoff. Coming up last is Stardust. Now the big Turkish organization have picked up, the REGNUM CARYA Esports picked up this team, so I think they could become better in actual PCS6 Europe Grand Finals. So these 32 teams are going to be competing in upcoming PCS6 Asia and Europe, which will kick off in April 29th. So don't miss out and pick 'em. Did you get right for the PCS6 APAC and Americas? Pick'em challenge for PCS6 Europe and Asia is already open, so don't miss out that. And this is our pick for this time.
So good luck with all your picks and good luck to all the players competing, and to the fans out there, really pay attention to this because obviously they want to win these events. They want to get those PGC points. A lot of the favorites to win PGC are going to be playing here in Europe and Asia. And of course, they want to get to PNC. Everybody's trying to prove that they deserve to be on their country spot. So make sure you guys are tuning in.
Yeah, I'm really excited with the upcoming PUBG Nations Cup, and I know all of you guys are too. So we'll be back with the PUBG Nations Cup next time. Bye-bye! And don't forget to like and subscribe.
The regional playoffs are over, and 8 sides from Europe and Middle East and Africa have earned their place at the PCS6 Europe Grand Finals. Let's take a closer look at who they are, how they performed, and what fans can expect at one of the biggest PUBG esports events of the year. Introducing the rosters from Europe West. SKADE performed strongly from minute 1 at the regional playoffs. Everyone on the scene knows the players have a lot of experience, as well as a variety of tactics to keep opponents guessing. They're an aggressive side who are out to prove a point at the main event.
Get a lot of water going into our phase 4 shift, but it Misfits now making a crash in to GMT. Novik follows up with a second onto Zeron. Danilo going to be standing out the back. Wide open. Misfits are completely eliminated.
Sakura Zensen showed just how good they are with Molotovs, smokes, grenades, and flashbangs. They picked off their opponents skillfully and dominated the battlegrounds. The hungry roster are out to make their mark at PCS6.
He's going to throw that nade. Spam comes through from Nixie in the direction of Salty as he finally spins around, takes down Chris. First kill of the game.
Entropiq proved how well they work as a team. They're always looking for the right moment to unleash devastating fire upon the enemies. When one of their opponents takes a knock, they band together and move in for the kill.
So far, Entropiq, they're just holding steady, taking their time, and they're holding their ground. You could see the util coming in, but it doesn't matter when Lukarux finds the first one instantly, and there's going to be now the counter nades coming out. This is going to be messy regardless of where this goes.
Bystanders had no choice but to push. Then it felt like they would have been outside zone if they actually pushed up this hill, and they would have been completely exposed. Bystanders.
Aggression and self-confidence are the pillars that Thunder stand on. They're not afraid of anything. Fight together till the end and cover each other's backs. Let's see what they can do at the Grand Finals.
Thought it was all over for Austrian Force as soon as Polish Power started trading their knocks back. It doesn't matter. M-Force now in some serious trouble as they get pushed themselves.
Next up, qualifiers for Middle East and Africa. HOWL took the regional playoffs in their stride, defeating their opponents in a cool and collected fashion. They can find cover anywhere on the map, making it hard for rivals to pick them off. Could that strong defense land them the ultimate check-in dinner at the main event?
Ve dijital atletik solun üzerine geliyor Demet. Çok güzel karşıladı Şilli, artı hücü indirmeyi başardı. Alan dışından rotasyon Justa. Demet çok etkili spreyler. Tertemiz.
Team Rage know how to work hard and accumulate a lot of points. Two very valuable skills to have on the battlegrounds. They exhibited an aggressive style throughout the regional playoffs and will be confident of building on their fine form.
Evet, şimdi Kıcım Usta'yı görmüş olması lazım. Flash'ını gönderecek oraya doğru. Arka tarafta orta mesafede bir oyuncuyu gördü. 21-21'lik hasar. Son anda gelen bir headshot. Killers bir anda düştü. Ne olduğunu anlamadı bile. Nixarius Maru'yu da indirmeyi başardı Team Rage. 12-13 killi bir galibiyet gelebilir burada derken Kıcım Usta takası alsa da Team Rage günün ilk karşılaşmasında.
To put it simply, Road to Glory have no fear. If they are being attacked, they immediately look to regroup and brutally destroy their enemy. Expert shooting and lots of well-earned points have taken them to the Grand Finals.
Şu an yağmurdan kaçarken doluya tutulmaları daha iyi bir senaryo. Yani 212'ye tutulmalarında hiç bombalar, spreyler tekrar baza doğru gidiyorlar.
Diğer Jester'ı düşürdü. Kaso'yu da yakalayacak gibi ve
REGNUM CARYA Esports can fight their way out of any situation and have proven in the regional playoffs they are capable of beating anyone. Rival rosters will be wary of their careful play and strategic thinking that has served them well so far.
Aynen, Zapon kili geldi.
ya Stardust burada galibiyeti gidiyor çünkü White oyuncularını CRC'ye yakıyorlar. Yendik, gaza düştü burada. Action sona kalan isim Spotoma.
8 kile kadar çıkarmış Stardust'lar.
Action. Yakın mesafede Merve onu karşılamayı başardı.
That wraps up the squads who progressed from the Europe West and Middle East and Africa regional playoffs. Make sure you join the live stream and catch all the PCS6 Europe Grand Finals action.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new pick-and-go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
The fight is far from over. In fact, it is just beginning. Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 6 Europe Grand Finals. The 8 best teams from Europe West and Middle East and Africa have progressed from regional playoffs to the final stage. And now they come up against 8 of the best sides in the region. The Grand Finals will be held over 2 weekends, from April 29th to May 1st, and from May 6th to May 8th. This is the final step. One last push to fight for the $250,000 prize pool and the PCS6 Europe title. Don't miss a second of the action. It's all live here. Every knock, every shot, every frag. Bring it on.
Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series for Europe. It is day number 1. I am Tech Girl and I will be your host as we get to watch some of the best PUBG teams in Europe and the world battle it out. $220,000 prize pool on the line, and of course those delicious PCS points which everyone wants, PGC points that everyone wants. It's 16 teams, 30 games, 6 days and 1 winner, as well as 2 gents on the desk. I am so excited for these faces, so excited to get into the action. Kalaris, that handsome face, how are you?
Doing all right, doing all right. You know what? I'm okay with this because for years I've just wanted Avenger and Frost to shut up, and now I get my opportunity. So I'm excited.
He's not gonna shut up today. Avenger, you good?
Yeah, I am fantastic. I'm excited to be here and happy to be able to come here and absolutely contradict everything that Kalaris is going to say.
Damn it.
I'm gonna have my hands full with these two, I think, for the rest of the day. Before we get into the day's action though, we've partnered up with Twire.gg, and I'm hoping that you've put together your fantasy teams. If you think that you know what it takes to make the best possible professional PUBG team, well, we're gonna find out. Let's take a look at how you can potentially beat us, the talent team.
Hello and welcome to the PCS6 Fantasy League. Together with Twire.gg, we are excited to announce a tournament within a tournament. Sounds a little bit strange, so let me fully explain. The PUBG Fantasy League gives fans from across the world the opportunity to build a championship-worthy roster, and they're going to be able to compete against other PUBG masterminds by earning points based on real results. Each player has $100,000 to build their fantasy squad using 4 real competitors participating in PCS6. Choose wisely, however, because once the tournament begins, fantasy teams are locked in and cannot be changed. To make things a little more challenging, the cost of each pro player varies depending on past performances as well as experience. So fantasy managers will have the option of either focusing their roster on 1 or 2 star players or going for a more balanced approach by taking 4 less expensive players. Throughout PCS6 Europe, we'll be challenging 5 experts to prove that they know how to build the ultimate PUBG esports roster. Avenger Toby, Tech Girl, Froz, Kylaris. Each participant has built their dream team of 4 PCS6 Europe competitors. And throughout the tournament, we'll be tracking their scores using the TWire.GG scoring system. For each kill, a player will receive 2 points. For every 100 damage dealt, 1 point. And for every match where a player survives, well, that's 5 points. However, if a player dies before reaching the 10-minute mark of each match, they'll lose 3 points, impacting your overall score. Each tournament day, a new episode of Fantasy League will be released with updated stats and the best highlights chosen by our experts. And after the finals, we'll count up the points to see who picked the strongest squad and crown our PCS6 Fantasy League champion. If you've created your own PCS6 Europe Fantasy League team, let us know how you compare to our talent by tweeting us with the hashtag PCS6. Good luck, guys and girls, and see you for more PCS6 Fantasy League.
I like how we all got referred to as experts. Lol. There is quite a serious expert analysis question that I do have, Avenger, and it is, can Kylaris' team beat Froz's?
No, I don't think so. Well, we'll see, actually. I think they're pretty close, to be honest. And your team, Kylaris, is actually really good. You have to have an all-in lives player. I feel like Corex's performance after PGC and in general has been undeniable. And also compared to the cost, he was 30k. And I have him on my own team as well. Obviously, a Team Liquid player and Iris from Entropiq have been doing extremely well. So I think your team is pretty stacked. And honestly, quite the contender for the top, I think.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I mean, I beat you at PGC. Only by a few points, though, to be fair. So I got to do a little bit of catching up with Froz, I guess. Damn it.
Kylaris, I did steal one of your players as well and added them to my lineup. You can give me your expert analysis on this one.
I mean, Mex is a good pick, right? I think he never really let me down at PGC, so that's kind of why I've gone with him, why you've gone with him. And as previously mentioned by Avenger, is your roster really complete without a Northern Lights member? I think between you, me, Froz, Avenger, I think we've all got ourselves a Northern Lights player.
But also, I want to say this, Tech Girl. I think there is a fantastic opportunity for you here to choose 3 IDLs. And if they manage to all do well, then it's going to be fantastic. But I think it's a bold pick here, but it's potentially could be really good.
We'll have to see. Avenger, I know you've been waiting to talk about your lineup, so break down exactly what made you decide on these 4 players.
Well, so first of all, there's no denying that Smash have had so far, also in 2022 and also previously, an absolutely insane year. And I think for his cost, 30,000, you obviously had 100,000 to pick the team. I think for 30,000, there's no denying that he's a fantastic pick. Corexy also 30,000, which I was pretty surprised, actually. I think he's around the 35, 40k mark myself. Spyro, extremely cheap too, 30k. And there, Haruzen from Thunder, 10k. It was an absolute bargain, so I had to go with him too.
I mean, this is an interesting question. Kylaris, do you know how much your players cost? Because I just bought players till I ran out of money.
Ooh, it was, I think, 20,000, 25,000, 25,000, 30,000, like on the dot. I went for the very kind of median kind of range, very balanced team, as it were. I think from me, through all of PGC, that was the winning strategy. So, well, third place at least out of all the talent. That's going to keep me going again, I think.
I love how there was so much strategy involved. I was just like, I like him. Oh, look, I have enough money. I like him. This is going to go well for me. Let's get into the real action. It is day number 1. 16 teams competing, and the big question, Kylaris, can anyone beat Northern Lights or NAVI?
Well, that's a very good question, I think is fair to say. Obviously, Northern Lights absolutely on the warpath and continues to be. We saw them in the previous year. We saw them at G-Loot Season 5 as well, dominating the competition. I think it comes down to a few things, right, Avenger? If you think about the fact that these two rosters, I mean, Northern Lights especially and NAVI, they've been together for so long now as a 4-man. They are growing with each other year after year. And all the other rosters, they've had changes here and there, but these two rosters keep going from strength to strength and dominating lobbies.
Yeah, I think there's no denying that NLT is definitely one of the top picks. Also, what we've seen from them throughout the last year and a half, there's no denying that they are the favorite going into this. NAVI has really been stepping up. They did extremely well at G-Loot as well, and obviously second place right now in terms of the overall PGC points. But yeah, it's gonna be hard. And I was actually like, okay, for my Twire team, am I gonna go with one of the NAVI guys or not? But I think they're a little bit too expensive actually, so that's why I decided not to go on them.
But let's take a look at the schedule now. We've got 5 games today to start us off. Erangel is the first map. And you mentioned the changes there, Kylaris and Avenger. This was something that I think is kind of interesting before we get into game. The changes at Liquid, for me, we didn't really see them perform at G-Loot. Do you think that's going to change in day 1 today?
I'm not sure if it's going to be changing in day 1, but definitely they had some time to adjust now. Obviously, with VAD coming into the lineup, it's a little bit of a difference from EB, and coming into this tournament here, I have really high expectations to them. Like I would be disappointed if they don't end up in the top 3, top 4. Also, potentially a contestant for the first place there, but then again, it really comes down to how well and how strong that NLT finishes. We've seen them like on the last couple of days of tournaments like step up their game massively and win multiple games and just really close it out strong. But the consistency from Liquid potentially could carry them through here, because I think we're gonna see them squeeze out a bit more points on average than we've seen them do before. But yeah, I think with the time they had to adjust from G-Loot to now, I think VAD is gonna be well rounded into the roster quite nicely.
And I think what's fair to say about Team Liquid is that this is a team, whenever they make changes, they're not necessarily making changes to win Europe. They're making changes to win the World Championship.
Exactly.
They have said it year after year after year. And VAD is a heavy hitter to add to any single roster. And then let's not forget, of course, they have Buzzface, who's there in the coaching role here to be able to kind of be analyzing things. And I don't know if you can have a better coach mind mentality than one of the guys that's played at the absolute same level as these guys for year after year after year. So yeah, high hopes for Team Liquid.
Do you think, obviously, FAZE is potentially feeling the loss of FAZE Avenger?
I mean, they obviously have come into the change that they have themselves as well. I think as I want to resonate a bit what Kylaris said, having Phosphase as a coach, both with his previous, he has military experience, with the mindset that you have, coming into a roster like this, and also he has not only competed against them at the top level, James especially, he's been beating them at the top level for quite some time as well. PGC 2 LAN experiences, his performance has in general been at the absolute highest. So putting him into the roster as a coach there is one of the strongest, if not the strongest coach you were ever going to see potentially in Pubg Esports here. But for FAZE's lineup, they're making a lot of changes. I want to say that I've been a little bit nervous to what we've been seeing from them, also because they're in general the kind of approach of the game from also Gustav's POV and how they're kind of playing it has changed quite a lot recently, and they like to play a little bit more edge. They gave up Montenuevo. They're going into, especially Miramar, going into some of the more northern places on the map that are putting him into kind of difficult late game situations. Then they often never have these home turf circles that we've seen them have in Monte.
We've spoken a bit about the favorites, though, the ones that you always talk about, but there are some qualified teams here that have put on some impressive performances and are ones to keep their eyes on. Kylaris, which is 1 or 2 of the teams that you'll be watching?
A few, actually. I mean, of course, when you look at teams like Team Rage, for example, I've got high hopes for them to see how they're able to put things onto the field. The roster of veteran players across the board, I think, is fair to say for a roster like that. Likewise, when I'm looking across the board as well, I'm always really excited to see Sakura Zensen in these kind of lobbies. Team Thunder as well. Some of the players that I was really excited to constantly watch. People like Double, for example, going to be playing there at this level, in this capability. So yeah, there is a lot of teams that are trying to challenge the status quo in Europe right now, challenge those top organizations and try and knock them off their perch. Even though it might be difficult to reach the NLT spot right now, I think that other spots below that and kind of have that enter that shuffle, I think is very open.
for a lot of these qualified teams as well, I mean, Avenger, PGC points are up for grabs. So not finishing first, obviously every team wants to win, but not finishing first isn't the end of the world, because if they can get a high finish, they can get some of those points.
Yeah, exactly. That's their main goal, is to accrue as many points as possible throughout the PCSs and the next G-Loot as well, obviously. The teams that have been playing here and also played in G-Loot Season 5, they're going to be sitting quite nicely, and depending on how they place here, they could potentially already be secured one of the spots for PGC, because last year, if you won PCS, like if you got the points that you get from PCS6 here, 450, that would be enough for you to go to PGC just alone, right? So even though we have a guaranteed slot for PCS7, I think the first place here would also mean that you're going to PGC.
Fun question to get us going into the game. Who do you think is going to take the first chicken dinner, Avenger?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I'm going to go with Entropiq.
How about you, Kalaris?
I like having an Entropiq shirt over there. They sent me one. It has my name on it. I hate you, Avenger. I'm going to go with a central team as well. You know what? NLT. We start off with a bang. They got to do it.
You think that they're going to take it first?
Yeah, we'll go with it.
I mean, I'm not going to make any decisions here, because despite Kalaris calling me an expert earlier on, I am definitely not. I have absolutely no idea who's going to win this. There are 16 teams. One of them will potentially claim it. Day number 1 here for PCS6 for Europe. If you're having a good time, if you think you know who's going to win, let us know on Twitter, #PCS6. And also, I'd love to know who your fantasy teams are. It's time, though. It's time for day number 1, game number 1. Jorasa and Toby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sam, Kalaris, and Avenger, for getting us here into game number 1. I'm Toby, joined by Jorasa, and we have got PCS6 EMEA starting right here, right now. Joro, great to be here. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing really, really well, thank you. It was very interesting as well to see the desk analyze all of their picks on the Fantasy League, completely forgetting, of course, that obviously, Toby, we're going to beat all of them, and I'm coming off the back of this as PGC champions, so they can fight amongst themselves, but if you ever want to see what the sharp end of the stick looks like, feel free to take a look at us.
There you go. There you go. And I just gotta, I love how calm and casual Kalaris was in his first win of the day prediction. Because if there's one thing we've kind of agreed upon right now, is that for PCS events, Northern Lights always win the first game. That's just how it's been. That's just how it's been. I think there's been one. I mean, we're in PCS6 now. I think there's been one where they didn't win the first game of the finals. So I'm just I'm looking to see if somehow they will manage to do it again, because winning that first game, you know, everyone's got to get all set, and it's always a little crazier in the first game. Somehow they always come out on top in game 1, and it's just kind of written in the stars that it's supposed to happen once more.
4 teams on Military Island to start things off, maybe the team's predicting some esports circles here in the final, but no, I completely agree with you. Northern Lights, it's frightening how consistent they are in being able to win those early games. It's an important skill in PUBG tournament play to hit the ground running. You get some teams, they maybe have a little bit of a bad day 1, right, Toby? And then they improve a bit later. Northern Lights, they seem to be able to hit the ground running every time. And in the long run, that makes them one of, if not the most dangerous team out there.
I think to add to it as well is that Northern Lights is a team that can play their style, quote unquote, of PUBG within pretty much any given roster. There are certain other teams that, I don't want to say depend on opponents to do certain things, but if you're a very passive team, it can be very dangerous for you to continue to play passive if other teams keep pushing you. Like, you're just not going to be allowed to not take fights. So if you're basing your entire strategy on never taking fights, then it's going to be a little difficult. Whereas Northern Lights play a very, very, I don't want to say passive, but a very proactive play style in saying we don't want to engage teams early, but if teams do engage us, like, we don't shy away. We're never, we only fight when we have the upper hand, and they pretty much always have the upper hands in the fights they take.
I think the best way to describe Northern Lights versus some of the other teams, especially for viewers who maybe haven't watched that much PUBG esports before, PUBG, you tend to find there are broadly 2 types of teams. The teams that push their agenda on everyone else, and the teams that end up reacting. Northern Lights is absolutely one of those teams that will push their agenda on everyone else. They won't necessarily rush in and be the first to fight. They'll take their time and be considered about it. But when they move decisively, and they go through whoever happens to be in their way. So they're almost like the freight train, where it's very difficult for them to change direction, but you know 100% that's where they're going. And the force at which they hit you, whether they're first in the fight or they're the fifth party, it doesn't matter. They're so good at wiping everyone else out while keeping their team alive. It's so important to keep all 4 team members alive as long as possible. Northern Lights seem to have a knack for making sure they survive through those engagements and just watching out for each other.
And one of the main things I feel like that they do so well, I mean, I have a long list, but one of the big things that I think really goes to kind of show the skill set is how fast they can get into a fight, like execute on it, and then get out of it again. I mean, you know, how fast they can start a fight and finish it, essentially. Because we see so many times, like, how often does Northern Lights get third-partied? Either they are the third party, or they finish the fight so fast that other teams don't get a chance to engage in it, because they're so smart about how they go out and play things. But enough about the NLT boys for now. They're still getting looted up. So are everyone else. Gustav, almost very slowly running himself over there for a second, but he's gonna be all right. Getting looted on up in what is currently somewhat center circle here in a two-way split. FaZe clan opting to keep 2 down in Milta, take 2 further up the hillside as all the teams are starting to make their way out to the east.
Yeah, so this plane path was a little bit southern skewed. We sort of had a 4 to 9 o'clock plane path to begin with, a southeastern circle as a result. And these players aren't going to be too surprised about how this goes on. There aren't that many teams that have gone to the north side of the map as well, so they're relatively centered in. Phase 1 should be a quiet affair. We're watching NAVI at the moment. Take a look onto farm. They will spot another team is present, but generally speaking, everyone's going to be able to rotate in nice and calm.
You say that, but at the same time, I think with the plane path being as southern as it was, we fortunately not really had to have any, like, a whole lot of fighting going on in military with 4 teams landing down there. But with how south the plane path was, we still have a lot of teams on kind of the southern belt from Milta down towards Primorsk, and a lot of those teams making their way into the circle from there. So if we don't have more teams opting to rotate north for Chinky, which I don't think we will be, we are right now looking to rotate south around Futbolist. Not expecting them to do a wide northern wrap. I will say, though, if there was a team that could do it, that would probably be them, because we've seen them do some very slow rotates. HOWL already sitting in there. As much space as there technically is to get into this first circle, just with where the teams are, there's also a very good chance that we'll see teams running into one another.
So here we're watching Road to Glory. We just had a crate actually drop close, and they are actually going to get that. We saw one of those cars slowing down for it, and this is in front of them. So this is Team Rage. They're now going to be rotating past Northern Lights. This is just west of Shelter. Batulin's taking a couple of opportunistic shots. When you land that headshot onto the buggy driver, it is so satisfying. Lands one, looks for Lazar as well. He's on 2 wheels, using the roof to angle the car to... Okay, maybe that wasn't on purpose, but it looks cool.
Well, obviously it was on purpose. We're talking about the absolute prime of EMEA esports here. Of course, it was 100%. If I just bank my car at like a proper 30-degree angle, they won't even be able to get a shot on me.
Stops the shots, easy peasy.
Very skilled, very skilled.
It's a PUBG Continental Series 101, guys. Just move your roof towards the enemy, and generally speaking, you're fine. That's Alec walking away with the AUG from that crate. They're going to be pretty happy. They're one of the teams that's most west on this circle, as you can see on your picture right now. Futbolist still miles outside. So are Heroic and ENCE, who will be going north. So we'll find out shortly where Futbolists are coming in. BBL Esports are now moving in towards this position as well. And they may or may not go past Road to Glory, but most teams now able to get in just fine.
As you were saying, I'm kind of curious to see with Futbolist, because they were looting all the way up towards Ferrip, a little west of there, and they've actually, usually your loot path, I could say, takes you further towards the circle, but Futbolist is up this loop further away. And as we were saying, if there's one team that could make that wide northern wrap, that would be them, and they're actually going all the way north of Core now up towards Gatton. So
I think
maybe they will be doing that northern rotation. And honestly, I mean, obviously, unless if this somehow hard shifts down to Novo, then I think it's going to be well worth it, because if they were coming in backfilling 7 teams on the west side, that could be them out before making top 10.
It could indeed. We can start the entertaining caster predictions early. I'll throw myself under the bus early for you, Toby. I reckon Futbolist will be heading north of school and apartments, maybe even north of the river and coming in via Lipovka. I think they do not mind having a very, very wide rotate here in game number 1. But we'll wait and see. We'll see.
they'll take their time, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. In the meantime, HOWL spotting people, forcing them away, smart in doing so. You do not want to have neighbors nearby, especially not down around here where there's so much open landscape where if you have to traverse, I mean, you just want to make sure that there's some elbow space for you to kind of maneuver around. Because once those first rotations come in, if you get your tires popped now and the circle shifts away, you, my friend, are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, it won't be good at all. Protecting vehicle tires is so important in the early stages of any PUBG match, for those of you who are watching. Sure, you're safe in the building where you're at, but if the zone shifts away from you and you need to get from A to B, getting there quickly with some cover, it's always important to have the vehicles. And if those tires get disabled because you've parked your car badly, quite often that means your team's making an early exit.
Whoa.
So definitely one of the most important. That was synchronized synchronized U-turns there from the SKADE crew.
I was just gonna say, someone must have counted that down, because that was insanely simultaneous. It almost looked like a dance choreography with cars. Looking very good, and I think the call was rightly made. They heard either something on the... Oh, no way, they didn't.
Oh, wait.
I'm not gonna give them the credit. I thought they'd come back because they heard something behind them and they wanted to take the fight before crossing. But no, they went backwards, then they cross over, and now they continue moving. And Sakura Zensen here, the team to come up right behind him. That looked very, very, very coordinated.
It's a dance routine. It was absolutely choreographed. They went, no, boys, we have to turn back. It's not 9 minutes 20 yet. We have to do this at exactly 9:20. And there we go. All four of them around the gas station. It looks like they're going to be moving into a 2-2 split. Some sick camera angles here, by the way. I appreciate that being ready. Thunder are just ahead of them, which is why they're not licking the stamp and sending it straight north. They're being a little bit careful, and it is going to pay off. Entropiq will shoot them from the beaches there of Milton. You can see them very far off in the distance on the right, but SKADE able to make it across the bridge so far, at least, safely.
Yep, circle goes west, so SKADE opting to go east of the bridge here. Probably going to do yet another of those U-turns and see if they can make the way. Yep, there you go, all the way back towards the gas station once more. Entropiq, in the meantime, on the receiving end of what could have been a rotation from SKADE. Now realizing they're going to have to traverse further west as well. We'll have to group up first and then get going. SKADE, hearing the shots now from Thunder, will, I would assume, up to wrap far south around here. But how far are you willing to go? Because remember, I mean, SKADE are currently kind of traversing uncharted territories. They haven't had a chance to scout anything, so they're coming in blind no matter where they're going from here.
They know that a couple of Thunder members were there, but not too close. We now have the first knock here. Example getting Noik and Muka actually able to finish it off. So that's Thunder with the first point on the board. 63 alive now, coming up to the 11-minute mark of this game. And SKADE still searching for a place to call home. They finally settle on this farm-like compound here. You got the double warehouses and the hotel-style building out in front. They will be untroubled there, but it took them a while to get there.
You were not wrong, by the way, on the Futbolist rotation. They've literally gone from Primorsk to Yasnaya in a Milta circle. I mean, they are doing the most northern rep I've seen in a long time. In the meantime, now hopping over to BBL, taking shots towards RTT, wanting to try and see if they can get away from there. That should be able to, ironically so, stay alive on this one. And Gluten, you saw him getting knocked to blue. Probably a bit of a disconnect issue there. He is standing all on his own in Gatka, so I would assume that that's him unfortunately out for this game.
That's really frustrating for footballers. That's right. If it was a driving mishap, they would have definitely gone back to res. So might be a technical issue here. We've got Sakura Zensen now coming up onto Thunder, and this is looking significantly more serious than the engagement we saw earlier on. Hyruzen with the opening nade. Great the fact that it rolls just past that wall even, but unfortunately it gave Hyruzen plenty of time to move away. Second nade though, that'll do it.
Yep, the angle with the net there, fortunately just in between. Thunder now, Hibako needs to come up and back up his teammate. Doesn't manage to get the knock on towards Nix. He's still going to be allowed to get up. The staircase sold. In the meantime, it's kind of caught up by the roadside. I mean, there's only 2 players left alive on Thunder, and Mika is still back in the compound, so not a whole lot Hibako can do here to really help out, or get assistance, I should say, because I mean, both his teammates have fallen. You can see here from Mika's ankle, there's only really so much he can see with Hibako being down the hill.
Oh, what a fantastic nade. Salty there, absolutely nailing it, but because Hibako didn't get knocked, he doesn't really know how close he was to actually knocking him. That was beautiful stuff. If Sakura Zensen move across the road now, that could be trouble, honestly, for Hibako. They've got a player inside the triple story, and if they were basically just looking out from the top floor while the other 2 members cross, then I think Hibako's in a super tricky situation.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Thunder just hoping that all the next circles go in that direction, and even then, you can see QB. I was just going to say, how long is it going to be before Entropiq gets the angle? Now they do. Pipaco falls, not even going to be able to steal the kill away. As QPE able to secure that point for Entropiq there. In the meantime, Futbolist, welcome to the circle. They've come in from the east. You said they were going to go all the way over to the Pubg. Not even going to be wrong. And that one, Nail Cup now spotting a free rotation. Tixu drives away and is going to be able to escape from this line.
ENCE here, this is the northeastern edge of phase 1, so I don't think ENCE were expecting someone to show up right behind them at this point, but that's exactly what Futbolists have done. Now we find out where we're going next. It's going to be towards Sharkfin here. And this is important because there are several compounds on the coast that are completely empty at the moment, with all of the teams expecting to move away. And now, suddenly, they've become significantly bigger priority compounds. The first 2 or 3 teams that grab these, Toby, they're going to be laughing. Everyone else is going to struggle.
I was just gonna say, I mean, yes, there's a couple of compounds available. The issue is, if you don't have one of those, there's literally nothing else to play. This is how open the terrain is down here. Metralius will fall to Mexi in a drive by everyone fighting for compounds now. These fights start brewing, battling on out. Vex gets one, HC falls down in return. Melman now goes down to everyone, taking casualties. It's chaos all over. Everyone, like, no one expected this shift, and therefore no one could get a chance to group up. So it's just teams pulling up on split positions all over the place.
The 2-2 split from Navi not quite working out there. FaZe Clan pushing in. They lose 2 before they push in, but there's going to be no one close quarters to deal with them. We're not on board with Thunder. Only Muka left. 3 members of Sakura Zensen up top. All sorts of confusion tactics coming on. Here comes the smoke grenade. And it's enough for him to get 1. Will he get 2? He needs to close the door and get underneath so he can reload. Can't do it. Thunder eliminated in 16th.
Goes for the reload with 16 bullets left in the chamber. Unfortunate, but fortunately for, I suppose, Sakura Zensen, they do manage to get the rest on up there. Thunder will fall, as you said. First team to go down. RGG, in the meantime, they've got themselves a good position in the circle. Remember, next circle will, well, to some extent, I mean, full extent, have to go away from water, but how is that going to happen? Are we going northeast? Are we going northwest? Regardless, a whole hell of a lot of teams are going to have to play on foot. Because, I mean, either you're crashing something, or it's just, this is such open territory. Regardless of where the circle goes, everything on land that isn't the compound, you're out in the open.
Exactly right. And that might be one of the reasons why Northern Lights are taking their time. We just saw them. They're technically outside phase 3 at the moment. They're being very chill about coming in. They're further out of the circle than Futbolist, by the way, guys. We were joking about their wide rotate in phase 1, but Northern Lights are consciously doing it here in phase 3, so that'll be interesting to watch. Further towards the action, you can see Futbolist taking a look in the direction of Sakura Zensen there. There are quite a few teams. We've got Entropiq behind them and several to their left and right, so no one really wanting to move right now. But I don't think there are any compounds left for them to call home. That's the issue.
No. Right now, Northern Lights is, well, you can see Batulin scouting on forward. They're waiting for another team to A, make a mistake, or to hopefully see other teams start fighting and then potentially get a chance to third party on that. But now, I mean, obviously, that didn't happen in the time frame that they wanted it to, so they're not going to up to go west around. There is a little bit of a dip they can play just down below where they are now. I think that's going to be their first stop, and then they can see from there what's going to happen from that position. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. They stop just down the hillside, take the dip. They're inside the circle. Wait and see. Next, you know it's going to shift north to some extent, but how far up is it going to go? Well, there you go, and LC's still in it.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, the Navi split, or Navi FaZe split, I suppose, because FaZe managed to wipe out half the team, was so strong. Whether it was going south towards the coast or north towards farm, they would have had an opportunity to do either. So Quizzy and Alia are probably going to be making a lot of noise as teams drive to try and dissuade other teams from crashing into them. Here come Futbolists. They're wrapping back around the north, but they're going to go straight through Northern Lights.
They're going to be driving straight down on top of them as well. What's going to happen? Lou finds one, Batulins finds the second. Will they find the third as well? Nope, Nailcop so far able to stay alive through it. As I say that, not going to happen. Mexi finds the last in Futbolist. Well, they lived, they drove 15 kilometers, and they died in their cars.
Entropiq now pushing up into the same compound that SKADE are in, by the way. Only Ibby left up for SKADE. So I think that was initial knock, followed by a push. And this is very important because it's the southernmost compound. It's in Sharkfin and only just in phase number 4. Ibby holding out for dear life right now, and Entropiq need to clear him quickly so that they can focus on scouting and evaluating their options for the next circle. But right now, Ibby frustrating those efforts to no end.
Yeah. And Entropiq, they've been backfilling on SKADE this whole time, so they know exactly what they're up against. EB trying to now get out of here. Unfortunately, cannot parked exactly the way he would have wanted to. Does manage to at least get out to the edge of the compound, though we'll see how far he can get from there. Will he be able to get to Jamty? Nope, not even gonna go for it. He's gonna opt to go left instead. See if he can maybe find somewhere to lay low, either towards the shack, or there is a bit of a dip just up in front of him here as well, which I would assume that he's going for. Issue is all of Team Ranger here, ready and waiting.
The irony is the compound outside which Gemty got knocked is actually still free. But unfortunately, Entropiq could technically follow him back if they really want it. Is he changing his mind and going back again?
Now. Wait,
it's like he's hearing me. What? No, he's got the shack. He's got the shack. No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
That was the insta-curse.
Unfortunate.
Here we go.
Will fall in 14th. Heroic in the meantime, able to get the north side of the compound. HOWL opting to fall back a bit further south. So there'll be two teams sharing the Snake compound up there. And in the meantime, well, they've been sitting around here for a little while now. They know that they have Sakura Zensen as neighbors. They have had, of course, REG here for a while as well. Now, the first player got down there, but how will Nixie and Salty fare?
Oh no, well, that's not good. Metabay and Slippy Zerg nailing a couple of shots. That's Nixie down already. Moving into Apocalypse. It's a 3v1 now. Metabay being very aggressive, going on the outside of the compound, immediately pushing in. Apocalypse knows exactly where Salty's at. He's holding the angle, and this is going to be a 3v1 in no time.
Very interesting to me here that REGNUM opted, REGNUM, I should say that Salty opted to go for it. Having said that, does manage to find Apocalypse. We'll see if he's going to go for the flush, try to get healed back up. In the meantime, RTG and Entropiq fighting this one off the shorelines.
And Entropiq, this is half the team, by the way. You might be thinking, Entropiq were fighting for a compound a few moments ago. Why are they out in the open? This is Evas and Lucarux trying to be opportunistic against Road to Glory, spotting that they're in that dip, aiming to try and get a couple of extra points with the grenades. It hasn't quite worked out for them so far, so at some point they might choose to drop back. The problem is, Phase 5 has that compound out, so there's an argument for Entropiq really trying to push forward and double down their efforts here.
They need to get this position on lockdown now. BBL coming in behind RGG as well. They need to full-on go up and make a proper roadblock for any other team to go through that way. In the meantime, ENCE opting to take the fight for the farm. They know they have to clear this before they can make their way any further. So REGNUM CARYA now getting pushed by the fence.
Trying to holding a fantastic angle upstairs, but they know about that as well, and that is unfortunate. Dance, baby, and they are just about gonna survive. That was so unbelievably close for Mur there, but he gets the heal off just in time. A second grenade comes in as well. He's gonna have to vacate the room, explodes harmlessly. ENCE continuing to push in, but we have now got Slippy Zerg off to the left of your screens there. He could play spoiler for everyone.
Chaos unfolds in farm and on the shoreline simultaneously. Slippy Zerg, as you said, trying to be just that. Slippery making his way all around the corner, see if he can get himself into a better position. Molly will come through, will hit Metabay as well. Good connection on that one's going to force him to go back and get healed on up. Will he go down? No, just one tick short. Quizzy in the meantime, though, from inside the circle, finds one. Does find the second in return on Nuki. Goes down, fortunately Squeaky is there to trade the knock. And now Metabay all on his own. We'll have to see if he can get out here alive.
This is unfortunate because Slippy Zerg actually got knocked by NAVI of all teams, so it was a bit of a third party here, and that's not helping REGNUM CARYA. They've only got one left. Metabay eating Molotovs for breakfast at this point. I'm pretty sure that's the third one I've seen him, but this time the Molly does finish him off. REGNUM CARYA out in 12th.
ENCE stays alive with 3 up as well. Very impressive considering how chaotic that fight was. In the meantime, Entropiq, well, they got some good nades landed on RTG. Unfortunately, BBL had the same answer for them just after, so they fall down. Heroic in the meantime, well, they've been a little quiet on the northern side, but you can only be quiet for so long now. They are forced to take this fight to Northern Lights. As I say that, they do back off. You can see a lot of utility being used here. Page down to very low HP, needs to go back and heal on up before they can now re-engage the fight.
Na'Vi looking at ENCE, and this is all very Na'Vi style, sort of understanding where people are fighting and then coming in to try and sweep up. Yes, they're happy to fight any team, but they'd like to fight them the easiest way possible. Speaking of a hard way, though, we've got Heroic versus Northern Lights. Spiral with a ridiculous nade. It's what looks like turn this fight around. Northern Lights were on their last legs there, and they still go down. They are out of the placement points here in game number 1. Heroic survive with 3, but Team Liquid are coming up the backside now.
Everyone with Corexi on their fantasy team just jumped out of the chair screaming. 3 kills confirmed for Corexi. Solid play coming through, but as you were saying, Liquid pushing strong, pushing forward. Clip finds the knock onto Corexi. Just one more player left on his feet. That's going to be Beamy trying to get out of there alive. He is going to stay put at least for now, and as we make our way into placement points here, the longer you stay up, the better your odds. Unfortunately, HOWL heard these shots fired from Liquid as well, so they might be coming in this direction too.
Oh, I'm still reeling from the two Northern Lights players on my fantasy team. I can hear Martin laughing at me from here, but it's early days and it's game number 1. That's Beamy eliminated as HOWL come in, part of the third party. They had Team Liquid on one side, HOWL on the other. PUBG is basically a game of who can fight last and win. And sadly, after a fantastic engagement by Heroic, take nothing away from that, they're now out in 8th.
Nail up in the meantime as well. Oh, trying to math how the hell he's going to be able to cross this road. 3 smokes, 6 bandages, circle closing in 4 seconds, and an entire BBL and FAZE team holding him out. It's, let me put it this way, gonna be very difficult.
I've got 2 bandages per smoke. So the solution is don't get shot, basically. We'll see how well this works out. BBL actually moving away in the vehicle might give Nailop a little bit of a wedge to move through. He hears the car as well in front of him, so he knows what's happening. So he goes, okay, if I go to the 8 o'clock position of the circle and walk in, I'm not guaranteed to get in, but that gives me a pretty good chance.
Keep in mind, Nailop has nades as well, so if he can get within distance to throw them up behind BBL.
Oh, no.
I mean, this is written in the stars the way they're lined up. The issue is, he needs to go for a vehicle simply taking too long here. Blue is moving forward. So say that he does commit to the run, probably realizing that, wait, BBL aren't expecting this at all, but is he going to be allowed to make the move forward? No. And even if BBL don't see him, Team Rage would have. So Nailop, not wanting to give any points away for free, takes it down to Blue.
Getting serious now as we move into the top 6 here in game number 1. BBL, they've got the southwestern sector of the circle, but they're just outside at the moment with limited cover. They're going to be fine for phase 6, but I'm not sure about after that. Down south, we got FaZe Clan. You can just about see them on your minimap. And almost in between them, a little bit further into the circle, in that dip, is Team Rage. Both BBL and FaZe Clan may want to be moving in somewhere close to them in the very near future. And I actually don't know who wins that, because if Team Rage get aggressed by 2 directions at once, Toby, it's them that comes out the losers there. So this is tricky.
Sure is. I'm loving that we're getting that little POV on Teams as well. Liquid really taking control of the northeast side of the circle. James alone is playing spoiler against NAVI inside that compound, allowing for his 3 teammates to stay on the north side and hold out HOWL. Issue for HOWL is if they start pushing forward, you can hear it here as well, then FaZe is going to have line of sights of them.
Yep.
Effects being up on the vehicle there. So James really, I mean, granting his team an additional couple of 100 meters to work with, where oh, Diggory down to low HP, almost hit by the car too. Could have been dangerous, could have been difficult, but able to get healed on up. Circle, hard shift down towards BBL, forcing the last compound out of play.
And this is interesting because James isn't trying to get kills here. He's basically the anchor for the team, wanting to tell the rest of the team. If Navi push north, James will tell them. And it's Team Liquid. They've got 3 players up north towards HOWL, but HOWL have actually moved towards the center of the circle. They move very early on. Thenderloss manages to get a knock. Ruin looks like he's going to be able to get back up, although they need the smokes and the cover to be able to do that. This actually gives Liquid a very easy rotate in because HOWL are busy fighting another team, so Liquid can chill out almost and do this on foot at their own pace.
It allows them forward anyway. Issue is now, I mean, the further they push this direction, the further away from teams they go, and they will have to fight this as a free man if they opt to push over this hillside too, because there's no way James is going to be able to have an impact on this battle. Smash backing off, knowing that he's outnumbered, doesn't have a vest either. Smart for him to run away from their face. In the meantime, up and take the fight to the compound. They want to deal with NAVI before pushing further into the circle.
Alia with a whole bunch of nades. Excellent headshot onto Quizzy from James. He's coming in with a third party, not necessarily expecting a different team here, choosing the opportunity wisely. And Alia banking that off the side of the house to lose a bit of momentum on the nade, gets the knock onto Diggory. Fantastic grenade work.
Very impressive from Alia. It's literally single player here trying to hold off on his own. That's going to be good. Vex falls down as well. Alia continuing to do damage to FaZe Clan, trying to do everything he can, and he will do it, and more. FaZe out in 6th place as somehow Navi prevails, and Alia stays alive.
James here with the follow-up nades to try and finish off whoever's there. We'll see that it's Alia in the kill feed. And now they're going to have to face off against each other. We have got Mixie, by the way, by the drop. Oh, this is beautiful. It forces Alia through the smokes. It means that James knows exactly where Alia is by process of elimination. And he's making his way back towards Mixie as well. So he's slowly going to make this a 2v1.
circle slowly closing in, and as you were saying, Mexi coming back here to assist as well is massive. Now he finds Alia as well. 3 teams left alive. This has got Liquid written all over it, unless if Team Rage has something to say. HOWL in a difficult position down here, and look at the way that Liquid are splitting out right now. Full control in their 2-2 split. Maintain that control shouldn't be too difficult either with the way that the terrain is, and I'm looking at Team Rage right now, Joe. I'm not seeing where they can push from here. Fortunately, they won't have to go anywhere.
This is interesting because the next circle is actually the worst possible one for Team Liquid. Both halves of their team have to move in. Vard, thank you very much for those extra points, mate. Much appreciated. Delightful long... Oh my god! Never mind, I will take all of that. And suddenly, Liquid had to push into both teams. Nope, it's just the one, thanks to Vard.
Yep, here comes Team Rage. Mert peeks on over. They are down to 3 already, though, Lassa. In the meantime, trying to see if he can find another. Liquid forced to make the push on forward, and obviously... Team Rage realizing now they're getting shot up from multiple angles here. The on-deed split issue is if one gets knocked here on either side, you got to full commit to the rest, and then if Team Rage can get a knock in, how do they play accordingly? They know that they're catching them in the split here. So the danger is that there's multiple angles to hold. The thing is, they're also pushing very thinly forwards.
Exactly. Team Liquid can snowball really quickly if they get the first knock. Because there are multiple angles that they can come up onto Team Rage. But if Team Rage get the first knock, it might be possible for them to just wipe out 1 3v2 and then reset.
Smart play.
Lots of nades. Unfortunately, that half of Team Liquid aren't there anymore, and all of them are pushing forward. High risk, high reward here, and Team Liquid are slowly starting to bunch back up. James with the AUG, checking at the right-hand side of the smokes. Team Rage have moved as well. Both teams very mobile in this final engagement, using the smokes very well, I have to say.
As much as this allowed for Liquid to regroup, I think that was the exact decision to be made by Team Rage. They see the split, they think we have to punish one side before the other can do anything to engage. Unfortunately, it kind of worked against them in the fact that now Liquid not only has the dot, but they're also completely grouped up. But had Team Rage tried to do this before Clip and Bart had been allowed to push down the side of the circle there, that could have easily been a 3v2 against James and Mexi, with Vard and Clip simply not really being able to do a whole lot about it. But now, I mean, again, all 4 Liquid players up and alive, all prone down, ready and waiting for what will have to be Team Rage pushing straight into the boys in blue.
And they recognized as well, look, Team Rage's biggest advantage is this lovely little ridge and dip that they've got going here. There's no reason for them to push further in, where this gives them the best chance, for example, to get a revive if one of them gets knocked. Team Liquid are playing for time now. They know that the terrain is working to Team Rage's favor, so they're saying, fine, give it 20 seconds or so, and they have to move into us. Schofield draws first blood against Mixi, though. Can they finish the job?
No more lethal utility, I would imagine, on the side of Team Rage. All of that being used just before Mert. Headshot confirmed by Vard. Barrel and hand throws, flashes forward now as well. Clip is going to have a massive impact here. I was going to say if he can remain unseen, but not going to happen. Schofield catches him as well. Team Rage, while playing against the odds here, doing it slowly, doing it smart, and spotting everyone they need to spot in order to make their way further forward.
Additional smokes here could end up being very useful. It's Team Rage that have to push into Liquid, remember? And a second knock. Schofield gets Vard. Suddenly, the tables have turned. Team Rage should be getting a little bit of confidence back now. Vard is right next to Jeans, but where's he going to find the time for a revive? He can't. He's being shot as well. Team Rage are going to do this.
From 3v4 to 3v1, Clip on his own now, realizing that all hell is broken loose around him, trying to get on his feet, trying to get around, will find the first one. There are still 2 more players to be dealt with, though. Mert down to under half HP. It's just one good bullet by Clip, and that could make this a 1v1. Will he get the first hit off in time? Yes, he will. But the 1v2 push comes forward. Lassa, Mert grouping up as the push comes in, and you can see here Clip has no idea where his opponent's opposition. Around the side they go, and Team Rage, despite being outnumbered, take down Liquid.
Amazing final fight by Team Rage. There is so much to break down there. The way both teams were using the smokes in that final fight to try and trick the other team into not knowing where they were. At various points, flashes were being thrown into smokes that neither team were in. It was a really interesting technical final fight and a great way to start off our first game.
I absolutely love the way they went about that one. Usually, you would think, and I even said it during the cast, this had got Liquid written all over it, but the way they can slowly use the smoke, find Mexi in that, and then allow themselves to rev around the other side. Schofield's spot on Clip there, absolutely crucial as well.
So that is it for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to toss the broadcast back to the desk now so that we can break down what happened there.
Thanks, Jarosar. I'm going to be honest, in that final fight, I thought that Liquid had it in the bag. I was leaning back quite comfortable. I know Kylaris was as well. We thought our boy was going to stay alive. Avenger, how did Rage get that win?
Well, they had this little lip that worked out quite well for them, and also Liquid was in a 4 versus 3, and they played it passive rather than play in a 2-2 split where they could wrap it around or just take, you know, all 4 guys push immediately with the utility that they had. So they actually gave it up for Team Rage to make the opportunity and make the play rather than them taking it for themselves. So they were not proactive about it. They decided to wait for the circle because they had the circle, but they had no smokes to work with, and they didn't use the utilities. That's super unfortunate. And also Clip in the end, obviously trying to get an extra point on the board because he wasn't sure he was going to be able to clutch it out. I was actually quite sure that Liquid was going to get this one.
So was I. Kalaris as well, because Rage didn't have a great start. Obviously, where the circle dropped, the plane path as well didn't work out for them, but they seemed to figure it out in the end.
No, indeed, this was a great salvage mission for Team Rage. Whilst we take a look at the highlights as they're coming in from great action from this first game. I think obviously I'm expecting Team Rage to be in Rozhok area, things like that. The plane path was not kind to them. They go down to that military island and actually reposition themselves in such a way to make their rotations then come in from the north of circles to then bomb it into the middle of this circle 3, chill out a little bit, and as Martin says, when going up against Team Liquid towards the end, personally, I would have liked to see Team Liquid be a bit more proactive with their push-up, as Martin is saying here. They didn't have any more utilities to be able to kind of nade them out of this position here, but yeah, Team Rage played a bit of a blinder here. Some great shooting coming out from them in the final moment.
They'll be very happy. Chicken dinner in the bag, some nice points to start the day. Of course, placement points, that's what you want, and for every elimination, you get a point as well. Avenger, any other teams that stood out for you?
Yeah, I want to say I was quite impressed with multiple teams actually. I liked how heroic they were able to play, and I liked how Northern Lights was able to play, but Team Liquid was just too fast in the sweep. But Team Rage obviously taking the win home, and to be able to start off like this is amazing for them. We're only playing a total of 30 games, so it's a great way to get this started here.
One of the teams that we mentioned at the start was Liquid coming in second there, Kalaris. Do you think that this will be a good run for them? Like I said, they struggled a little bit at G-Loot Season 5. It seems like they might have found their mojo.
Yeah, I think when you kind of look at what they were able to do in this game, I think one thing that worked really well for them was kind of initial boundaries that they were setting up against some of these teams, trying to come in from the east side, being able to kind of gun those guys down as they're moving forwards, and then controlling some of that space. Mexi alongside Bard, being able to put up big numbers here to start things off. And I mean, we were talking about Bard a lot here, Martin, throughout this game. He is mechanically gifted. He was able to land some of those nades alongside it, but you know, you put this kind of big gun on this already strong roster, I think it's going to create havoc. Oh, wow.
The 1K club for Ali as well is it's pretty insane. Obviously, as I said here, Mexi Vard also clip with their push onto and the sweep that they managed to get into behind Heroic and Northern Lights. That worked out quite well. That's a lot of damage to be able to put up good stuff from Alia. If Alia didn't and Navi didn't lose out on the FAZE breach and they didn't lose 2 players there, they could also have had a really great game getting 4 guys out of the twins there where Alia actually managed to survive it. It's kind of funny and contradicting that that FAZE had to breach Navi back to back because they did it on the first 2-man split and then they have to do it on the next split, and then Alia actually being able to wrap it up there.
I'm gonna virtually high five Kylaris for our fantasy team picks because I think we'll both be happy. We got some points, and it's not about our fantasy team. We should be talking about the game, but I've realized, and I'm sure if you're watching at home and you've put your fantasy team together, that you spend a lot of time paying attention to that. I wanted to talk about ENCE because I was really disappointed with them during G-Loot Season 5, and we will talk about them in a little bit. But first, we're going to pull up a coupon on the screen right now. You can use this coupon for voting points, and you can try and guess the winners. If you do, you could potentially get some rad... you can get... I'm getting so confused because I'm still focusing on the maths for my fantasy team, but there you go. You can get some rad PCS6 in-game. We're going to chat a little bit more about ENCE when we return. I hope that you're having a good time. The first game is done. We'll be right back with game number 2. Welcome back to day number 1 of PCS6 for Europe. And I mentioned before the break that we were going to chat about ENCE, and we will, but not right now, because I actually want to change the subject a bit. Alia's incredible damage that he did there, Kylaris, really impressive from him.
Yeah, absolutely MVP of the match. Even though obviously NAVI doesn't go on to win the match as a whole, being able to put up 1,000 damage, opening game, amazing stuff. But I think just in general, the way he understands situations, given the compound that he was in, kind of left alive alone, dealing with a team like FAZE who's trying to breach up on against him. I mean, Martin, looking at things like the underhand nades to be able to kind of weed them out of positions, take them out the way he does. If you've got him on your fantasy team, amazing for you. He was quite expensive, but like he's always a great choice, I feel.
Yeah, of course. He was able to play extremely well there, and being able to defend that house by himself. Remember, he was also, he had a teammate as well, but James managed to put some pressure on, and he was down to being left alone, and effectively kind of made sure that FAZE got left out. Even though FAZE was 4 guys alive, super effective counter breach. Obviously, we've seen that a lot, and again, that players are able to pre-nade positions that they're expected to, that they're going to be breached from, and Alia did that extremely well.
It kind of brings us right back to the first question that I asked when we started the show. I know we've only seen 1 game, and maybe neither of them took the chicken dinner, but there are 29 more games to come. Are NAVI and NLT the 2 teams that the other teams in the lobby need to keep an eye on, Avenger? Are those the teams to beat ultimately?
Yeah, there's no denying that NLT is the team to beat, considering how many tournament wins they've had the last year and a half. They've been playing insanely well. There's no denying that. But I will say what we've seen from them recently, and also in both recent tournaments, but also in some of their recent scrim performance and stuff like that, they are a team that just pops off on the last few days. And the consistency that we see from other teams can be a little bit scary, because that's being upped a little bit. But we are coming in where we're coming into the PCS6 here. We have some teams that are not used to playing against these teams here, and the lobby has been switched up a little bit. And yeah, so that's kind of a factor too.
Just add to that briefly, Sam, before we get to the game as well. You guys were there at G-Loot Season 5. The last 6 games, first, third, second, first, third. Northern Lights coming in hot constantly. They're a team that you can never put down when it comes to it. They're always winning, and I think they'll continue to do so.
So that is the team that you want to beat, and if you have one of their players on your fantasy picks, you will probably be smiling. We are moving into the second game. Just a quick reminder, 5 games today, 5 tomorrow and Sunday as well, and then we're back next week. So it's all about getting those points on the board. Consistency is going to be what it takes to win this one. Quick fire question before we get into game. Avenger, where is the circle going to pop?
Let's take a military. We haven't seen one in a while.
How about you, Kylaris?
I also want military because I want the players to suffer.
I like it a lot. Where are we dropping Jarasa and Toby?
Well, I mean, all I can say for now is that we are coming in from the southeast and going all the way up through Georgia Pool. So honestly, Joro, there are quite a few different options for where we can drop, but I would love to see a Lipov ending, just because they never happen.
Yeah, we haven't seen one of those in a while. 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock plane path to begin game number 2. If the circle just touches the plane path and goes north, I could see teams really struggling, ending between shooting range and Zaki, if I wanted to be really mean. I suspect it's more, we're more likely to see something like Gatka and Everest, but if we wanted to be mean, I feel like we go north from here.
I do want to add to it that I've never ever casted like a proper full-on Sarky ending, and I feel like
like urban.
It's got like a proper. I mean, it would require an absurd first circle and then 3 hard shifts, but
yes,
technically, it's possible. So I just want to add that to it if there's any PUBG gods listening into what we're talking about. But of course, I'm not gonna get my hopes up, because I've been disappointed every cast in that regard for the last 4.5 years.
Yeah, we can cast a curse, but usually it's only when we don't want to, unfortunately. So 64 players and all 16 teams in the lobby now for game number 2. Remember, you will be seeing 5 games today. And after all of that talk and hype and excitement, it looks like this circle is fairly ordinary from a team's point of view. BBL are going to be very happy with this. Team Liquid will be ecstatic. But generally speaking, most teams here, Toby, know what to do, and Futbolist are going to go via Severny.
You know what I realized during last game when we were talking about who do we want to win that first game and all in the beginning?
Yeah.
I as much as there is a thing where an LT wins all the games, which now is not the case anymore, so forget that I've ever said that. We should just have gone with a safe bet and said a Turkish team. Because one third of this server is Turkish players. So there's a pretty good, I mean, if you're playing the odds, right? I mean, there's a pretty good chance that you're winning out, and you would have if you had done that because Team Rage won the last game. So jokes on me for not doing so in the first place.
No, that's a very, very good point. We are basically a third of the lobby are Turkish players at the moment, but of course, it is possible that we see a single team win multiple games here. 16 of them, though, all hungry for those chicken dinners. We're going to be fighting it out here on a fairly normal Erinkle game. I don't really think it's putting my neck on the chopping block by saying I reckon somewhere close to Gatka Field, sort of chopsticks kind of phase 4 or 5 will be what a lot of these teams are looking out for right now. But we'll have to wait and see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's plenty of looting and plenty of rotating in to do yet. I suppose maybe, Toby, one thing we can talk about is the circle is fairly western skewed. No teams landed Military Island, which means there are actually quite a lot of teams on the east side of the map. So coming in phase 1 through phase 2, unless people rotate really long, the east side of the circle could get a little bit crowded.
I mean, obviously, Futbolist, off of what we saw in the previous game, are either going to take a boat and sail to Primorsk.
Oh, yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Don't worry about that.
Or they could potentially, I mean, we'll laugh about it now, but there's a decent strategy in going over Millibase in these sort of circles.
Yes,
there is
a
good chance that there will be a team playing in and around like the Ferry Pier area, but as you were saying as well, because the plane pass was all the way up towards North George, there's a very good likeliness that people didn't expect there to be a melee team this game, so they won't be playing the glass house, they won't be playing the lighthouse, which usually would be your spots to gatekeep from that melee rotation, or to bridge camp, I should say, the melee rotation. So even if there is a team come a couple of minutes from now in and around Ferry Pier, you should still have a pretty safe transition across the bridge itself.
I'm tempted to say we have seen FaZe Clan and Entropiq both do that before, FaZe Clan being in Milter and Entropiq being further east of them. So one of them could end up doing it. NAVI already in the fields basically waiting for the rest of their team to group up and move on now so they can head further west. BBL and Team Liquid, they're jostling for position at the moment because they had the best position to start off with, so they're really just scouting out which compounds have someone and which don't. They will have first pick of what's going on in this circle.
And Liquid, pearls on a string, no one's joined with one another, at least not for now. SKADE in the meantime split out as well, but as you can see here, Pixley coming down to join the rest of the team. Gemty's still all the way up by Ruins, but he'll get there eventually, I hope anyway. Still a bit of a journey ahead of him, but unless if he really times it unfortunate and goes straight into Team Rage, he should have a pretty clear cut rotation down to his teammates.
I think so. Team Rage are probably looking to backfill Liquid in Pachinki, if I'm honest. I think as a first port of call, I can see them stopping in West Pachinki and then moving forward. We've got Reg folks here now. They're actually going north of Razok, being very, very cautious, wanting to come in perhaps from the west. Maybe they're one of the teams who recognize, well, if so many teams are coming in from the east, we do maybe not a super long rotation, but one where we're not coming in directly from the east. We should have a little bit of a better time.
I think once they see and hear what they just did now, that's a clear cut. It should be a pretty proper call for them saying, great, the middle is taken.
Yeah.
Like, if there's already that many people in and around that area, there's not really going to be a whole lot for us, so we might as well just take a round. And they're realizing now, I would assume, that, well, all of Pachinki is free, because that would have been Liquid making their way over that hillside to cause those shots to be fired in the first place, so let's just stick around and hope the next circle comes our way.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so Entropiq are going to be the team that do go south to Military Island and come back up via the West Bridge, so I'm glad someone did. FaZe Clan have opted to stay north, and we're on board with Futbolist at the moment. They are not going full north. They're actually south of Prison, so more or less taking a beeline into circle here. What they're doing is just going 1 or 2 minutes later than the other team, so not doing that wide rotation here in game number 2.
Well, not this time around, at least not yet. Thunder in the meantime, trying to see what info they can gather. Hopefully they've gathered the info that they have Liquid players all around them. You can see Clip with the bolt in hand there, looking in the direction of the Thunder. Of course, a little difficult to get a proper angle with the way that the terrain is laid out. And Sakura Zensen in the meantime, rotating just over the Yas Bridge, realizing now they have a team rotating on their side just north of them. You can just exactly see them there on your screen. RTG making the rotation on in as well. Salik taking damage, but will have some cover to get you back on it.
Ruin here just wanting everyone to just leave me alone and go away. He will be able to figure out what to do a little later, of course, but it does mean that HOWL are slightly split to begin with here, so that's important to know.
Ruin went from no info to, guys, there's 8 cars coming, watch out. There's both FAZE over the hilltop and Entropiq coming across the bridge, so I fully understand and respect the, you know, I'm just gonna prone down here at the gas station and act like I'm not even here in the first place. Fortunately, FAZE didn't like what they see. I think they jumped out, and it might have been a little bit of them actually hearing Entropiq's cars too, making them think that there's more of a threat nearby than they than there actually was. They did have HOWL players up close, but they were 4 in a spot where, as you were saying, I mean, there was no way that Ruin was really going to play a massive impact, at least for the first 10 seconds of that fight. So they could have done something about it, but opted to spread out instead.
And now the Futbolists are coming straight in. They're going to be heading in towards the southern side, which means they were backfilling or could potentially be backfilling FaZe Clan. We've got HOWL to deal with in front of them as well, and that's a slightly unfortunate mishap that you don't want called on camera.
Nope, that's and of course we do. That's the thing. I mean, if you're ever a player and you do something and you go, "Oh, I hope that wasn't shown on camera."
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Most of the time, if not always, it's gonna be shown.
Exactly. It's the law of PUBG, right? It's gonna happen. Like at some point, we're gonna see some hilarity. Right now, though, it's getting pretty serious for Double. He's managed to successfully spot a member of Team Liquid down below. It's Clib, but he doesn't know how many players are there. So all he has at the moment is that compound is taken. He's decided that's enough for him. Let's rejoin my team. Let's not get knocked out here, because if I do, I'm not getting rezzed.
The issue is, I'm not sure that Clip saw double peek on over. So that's one of those, okay, I heard shots go up the hillside to where there could be an opponent.
Yeah.
Because when is enough? Like when do you say I'm not gonna stay in this split anymore? Because look at Liquid, they have in this very center of the circle.
Wow.
Bart is on his own, James is on his own, and Clip and Mexia are somewhat together, but still reach their compound. You're gonna reach a point where when you want to make the rotation to go back to one another, it's simply gonna be too late because there's an entire team on top of you, and you won't be able to make that play. And your best case is that it's gonna be either Clip or Mexia gets pulled up on, because there would be a teammate there to help. If Vart gets attacked and he does have a chance to get out, the help won't be there at all that game. You're pretty much going to be on your own. Team, same thing. So for Clip, I mean, honestly, as much as this is a decent position for now, because you're going to be so limited in getting intel and when people are pushing you, I think playing alongside Mexi, whether it be in one or the other compound, will be the smart play.
Yeah, so for those of you who are wondering why Team Liquid are so split right now, this is part of professional PUBG that we could argue is the psychological game. What Team Liquid are doing right now is they're banking on the fact that in Phase 1, no one wants to full send it into a compound and have to fight. So because no one wants to do that in the early game, they can afford to split their team a little bit more because they don't think the odds are that they're going to be fighting a 4v1 or similar. As the game goes on, though, this gets more and more risky, up to a point where it basically becomes borderline impossible to maintain. So now that the next circle is popping, I fully expect them to start collapsing in, and that's exactly what they're doing.
James in a car, Clip went for a vehicle as well, but now Vard is going to be the one to make that call. Instead goes for his SKADE. I was worried for a second that even if Vard has to rotate out, how does he go through everyone else? And I think, well, he's about to find out how that's going to happen, because he's going to be driving straight past PPL, and as you can see, his SKADE making their way into the forest as well. So there is going to be fights happening, which could be Liquid players falling down. In the meantime, Squeaky goes down in the middle of the field, not expecting there to be a rest coming in at all. And that one, and Slippy Zerg as well, taking fires. NLC make their way for Zerg.
Yeah, Slippy Zerg, I think having one of the tires taken out on that UAZ there, so just struggling to make it past the next bit of cover. That's metabolic boost gone for Slippy Zerg. He's going to have to rest up there and focus on holding up, getting the meds down, and hoping they don't come after him. There's just one problem, though. Northern Lights, not content with that. They want the kill.
And that's the thing. Like, we talked about how Northern Lights don't want to fight early, but I mean, if you serve it on a platter, they saw there was just one guy in that vehicle. They're not going to just back off of this. They are going to swarm around. They're going to do exactly what we're seeing here. Eliminate all risk of taking casualties. Spread out, take full control, push in a way that you can always trade a knock if someone goes down. Spiro coming in right behind Lou. They know exactly how to go about this. As I say that, let's see what's going to happen. Spots one. First headshot comes through. Double headshot at that. Spiro taking out in the second. Solid spray coming through from Slippy, committing to it. And with the repeat from Spiro, he's gonna go down. No, the nade! The timing! Lou threw that molly inside, but because the nade exploded out in front of the building, that nade exploded the molly, which made him go down. That was incredibly coincidental timing, but it worked out perfectly for Slippy.
Oh, that is absolutely horrible, and Slippy Zerg lives to fight another day. Unfortunately, getting caught out from behind by Batulins, but he does have a little bit of wiggle room to heal. Blue closing the door, helping him out a little bit with that cover, but Batulins is not far. That's Slippy Zerg down and out.
And this is one of those where let's hold thought for a second as we see here NAVI and RTG going up close to one another, because there's a good point to be made with NLT losing a player there. But let's see if anything's gonna happen off of this. Salik playing up Kos, ready to be the spoiler player that the team needs. Thing is, right now, not a whole lot of spoiling to be made. He just needs to buy his team some time. BNR wants to get that back up on his feet. He does so successfully. So 3v4, at least for now.
Road to glory there. What they want is they want the first headshot from someone peeking over the ridge and being just a little bit too aggressive with their positioning so that Salik can maybe come in and get that first knock. But NAVI are being very patient here. NAVI, one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby, but once they start the engagement, they like to pick their timing very meticulously, and for very good reason as well. They won't know just how good that nade was. Melman taking 50 damage, and it looks like both sides here, at least for now, we're going to back off.
I was just going to say, I don't necessarily mind the disengage here. I mean, there's no way that either team can get the proper intel they need on the other side of the hill, and they know as soon as you peek on over, there's a good chance there's going to be a player that flanked you when you tried to flank him. So back off, get into a better position. No reason to fight for something that's, I was just going to say, probably not going to be inside the next circle anyway, and as you can see here, it won't be. There's another fight to be had, and it's going to be inside the next circle for sure.
What did we say? Gatka, Fields, and Chopsticks? Well, that's what we've got here in phase number 3. But a quick word maybe, Toby, you had a thought on the Molly from NLT.
It's just one of those. I mean, NLT, a lot of their strat goes on wanting to have 4. I mean, obviously every team wants to have 4 alive late game, but the reason that they play so slow, so smart in the early game is because they really want to have 4 alive in the late game. They know how dangerous they are when they have that. And making, I don't want to say it's a mistake, because it's just incredibly unfortunate coincidence that the Molly gets exploded by the nade there, but that's just really something you don't want to see happen. In the meantime, QBE finds 2 in the drive-by, Nail-Up finds 1 as well. SKADE getting killed by vehicles, but it's going to be the people in the cars taking them out, and in a matter of a split second, Entropiq drives on by and takes down the entirety of SKADE. In the meantime, Tuster takes down BNR, trying to do the exact same thing.
This is what happens when you get 4 or 5 teams wanting to take somewhere prio, center of circle, as quickly as possible. All of these teams think they're fast enough to get there first. There are bound to be disagreements. Sakura, Zensen, and ENCE now controlling this compound. Just 1 from Sakura, Zensen inside, but the rest of them on the outside. In the meanwhile, we've got FaZe Clan and Gustav managing to get Apocalypse here. Let's see if Metabay can come back. They can't. REGNUM CARYA eliminated in 15th, but it is not the end of the story for FaZe Clan, because they're getting third-partied. It's Entropiq with more kills.
Only so many compounds available on this circle, therefore a few teams having to kind of commit to the forest, and even then, I mean, there's not a whole lot of places you can sit where there's not going to be someone getting an angle on you. So unfortunately, for FaZe, they will lose 2 in that 8C fail early. Now they lose 1 more. And in the meantime, well, I think they're at a point now where they have to just kind of accept that they've got someone, or a roommate, I should say. They don't seem like they're too willing to push out against that one, that's for sure. There could be a shotgun sitting and waiting inside the next building, so I want to take chances on that one. In the meantime, Saldig as well. Well, he's inside the circle. But how far are NAVI going to rotate on this one?
We've done well so far, Toby, to avoid the endgame shotgun fest. I feel like we're tempting it back into existence as early as game number 2 here.
Yeah.
So we see FaZe Clan here taking a look at HOWL, your picture-in-picture. We've got Northern Lights just rezzing one of their team inside Chopsticks. A disgusting insta-headshot from Salik onto Alya. Over 1,000 damage in that first game, don't forget. Managing to eliminate the, essentially, let's call him out, the best sniper in the game as far as the stats are concerned. Would be huge for him. NAVI doubling down, saying, we're going to bring the cars. We're making this position a fortress. What are you going to do about it? And that also means Salik now knows if they get the res off, it's going to be a 2v1 aiming at him, so he won't have such an easy time.
Could quickly become a 4v1 as well with NAVI now starting their rotation. In the meantime now, mission saving Private Salty is the one up here right now, but I believe it might be Nixie, who was the one inside the compound before, has commenced as they try to make their way on forward and get inside the compound, take the fight to ENCE. Salik here is continuing to do damage over in the side of Navi. Fex in the meantime finds a double. Solid shoot from him. Takes out the entirety.
Oh no!
The pusher was coming towards House. Only Tuster left alive, and somehow actually Salik, despite being a solo player, manages to force Navi to go the other way.
I don't know what happened there, but Quizzy knocked Alya with a vehicle, and then Alya bled out in the blue. I have absolutely no clue why or how that happened, but that's super unfortunate, especially after risking his life to get that res as well. So that's one down for Navi. Make that a second as Gluttony manages to take down Melman. Futbolist, remember, they were quietly moving in from the east earlier on. Now they've got a compound that's just outside circle, but in an excellent position to gatekeep Navi. So we have to keep an eye on them in the next couple of minutes.
Navi being contained here by the solo players. Tuster now lobbing nades down in their direction too. Vex peeks on around, but Salik doesn't get anything more with it. Not quite sure. Salik now in the meantime comes through the forward. He really wants to take this fight to Navi. There is no fear in this man, unfortunately. There is an example, and he is going to take him down. Millman does follow to Lyron, but seeing all of Futbolist being up inside the compound, I would not expect there to be a whole lot coming off. But issue is now, example, he's a little bit isolated while the rest is coming in, and the two remaining FaZe players are making a push forward.
Gustav spots example, and that's useful because Fex is coming in on the ground. He's going to know the nearest player to you is down. You can focus on the two behind the rock. Those are the comms that FaZe Clan will be mentioning right now. Navi are in a world of trouble because they have to move a very long way to make it into circle. Even if they dodge these next shots, FaZe Clan could literally go prone and come back up 20 seconds later, and Navi would still be in a rough spot right now because they can't use their vehicles to get in.
Good read from Gustav. Spider senses tinkle, and he says, you know what, I don't think we can sit on our own up here for much longer. There was an entire team in the compound before, and this is exactly what happened. They push on forward. Now, FaZe managed to regroup, at least the two players remaining alive, and Navi, seeing FaZe Clan back off, probably realizing now there's a third team that joined the party.
Futbolist now only Gluttony out in the blue, or will be out in the blue, I should say. The rest of the squad have managed to find a hill just inside. The rest of Navi, though, very close to Lyron here. And I think Lyron knows that they're there. I'm not sure Navi has spotted them. So this could be an excellent opportunity. He has to get the first knock. Okay, he doesn't. Someone else gets it, and that actually helps him just as much. Manages to pick up Quizzy, and that is Navi eliminated in 12th. Well played by Futbolist.
Yep, these are the type of engagement Futbolists want to have, because we saw it during the G-Loot Season 5 finals and other tournaments, or Season 5 and other tournaments that they've played, that they're not the best up-close fighting team, but when they get these third-party opportunities and they kind of stab people in the back the way they did just there, that's what they want to do, and that's what they just did here successfully.
And now Northern Lights continuing this fight in and around Chopsticks. We've got Salty down, Nixie on the other side. Fantastic nade to start things off, and that's exactly the entry point that Northern Lights needed to try and eliminate Sakura. Zensen. ENCE now wants a piece of the puzzle as well. If Northern Lights can heal up, they're in a great place to gatekeep ENCE.
Takes away that nade in just a second and a half earlier. You would have gotten yourself a triple kill off of it, unfortunately.
Right.
And LT able to just dodge and weave and make their way through safely. Heroic now in the meantime have to make a rotation, and either you crash into BBL or you make your way all the way up into the forest. There's really no other way. Fex finds one, finds two with a second. Oh my lord. Howl torn to pieces as they made that rotation on through, and Fex showing them exactly how it's done.
Heroic now very, very far. Well, I say far. It's far for phase 5 at least. Flirting with the blue there as they move out. Hibako manages to get a little bit of damage done. And here comes the rest of the squad. Non-stop shooting. That car's going out in the blue. T-Bow's not going to have a good time. Everyone else is already dead, and he has to find a way to crawl into circle. This rotation started out as being really smart on paper, but it's fast becoming a nightmare for the Heroic boys.
Not a whole lot of places for T-Bone to go from here now. They're well aware there's a team there. Let's see in the meantime. Takes two, tries to push on forward. Perfectix there ready and waiting. Noogie will find him though in return. So damage coming in both ways. Batulans and Lou trying to hold off on their own. But this ain't going to be an easy one. They have teams up close, and they also have BPL trying to do damage from afar. Rustin Molly while knocked, so he's going to be falling down in the second. Batulans now gets Noogie tagged up with a Molly as well, and that's going to be ENCE out in 10th.
Nicely done there by Batulans. Knew exactly where Nookie was. Chucked the Molotov. Instantly had the gun ready. Absolutely no problems whatsoever. Futbolist eliminated just outside of the placement points, frustratingly. FaZe Clan managed to get that, but getting knocked in turn by Vard, who finishes him off with a headshot.
Yeah, Blackbit They've been sitting tight for a while. Now is when they're up to make the push on out. And the good thing is, I mean, everyone who's still in this forest area has been fighting for quite a while. And you can see here, obviously, FAZE been down to just one player now. Everyone's been bleeding while fighting. So Liquid, not really having had to engage in a whole lot of fights earlier, will be coming into this with all the utility and Kevlar helmets needed to win fights.
Big problem now for Northern Lights. They were in a position where they might have been able to gatekeep ENCE, I think it was there. But really, it's BBL and Entropiq.
Are they going to deny?
I think they might have to. I think they're denying and maybe pooling meds to see how long they can survive, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, there's still 25 alive. They're not giving this away. I mean, it's a 30-game tournament. You know how much those 1 or 2 points can make of a difference. They're not going to give this away. 24 alive. I mean, probably hoping for better than 8, but that's what it's going to be. Should they go down now? Nope, 7th, but obviously that's not going to change anything in terms of placement points. Only going to amount to 1, unless if Batulans can out-heal T-Bone here.
This is
he's all right.
Oh, what a horrible position for Northern Lights to be in. They recognized, I think, that there were 2 different squads. There might have been an opportunity for them to evade the gaze of BBL and move out to the east, but they know that Entropiq are there. So all they can do now is just heal as much as they can and hope that that gets them a couple of extra placement points. Rough start to the tournament for NLT for sure, but also we know what they're capable of, right? We're not exactly concerned that they can't bounce back.
You can see the way PBL looking around, like, where the hell did the last NLT player go? Like, how is he not dead? He must have snuck in somehow. Like, they're all panicking, thinking, did we miss him? Did he actually manage to make his way past us at some point?
That's when you can sneak in, right? Once they start thinking that, maybe.
Maybe. He needs them to start running. Ketpa is making his way inside the house, and here he comes, full speed forward. Batulin's trying to make his way on in. Circle's going to start closing in once again. 10 bandages is all he has to work with, but at least for now, he's inside the circle, only for the next couple of seconds, though, because it's already started closing on in. And there's 3 BBL players who are still holding angles here. Now T-Bone as well, gonna be spotted on the edge of the circle. Let's see if the run for the buddy was worth it for Batulans. It will be, as he nets himself 1 more placement point.
Gets it. And look, all of that effort was for that extra point. Northern Lights eliminated in 6th place. But that team play to keep Batulans alive, literally getting that point by a second or 2 from T-Bone. So these are the kind of margins that we're talking about here in some of the world's strongest tournaments for PUBG. This is PCS6, and so much is on the line for these teams. I love to see it. It really, really well earned, that last point.
BBL now having... I don't want to say having had to, but having decided to keep their focus on Northern Lights, and understandably so, having to make the vehicle plays. Now, the issue is, while having focused north instead of trying to kind of secure some land on the southern side of the road, everyone else has gotten into position to kind of hold them off. So what they can really hope for here, BBL, is that Team Rage and Thunder starts fighting, which could potentially allow for them to make the push on forward. But as you can see here, there's nowhere they can peek from where they aren't immediately shot at. Oh, as I say that, nope.
Oh, Micah just moving back a little bit, but unfortunately 2 of the team are already down. Team Rage here shooting uphill from that little dip that they're in. Honestly, that was quite difficult to get that double kill there. It's now only Micah and Double left. What can Thunder do? Team Rage, they also need to consolidate. They need to try and get some reses. They're actually quite lucky that there isn't a third party taking a look at where they are in that ball.
I did not expect for there to be Thunder going down that fast, and that one Double able to take down Clip. It's going to lob a nade on forward. It's going to be Vard. Fortunate for Double, able to dodge that one. But only 2 players left now on their team. I think they thought they had it completely dialed in how to deal with Rage, but with BBL engaging on them as well. Just unfortunate timing in that engagement for them. And now BBL forced to make the run on through. We'll see. Can they cross the road? They do have the smokes to do so, but we'll see how far they get.
How is Team Rage still being so aggressive here? I'm impressed with them. They've got BBL off to the north. They have Thunder off to their west. They are absolutely not letting up at all. Big potential nade coming in. It's underarm. Does it get Laza? Not quite. A little bit too short, unfortunately. Let's see how Team Rage responds.
All the utility being used, so you can see Liquid, they want to make sure on the back end of this that no one's going to be able to wrap in towards them. They want to be they kind of swoop around on that side of the circle, and that's exactly how they're going to try and utilize their push on through. Cope Marco, now in the meantime, solo player left alive, trying to stay alive, see if maybe he can find a kill point somewhere, but the circle is now going to force him to make the run on forward. And the issue is, all the smokes that he had before are now gone.
Exactly, and he's going to be in a position where it's like, now you know what it felt like to be Batulins, because that, unfortunately, puts him between a rock and a hard place, and EVAS will clean that up. BBL Esports in 5th. We now start to see Team Liquid aggress in. That knock onto Muka is important. We could end up seeing them aggress onto this double, hiding there and allowing Laza to pick up the third party.
Team Rage, they won the previous game. Now they make top 3 again. Liquid are here once more as well, and Entropiq peeking on over. Have Scopus on the other side. He will find one, but they will go down in the end of Liquid, getting a bit of a chance once more to get themselves a chicken dinner within the first couple of games. Vard peeks on over. Doesn't quite like what he sees. Backs on off again, and Mexi peeking over the second time here, realizing that Lucarux is caught. Not caught necessarily, but I mean, it's a good info to get. They have a player still all the way back there. That's kind of disallow for them to make the run on forward, at least right off the bat. Team just brought in a vehicle too.
Yep. That could end up being pivotal here. Imagine a hard shift away from them, just having that extra cover or, you know, extra time that they're able to use not being in the open could end up being useful. It depends on what the circle does here. Let's find out. Remember, Entropiq do have the player advantage. They're in a 2-2 split at the moment because all 4 of them are alive, but Liquid are down to 3, so that's what they have to play with.
Teams can't really give up on the ankle when they saw Lucarux there before, and here comes the 3-man push forward. So it's a 3v2. As you said, the numbers are in the favor of Entropiq, but as we saw in the previous game, you don't necessarily need the numbers if you have the better strat to play off of. Vard still 3 nades in hand. Delson up to lob one forward. At least not the first time around, and of course you can see here with Entropiq getting the circle going their way, they just instantly say, you know what, nope, let's back off, let's play this.
This is cool.
Together. Yep, let's back off. Let's not engage outside the circle. We might as well wait for them to have to come down the hill towards us.
This is very, very cool indeed. Entropiq had slightly incomplete information. They knew roughly where Team Liquid were, but they just backed off on foot, by the way, as well, which means Team Liquid are firing nades off to where they were before. But from an information war point of view, Entropiq now have the upper hand.
They know they're gonna have to push down the hill towards them. James has made his way inside the circle with the vehicle that he had there before, and now CQB, if he can get a knock here, that'd be crucial because circle's closing in 5 seconds, so there would be close to no chance for Liquid to get rests at this point. That 4v2 would be absolutely amazing. In the meantime, we're seeing James with the bolt in hand. If he can find a quick knock here, that should allow for Liquid to make that push down the hillside.
Getting the first knock is going to be so important here. James coming within a hair's breadth of getting nail up. Actually bodies him. That could have been a neck shot. I'm not sure. To start things off. Gets spotted on the off angle from QB. But it's going to be Vard who gets the first knock onto EVAS. Now, this doesn't mean Liquid can collapse. They have to be careful. It's now a 3v3. Vard gets return knocked himself by Lucarux, and that's exactly what they wanted to avoid. Liquid now need to find a way to consolidate this position.
Once again inside the vehicle. Mix is going to go down here as well. 3v1 Liquid. Just can't seem to close it on out in the end. This one, obviously, not exactly working in their favor. 14 kills. Make that 15, 16 kills in total for Entropiq here in game number 2. 26 for Entropiq. I ran out of air that one. Sorry.
Look, Entropiq, an absolutely fantastic game from them. We've managed to avoid the C word for quite a while, but consistency is the name of the game in PUBG, especially in a tournament where there are 30 games. Team Liquid on the podium 2 games in a row. That's close to a perfect start for them. They're doing really well, not to take anything away from Entropiq, of course, but both of these teams really just playing fantastically.
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt about it. I mean, that's exactly the way you want to start off a very, very long finals here, that's for sure.
So, we've started a very interesting couple of games. It's a long road ahead. We're 2 games out of today's 5. Let's head on back to the desk and break that game down.
1 game delay, Avenger, but they got the chicken dinner in game number 2. Entropiq popping off there.
Yeah, I love how you reopen with that. That's great. Yeah, I expected Entropiq to do well, and they are... First of all, they're great players, amazing players all across the board for them, and you know, they're really going to be a force to be reckoned with. They were last year. I feel like this is the year that we're going to be seeing them at PGC here, also from what we've seen from them in the tournaments prior to this. So happy to see them step up, and also the amount of kills that they got. This was a massive point game for them.
In terms of those kills and just their performance overall, how did they go about winning that final fight?
I mean, just great control of the terrain for the most part. I mean, I think they showed great patience. Obviously swinging out as 3 to try and initially greet Team Liquid, realizing that maybe the angle wasn't exactly right what they wanted, and then moving back on towards that. And you see that constantly throughout the game as a whole as we take a look at the highlights. It just, you know, them taking out SKADE as quickly as they did. Very quick execution on the point here, Avenger.
Yeah, I really, so first of all, what I really was surprised to see them do was they on the third phase, when they were outside the circle, they decided to send it to the first. First was not 100% central, it was good, and they pulled up on SKADE, and they managed to wipe them, only having 1 knocked, and actually stayed 4 guys alive, which is extremely rare, because usually that first ends up being a place where you kind of get crammed in and you have multiple teams that push up on you, but they actually managed to keep a edge free and wipe out a lot of teams by doing so and stay 4 guys alive all the way to the end, which was really, really impressive.
Yeah. I think as well, Sam, and just cut in it for a moment as we continue taking a look at NLT. I mean, it's a great clear up by them, but bear in mind, the 2 wins that we've had so far have been by teams that have been coming very far away from the circles. They've been able to kind of thread the needle a bit, kind of wind around, find themselves the right spot. They found it kind of south of the chopsticks area here as we continue on, and eventually kind of the circles slowly flow towards them. But to see Team Rage and Entropiq get the first 2 wins off the back of today, I think is a bit surprising to me, to be honest. But I mean, they've done brilliantly on the rotations.
I mean, when you say surprising, something that's been surprising for me as well is a lot of our qualified teams have been finishing up in the top 5, top 4. And normally you don't expect that. Day 1, the qualified teams tend to be a little bit more passive. You see that those that, you know, the more experienced teams tend to dominate Avenger. Not the case today.
I think it'll even out once we get throughout the couple of days here, for sure. I mean, we've already seen Liquid do well here now, back-to-back second place. It's obviously tilting, you can see on clip, but it means that they're getting an insane amount of points already from the first 2 games, and consistency, even though it's a word we say all the time, it is something that is happening already here for Liquid.
And I think even some of these qualified teams as well, taking up really strong kind of walls and setting them up and really not giving much wiggle room for the teams that are trying to get into the circle. If you think about where Team Rage was, kind of central to be fair, very XDA-esque, but like Team Thunder, Team Entropiq, they're 26. All taking these edge spots, getting big points, not letting teams in.
This is huge though. I mean, 16 kills there. Obviously, that's a point to kill, and they get that placement points for sitting in the top spots. And this was something I noticed about this game. A lot more aggressive from a lot of the teams, Kalaris, than we saw in match number 1. Possibly just feeling quite comfortable.
Yeah, Nail Up and Lucarux doing a huge work for Entropiq. Again, really like the barrier they're setting up. Really like their attempts at kind of pushing things out. I mean, even the fight that they took against Team Rage and almost corralling them in between where Thunder was as well. And Nail Up almost hitting the 1K mark. How ridiculous stuff. But the 3-1 split that they had, having Lucarux kind of sat at the back, not necessarily in that engagement, but using him as just an anchor point and making sure no team was going to be backfilling them. They were a little unsure as to where Team Liquid were for a moment, but it's great game awareness, great game sense.
That's what I really love to see. Sorry to cut you in, Sam. What I really love to see was how they managed to all the way through control one edge of the circle, right? Absolutely. They made sure, IVS as well, made sure that they were on the backside, making sure that they had that side. They had nobody backfilling them, because that's really usually a detriment to a team, right? If you have a team that is able to sweep in behind you, we saw that from Liquid in the prior game, but Entropiq disclosed that, made sure that it didn't happen, and they were able to completely close it out here.
Entropiq, obviously incredible performance. You see their Nail Up taking the MVP role. But I do want to talk about Liquid, because always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They've got 2 second places. Saying that though, they're looking very strong. And at the start of the show, we mentioned, I mean, I was the one that said it, so I'll own it, where I said, I'm a bit worried about Liquid Avenger. And yet, obviously, these last 2 games, it's looking good. Fuzzface is doing the work behind the scenes.
Yeah, for sure. It obviously takes time when you're a team that you kind of come into new shoes, and VAD is a different player than EB was, and we're going to see that throughout here, that they're going to play slightly different, but they're going to have VAD up in the front always, try to be pinpoint there. We're going to see some other kind of moves from them, but second place here back to back is quite impressive, and I'm quite sure we're going to see a chicken dinner for them eventually.
And I also think here, Sam, before we actually hand this off, is that I think that we saw it in Clib's face there in the few moments where he's kind of had that little frustration face, maybe a little bit of a jolted face. If Clib either survives in this game alongside the rest of the roster and is able to push up, maybe they get the win here. Likewise, if one or two things go differently in that first game, Team Liquid maybe gets the win there as well. So they are very much so on that golden road. It's just when it comes along that counts.
We'll have to see if that momentum continues. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're jumping into game number 3.
Hello, I am T-Bone and I play for Heroic.
I'm Bimi. My journey for the professional esports scene started probably back in 2017, where I joined the all-Danish roster where we competed against the top teams in Europe, and after that I got picked up by Heroic. These boot camps and events we're doing for the team matters a lot. Just the morale of the team seems like also to get refreshed every time we see each other, and it just gives a new perspective to the game that we're not just sitting at home playing, but we're actually a team and we're sticking together. And I would say that our performance is way better when we are seeing each other while we're playing, or just in the meeting before that.
I feel like we actually perform a little bit better as a team. It's more connected. You can look at each other's facial expressions and see the frustration, see joy, everything like that. You live through each other basically when you play.
Day in the life on the bootcamp here in the Heroic office would probably be that we usually wake up around 9 or 10 a.m. and after that people just have their breakfast and chill a bit after that.
I'd say my favourite part of the bootcamp has been the Master Chef.
We usually have the evening either booked out for content or for sightseeing or just doing some things together as a team. And then usually we have dinner, and then after that we have scrims.
We have travelled internationally as a team. Obviously we went to PGC last year. I'd say the only difference, I would say, from event to boot camp would be a boot camp's probably a little bit more chill. You have more time to relax and talk over things and do more fun stuff, I would say.
At least for me, the main difference between bootcamp and training at home is that at bootcamp I can really focus on the training aspect and actually improve with the team. Every time we play on a LAN or something, it greatly affects our gameplay in a good way, and we just do a lot better when we're actually sitting next to each other.
For me personally, I think winning PCS6 is obviously a great achievement for us as a team. It would really help towards getting PGC points, obviously towards PGC at the end of the year will be our main focus as a team, and it's just a pleasure to play on the global stage, so that's definitely our goal.
Welcome back to PCS6 for Europe, day number 1. We have already seen 2 games down. We're moving into game number 3, and we do have your standings for you as well. Avenger, any surprises for you so far, or has it played out the way you expected?
Well, we start off with the tournament because I feel like there's always surprises. So first of all, the first surprising thing is that it's extremely aggressive from the get-go. The players, the teams are playing very, very aggressive. That's kind of surprising. Usually we see in tournaments that the teams are playing a little bit more passive to see what happens, but the top teams have been doing well so far. They've been playing extremely aggressive, so we'll see if teams adapt.
Polaris, we've got the standings now in front of us, and you can see, I'm surprised by ENCE in 11th, but I feel like I paid too much attention to them. Any teams sitting in the bottom half of the grid that you're surprised by?
I think I would
Heroic.
like to see, probably Heroic have a little bit of a boost up. I will say, actually, coming into this tournament, and I'm glad I have a little bit of a stage to do this on. This has to be the tournament that Futbolist pulls the finger out, if I'm honest. This has to be the one. I know that there's a lot of question marks around them. They have to get some good results on the board here at PCS6. And then try and boost up their kind of, I guess, image in regards to Pubg Esports in Europe at the moment, or EMEA as a whole.
I completely agree with you. That's all I have to add to that. Now, if you take a look at those top 3 teams, surprised, Kalaris, that Rage is sitting in the top 3 and also so close to 2 and 1?
I mean, we were kind of, me and Martin were going back and forth. It's like, okay, so you've got your Mertralius, you've got your the 2 Mercs over there. Like, this is very old DA-esque, kind of what we're seeing from them. They're getting to the middle of the circles, they're holding it down, and that is a strategy right now that's working great for them. So if they continue that on and they continue racking up the points that way, more power to them.
Avenger, I was going to ask you something about Entropiq, but I feel like you're just going to grin and be happy about your earlier guess.
Yeah, but I don't have them on my fantasy team, so I'm kind of sad about that. But I'm happy that the boys did well and closed out a game early on.
We're moving on to Erangel again. Of course, we've got 3 games of Erangel, and then we're moving into Miramar for 2. So this will be the final one. Will things change up after this? We'll have to wait and see. Jarosar, Toby, what do you think?
Thank you so much, Sam. What do we think, Joro? I am again. We haven't had a melee game today, and as of late, melee has kind of been the name of the game. In the first match we had today, we had 4 teams on melee, and with this plane being as southern as it is, I was gonna say I'm expecting at least 3, but having only seen BBL make the jump now, I'm thinking it might just be them and Rage.
We've had we had 4 teams game 1, 0 teams game 2. It looks like we've got 3. Let's include Thunder in that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. You're right. I feel like we need a little bit of melee love here. I think, or maybe not that horrible western tip, like right on the coast, on the cliff edge. We've seen those a couple of times. Those are rough for teams, but obviously we love watching it as spectators. We'll have to wait and see. This plane path, 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock, certainly provides for that possibility. So teams that may want to go to Georgia Pool, Rozhok might find it difficult, Yasnaya, a lot of teams are going to have to be looking at alternate drop locations. That said, most of the players seem to be in agreement that we're just about hanging on here. ENCE are very close to another team, but they're still in the air parachuting, so I'm expecting them and Heroic to grab some vehicles, and they should be okay as well.
You would think so, and oh my lord, this is not only a circle I didn't expect, but looking at where teams have landed, clearly a circle a whole lot of players didn't expect either. Very, very far southwest, and look at the migration of teams who will have coming all the way through from the east over here towards the western side of the circle. This is going to be absolutely clusters.
So imagine one thing for me, Toby, if you will. Imagine it's phase 6 and it centers directly over Quarry and everyone's going down into Quarry for phase 7, phase 8.
That would be terrible. And one team I'm looking forward to see how it's going to rotate is going to be Thunder right here. Let's hear a little bit more about the team in Thunder.
Thunder might just pull a few surprises at the Grand Finals. These players have been to the big stage before and won't be fazed by the occasion. Can they bring their A game when it matters most?
Can they bring their A game, Joro? Can they bring? I feel like there was some missed opportunity in saying, "Can they bring the Thunder?" But that's what I want to see them do. From Novo, I mean, this is going to be a challenge because, yes, I mean, Novo over to Prim ain't exactly the hardest transition in terms of just the land, but you have to go through 2 Turkish teams, and knowing these 2 teams, BBL and Team Rage, there's probably going to be one of them who are opting to sit around the bridge for a little while going, I wonder if anyone's coming this way. So for Team Thunder, this is going to be a tough rotation.
Can they bring the Thunder? They've obviously got a song that we're not allowed to sing, but they've got a theme song ready, is all I'm trying to say. I feel like there are some excellent marketing opportunities, is how I would put it, with Team Thunder here. So it would be great to see them do well, maybe even grab a chicken dinner today. These are 4 players who are all really good, and we know who they are, Toby, but I think it's also fair to say they haven't been playing together as a squad half as long as a lot of teams in this lobby. So far, considering the level they're playing at, you have to be impressed with where they've been.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 2 games in, but yes, for sure. I mean, they've been racking up points both games, so not going to complain about that. As always, I mean, for these longer journeys of tournaments, that is, once we go, I feel like, past best of 12s, where, I mean, yes, you might see one team pop off in one game, but then if they don't get anything going for the next 3 or 4, that kind of nullifies the good performance they had in the one. So this type of tournament is really, really going to reward, and I know we say this all the time, but the consistent teams. Because the one-off win ain't gonna grant you the championship. It's the games that we've like talked about, you and I, where you, instead of getting a 0-point game, get a 3 or 4-point game. Those are the ones that in the end are gonna add up so much that you will turn out victorious. And I'm very curious to see who's going to be that one team. Because right now, I mean, again, only 2 games in, but Liquid getting back-to-back second places, that is incredibly impressive.
I love, by the way, that chat just accidentally revealed some generational and cultural divides we had here. So I was thinking, when I said Thunder, I was thinking AC/DC. We had someone mention Imagine Dragons, and then someone say Prodigy, and then out of nowhere, someone went Thundercats, and I was like, yes! Oh my god, this brings back memories.
That's
fantastic nostalgia.
A lot of names have been made with thunder. I suppose is what was that British show called? You know, where there was thunder and the cool vehicles they had, like it was animated.
Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds. I had those toys when I was a kid. Those were cool. That's real OG. That is real OG.
Oh wow.
Thunderbirds, that's right. Yep.
So much. We're gonna have to ask the team what their favorites are at some point.
What's your favorite something with thunder?
Exactly. Everyone's still rotating in, by the way, guys. We're heading to Primorsk. It's gonna take a while, spoiler alert. And for some of the teams that are further away, so Heroic were in and around Stalber, ENCE are really far up. If you don't get a compound fairly central really early on in a circle like this, where it's 50-60% water, you really are forcing yourself to play edge. And some of these teams that are further away, I feel like you just accept it early on, Toby, and play from there.
Oh yeah, I don't think, I mean, anyone that ain't in the circle already, for starters, weren't in a hurry to get there, obviously with where they are on the map. Secondly, won't be in a hurry to get there. I feel like a lot of the teams that are coming in late would actually prefer to hit the circle by the time phase 2 pops, because you don't want to have overcommitted to rotate to a certain edge of the circle and then see you have to go all the way back towards where you came from. I think that's why so many teams are, because we don't even have half the teams inside the circle yet, and by 6.5 minutes usually you'd maybe have still, let's say, 3-4 teams that haven't made their way on in. So clearly a lot of teams here taking it a lot slower than what normally would be happening.
Yeah, it's a little bit of acceptance, isn't it? It's we want to be rotating at 4 minutes, we want to get in, and it's like, well, actually that might end up being a little bit tricky. Northern Lights here behind Road to Glory. Road to Glory actually a first option to turn around and shoot at them, but they're just going to keep going. And Northern Lights are properly chasing at the moment, not able to goad them into a fight though, and it looks like they are going to separate. Batulins has stopped to try and get a couple of pot shots. BNR needs to not flip the car. That's one of the few things that could lead to disaster here, but they managed to get away fine.
In one of those, use the roof of the car for cover. I absolutely love those type of rotations. Just dark slide that vehicle all the way to safety and you'll be perfectly fine. I guess dark slide would typically be upside down, wouldn't grant you cover. In any case, enough skateboarding terminologies. Let's see here. Reg, they have opted to go hard west on this one, and it makes perfect sense. They had a good chance to capitalize on this circle shift, so go all the way out there, sit tight, hope that the next circles come in your direction, and FaZe Clan here in the meantime trying to figure out what they want to do. If I was to make a guess, that would be stick around where you are and just wait for the next circle to come towards you, hopefully.
Exactly right. REGNUM, CARYA, still a couple of questions to be asked about their rotation, but FaZe Clan here, they know the circle's coming further into land, but they just need to win the east versus west guessing game at the moment. They've got a nice versatile compound. It's far out east, but it's one where you can easily protect vehicles and rotate away if necessary. So you're right, Toby. I think they're just sticking around, waiting for sort of phase 3, if I had to guess, to pop, provided they're still in, and they'll make the decision from there.
The issue is, if you look towards the northern edge of phase 1 and then the eastern edge, like that entire transition path takes you through so many areas that there could be opponents in. Like, you don't have a clear-cut rotation path from north to east in this circle. You're going to be going through bumpy fields. You're going to be driving past like compounds that you don't want to be too close to. So, turn around. Perfect. We're going the other way. Batulin's the in-game leader, just setting his team straight, going, you're not going this way. And then, I guess, Perfectic saying, yes, I am. And he continues to go that way. So, I mean, I think it's important here to see how late these teams are rotating in, because that north to east transition could be pretty fatal if many teams try to do that at the same time.
Northern Lights just got that God compound, the big M. I'm a little bit surprised they were able to get... How was that not already taken or contested by multiple teams before they got there?
No one ever was there. I mean, SKADE were starting to kind of wrap up north from where they were, but they never opted to make the split as thin as it kind of already is, to be honest. SKADE coming off of 2 pretty tough games to start things off. Maybe want to sit a little closer. I mean, again, they're still on pretty wide center split right now, but didn't want to opt to go all the way up there. So Northern Lights just blessed with a freebie on that one.
Options certainly available for them in phase 1, Liquid and SKADE, both fairly split in the middle of the circle, but no one really crashing just yet. Entropiq, one of the last teams to rotate in out east. You can see them here just getting into circle now. They're going to want to go down south, then maybe going to head into Team Rage next. In the meantime, Observatory, not the one on Military Island here, going to be taken by Team Thunder. The next circle doing exactly what everyone expects, so expect phase 2 here to be relatively quiet compared to a normal game.
You say exactly what everyone expects. I'm gonna say exactly what everyone hoped, because we have seen some very brutal shifts here in phase 2, and now fortunately Headshot's coming through. Actually, Diggory, the one to help out Lyron a little bit there as they started rotating on through, forcing Ruin down to at least some sort of cover. But as you were saying, correctly stated so as well, Joro, pretty much everyone were inside the circle already, because we were essentially just shifting out all the water that could have become a brutal factor in phase 2, but now it won't be. Only really Entropiq here, and Team Rage realizing that they're close to one another. Entropiq having just gotten here, knocking on the door from Team Rage.
Mert there, chucking a grenade back where the vehicle was. Entropiq are all up by the rocks. It's all about getting that first knock if Entropiq want to push it. They, in fact, we actually have Team Rage seeding that first house as well. Great knock onto Schofield. This gives Entropiq a base to play from. They're not sticking on the cliff. They're actually able to get this 1-story house as well. And I feel like they're getting a little bit more territory here than Team Rage would really want.
That is a very disgusting angle from Metralius through the side there underneath the staircase. There is no way Naleb could have expected shots to be coming in from that angle, and I think with the damage done in return, they just don't want to stick around here anymore. Teams in the meantime playing up close. They are in a 2-1-1 split right now with Mexi coming over to help, but clearly teams have heard something, and that's Apocalypse just on the other side of this ridge line.
Teams will hear those footsteps as well. Very, very active, but not really getting much closer. Apocalypse just taking a look, trying to spot people in the distance, as opposed to catching someone up close and personal. Gustav on a sliver of health, able to just about get away from Road to Glory there. Oh my goodness, he will live to tell the tale, but from a scouting point of view, we now know that there's another team that, yeah, exactly, hitting the tree kills him at this point.
You're not going to make that mistake, at least not here.
Not on camera, don't do it.
Exactly. If there was a time, for it to happen, that would have been then. But seems like Gustav will live with the scare after that one. Rostamar, in the meantime, getting up close to Sakura Zensen. We'll see. Yep, info is there. Salty, shots fired in return. Sakura Zensen is an interesting team. Some of you guys out there in chat or wherever you are watching from might not know too much of them. In short, I would say they are the younger brother of Northern Lights, or the Batulins gang. Their playstyle is very similar. Play edge, play slow, try and do everything you can to keep 4 alive early game. Don't take fights unless if you're absolutely forced to. A disengage is always better than an engage in the in most cases. And then once you hit late game, spread out, take control, and try and play kind of with the numbers advantage. You might not have the kills in your... Like, they're a team that would rather have 0 kills but 4 alive in phase 4 instead of 5 kills but 2 alive in phase 4. They don't take those chances oftentimes, but they do convert those 0 kills, 4 players alive into 7-8 kill wins more often than the other way around. So I like that playstyle. I think it's a playstyle more teams should play, because it's a playstyle that has room for teams to play. But of course, I mean, it's also a difficult one to master.
We are now about to hit the next phase of the game. Ooh. It's going south. We've got Primorsk to Quarry. NAVI are going to be licking their lips at this, but Toby, if you want to know how seriously everyone's taking this, Clib's down at the moment and out. That's the first death. 13 minutes and 40 seconds it took for someone to go out of this game.
I watched a PCS6 Asia game today where at 6 minutes there was 15 players dead. So And that wasn't even a hectic playing path. Just goes to show. I mean, Asia was trying to beat records today by how fast they could kill each other.
Oh man,
this ain't the same thing. Odin now realizing that multiple teams are coming their way, trying to take out Heroic as to make the transition through. Hits the second shot on towards Correxia as well. Will he hit the third? The final one to take him down. Yes, no, actually, it's going to be Pixel to find the knock, but will he get the knock flush in return? Yes, he does. Lyron did the damage. Pixel got the knock, but Lyron still rewarded with a point.
Very nicely done there. And this is when you get so many players alive moving into phase 3, phase 4 like this, you get the tinderbox effect. You sort of have like one rotation, one spark, one gunfight that leads indirectly to 6 or 7 teams having an all-out war. So we might be about to see the start of this as well, as Team Rage are now trying to encroach onto Entropiq. Remember, it was Entropiq coming into them before, and then they leapfrogged past them, moved away in the vehicle, and now it's them doing the gatekeeping.
Hold that up for a second. Entropiq trying to, again, as you said, prevent them from making their way on through. And oh no, have to concede, jump in the water. And that's usually a Philip disaster. He's just gonna stay there going, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna do anything off of this one. Not a whole lot to do. And now Lassa and Schofield trying to see if they can get out of there. The nade close, but not close enough. Lassa stays alive, but now they're running from one team straight into another with HOWL having backfilled on them.
Not even joking. I think Larza hitting F to get into the car saved his life there, because it still did 51 damage to him. If he was outside of that car, I'm pretty sure that nade knocks him straight up. Rest of Team Rage now able to get out, though. They can live to fight another day, but they have to go through the gauntlet to move towards Quarry, where so many players and 3 or 4 different teams are going to be there. And moving straight up next to Meta Bay and Slippy Zerg, this is going to be tricky indeed. He's on 1 HP.
I was gonna say they have 20 HP to share between them, and fortunately no one from Reg on the other side looking to throw any utility over the top. That's considering the fact that they actually have quite a bit of it to use, but not wanting to use any of it there. Could potentially grant them 2 kills, but opting to keep it for later.
REGNUM Carter then trying to find a way through. Ideally, that first molly is good. Did Metabay realize that? Managing to get Schofield almost down, but not quite. He's going to have to heal up. Slippy Zerg down and out, though, is a problem. And that vehicle explosion there, Mur is going to be able to get the credit for the knock on to Laza. Only Schofield left. Is this going to allow Apocalypse and Metabay to move? It looks like they're just staying put, Toby.
Yeah, this is the issue for REGNUM. We saw it right there. As soon as they try and peek on over and do anything towards Team Rage, SKADE has them right where they want them. They can like just hop on up, shoot them in the back. And now Thunder, well, they made their transition all the way up the hillside. And now when they see ENCE, they also realize that both Northern Lights and Liquid from behind can shoot at them, so they have to jump back down into the swarm again. Not a good position to be in. BBL making the push on forward here as well, trying to see what they can claim. They want to clear their side of the circle before they push further inward.
Now we have a little bit of a tussle here in between BBL and ENCE. Fantastic first nade, getting Squeaky, forcing him to go ahead and heal. Second follow-up nade from Code Marco will get the knock, and suddenly ENCE, they're going to feel like they're being forced to try and engage here, because if they stop where they are and try and heal, it's not going to work. Thunder with the double knock there as the third running. He's got 14 hit points, the crazy man.
Yep, not giving up. Unfortunately, probably should have. Marco will find him, and I don't think either Hibako or Mika are really in position to try and help out here. Rusterman now tries to peek on over. Won't be able to get the first vision on it. We'll have to back on off. Vard in the meantime finds Hibako. Mika finds James in return, so trade's coming both ways. Vard will be able to get the flush onto Hibako. Those are points accumulated for Liquid.
And meanwhile, remember, this battle for the road here, sort of ENCE versus BBL, only Rust and Mar left, but whichever team wins still has to make their way into circle. They are far from safe here, so they want to try and end the fight super quickly. Rust and Mar saying, if I delay long enough, will you guys leave first? And the answer to that, of course, is no. Smash gets the kill. BBL progress and ENCE eliminated in 15.
This is so smart. If you, for the ones of you who don't already, make sure to also have the map stream open. Very convenient. If you have, you can see the BBL. They pushed up to the kept Ketpa to kind of make sure that no one was rapping on them, and they keep Thunderlost all the way back. They were essentially pushing that only with 2, but because they did that and because they succeeded in doing so, they granted themselves all the amount of space that they have to share between them now. And as we hop on up to the north side of the circle, FAZE making their way on up the hillside, just to be met by Salik on the receiving end of it.
Road to Glory now having to try and stop FAZE from coming in. A lot of nades, by the way, to enter here. We've got some in return, but FaZe Clan using the cover of the grenades to get close. At the end of the day, wow. If this lasts too long, FaZe are in trouble because they're the ones outside of zone pushing in. So that nade onto Fex was crucial for Road to Glory to get in position to start off.
Nice return, though, from Diggory here. BNR falls down. We need Selling, and we need that to come out and do something. Are they just going to back off here? I thought there was a good angle for them to try and see if they can get something, but nope. FaZe able to wrap on in now. They've got kind of a foothold inside the circle, not only, but also inside core. And I think Rosalic tried to get an off angle, but as you can see here, there's no angle he can peek where FaZe won't spot him. Gustav finds him. Dead now trying to make the escape from here, but where do you go with the entirety of FaZe chasing you?
I feel like Road to Glory started off this engagement saying we'll use our nades, we'll hold them out, and then halfway through that fight when actually we need to disengage instead. And that period of communication in between being aggressive and heading back, that's what cost them, unfortunately, and that's dead. Sadly, true to his name in this particular game, Road to Glory now eliminated. FaZe Clan have got that section of the circle.
Once you get the knock on to Fix, they need to make the aggressive play forward and force them back down the ridge line, get the flush on him and disallow for them to make the aggressive play towards you, because as it showed there was really nowhere for them to go from the position that they were in. But as you were saying, indecisiveness is what killed them, and out they go in 13th. Gustav now trying to hold off against Liquid as Rage now spots HOWL making their way towards them. Laza finds one, but can't find the second. Fortunately, SK is there to save the teammate. Let's see if they will be able to get Matt all the way to safety.
I mean, Eski's reaction time there was fantastic. I feel like his opponent was perfectly set up for the double kill to try and just spray transfer. It didn't even have to move his mouse very much. How quickly did Eski flick onto his head and get that spray down? That was critical for HOWL. Well played by Eski.
Zensen again trying to play the edge and sit tight, but a lot of teams will be coming in from this side. HOWL now fortifying the position that they want to play around and hope to be able to play around at least for a little while longer, but they are on the edge of the circle too. So this southeast side, very, very, very congested with teams. North side, the same thing in the west because of all the action happening out there early. Look at the amount of space that there is here now. BBL on the very edge, they can technically sit just inside, but with Entropiq up here too, you'd have to think that there's going to be more teams with a chance to make the play down in this direction.
The problem is there isn't much territory for these teams to all do it. So if they end up doing it one after the other, we're just going to get third party after third party after third party. FaZe Clan now moving in towards Liquid. Mixi just about able to get the heal off in time, and VOD moving in the vehicle. Mixi stays there. Do FaZe Clan think that actually both Team Liquid players in it? Yes, they do. Mixi's able to sneak in. So good.
Bait works out perfectly. Whether it was intentional or not, I'm not sure, but it sure as hell worked out the way they wanted it to. Let's see, Gustav prone on down. We'll be able to peek on over. Didn't get to heal up in time. It doesn't matter. 18 HP. It still moves his way forward. 19 as the booster take comes in, but they still have Mixi playing behind.
VOD down but not out. Trying to chuck the nade Mixi's way. Gustav doing his best to try and defend him. And wow, FaZe Clan out. And Team Liquid survives to fight another day, but very close to SKADE.
Wow, Mixi not only finding the first, but swinging around and getting the second on that one as well. Absolutely insane. And of course, it's going to be Salty from a mile away, being able to take him down. Solid play from Mixi, netting points in a position where they should never have been able to stay alive. But again, as you were saying, I mean, the bait with the vehicles there worked out perfectly. They fooled FaZe Clan.
They really did. That was well played there by Team Liquid. Unfortunately, all the other teams in the lobby wanted to make them pay for it as well. If that was just a one-on-one engagement, you could argue that they did that swimmingly, but sadly not to be the case at the moment. Only Jeems alive for them in this game. They've done very well so far, but they're going to struggle to get up to second place again for the third game in a row. We'll wait and see. BBL now have to move through Sakura Zensen. Forget north and south. They're going through. There are no vehicles involved here. And keep an eye on Entropiq because they might third party this from the south, Toby.
Yep, and that's exactly how you want to start the engagement. Hop on up, get the first headshot in. And as you were saying as well, Entropiq in a position to engage on it too. Look at this. I mean, Sakura Zensen, they had the high ground and they instantly give it up. They say, you know what? Nope. We're not going to be the ones sitting up there getting pushed from multiple angles. Let's back on off. We know that there's no one in the forest north of us because we just took out Mexi up there and they dealt with FaZe, so they ain't looking our way. We can play with this behind us because we're not going to get shot from behind and wrap around the side of the circle. Smart play by Sakura Zensen to back off to potentially be able to engage later.
Team Liquid eliminated, but not before Jeems managed to get another knock. Smash goes down on the right flank for Sakura Zensen. Nixie and Salty staying a little bit further back there, so even though a trade comes in, they have to make up a little bit of ground if they want to move up to Quetpa. It looks like it's a 1v2 now at the moment, but Nixie should be engaging Quetpa first. He's backing off, trying to get into the placement points. To be fair, they're up to 8 now because Futbolists have gone down as well, but he gets He-Man. Crucial stuff, and finally BBL eliminated, and that's QB from behind. So like we said earlier, it's Entropiq coming in for a slice.
Here comes the cleanup crew, and Entropiq pushing the way forward. I really like the way that Sakura Zensen played this one. They knew they had Entropiq close. They knew there was a threat of if they engage BBL on that hillside, they will get pushed from a side, and there's going to be nothing they can do about it. Back off, play the other side, and force the third party to go down behind BBL instead. Very heads-up play now, hopping down towards HOWL and NAVI. 2 in the favor of NAVI, as Ruin does find Elia. They still need more, though. Not a lot of kills this game so far for Natos Vincent, but of course it's been a pretty quiet game for them. They've gotten to sit around in this position for a good time, and not only now, not before now, I should say, have people gotten up close.
When you're on the side of a hill like that, it makes it so frustrating when you want to go and revive a team. You know, you're focusing on one thing and another team is preventing you from doing it. There's not a lot you can do when you get into a circle like this and everyone's playing edge as well. No one's in the center of the circle right now. There are a couple of thin trees. There's lower ground. No one wants to be there. So you're seeing basically a donut of players collapsing here on phase 6. And it does play out very differently. It's rough because as soon as you're aggressive on someone, Toby, you always have to expect the third party.
We see Snake in the grass waiting for the next circle. The puppet does benefit Na'Vi. See Ivar's peeking on over as well. Now Quizzy opts to go for the shot. Doesn't get the knock. Unfortunately, level 3 can nail up. Keeps him alive. Quizzy, though, using some utility to try and see if he can force Entropiq to go the other direction. They know that Entropiq really only has one place to go, and that's towards Na'Vi. But Na'Vi wants to buy themselves time because they are expecting teams to be pushing on the east side too. They're currently playing with their backs completely exposed. You can see with the way that Quizzy is laying, he's not even worried about the Entropiq threat. He has to make sure that his teammates down the hillside don't get shot in the back.
And always making sure you're checking up both of those directions is critical in circles like this. In the meantime, we've got SKADE still in quarry, clearly thinking it was going in like we were talking about earlier, but they're going to have to get out to the south side. And the problem with that is that's a downward slope all the way to the road, so they don't want to do that. They need to rotate far in these cars. It'll be interesting to see who they run into.
Yep, SKADE there almost went down earlier when Jeems found 2 Pixel, was able to take down the last Futbolist players. That kept them alive, but let's see if they can survive this rotation here. One more tick from Blue, and now it would have been down. Tegas tries to find an off angle, can't quite find him. Look at the HP on both EB and Nawi. They need to heal on up because they're not inside the circle yet. Lucarux finds Salty. That's one player that could have become a threat towards the SKADE team, and now Naylor pushing forward, loses Quizzy for a second, but turns around and finds him.
Beautiful stuff from Entropiq. They really are on fire today. 2 members of Na'Vi still upstanding. They're over to their east. Nailup essentially is holding them out solo while the rest of the squad are still at the 8 o'clock position. So Entropiq taking a lot of area in this next circle. Na'Vi have got the potential to push north. They've got HOWL there. And as long as no one shoots them on this dirt road, they might have a chance to third party a few more squads.
Oh, T-Bone lost track of the SKADE players, and the smoke will fall down. Heroic goes out in 7th place. EB will fall as well. Sakura Zensen immediately to follow out in 6th. Just 5 teams left alive now. Entropiq, will they go back to back here? There are 2 knocked players. The rest is being committed to on 1, but I'm not sure if QPE is to rest.
They're just about getting those rests off now.
The nades.
HOWL manages to get Eski down, but it looks like actually will HOWL be able to get any of those revives? That is rough indeed. That's REGNUM CARYA eliminated in 4th place. We're into our top 3, and Ruin needs to try and res as many players as he can. I think he'll be able to get 2. And where do they go from the shack?
Get all of them.
Oh wow.
Never mind. Not gonna happen.
Okay. This is a very interesting game so far. Entropiq looking like they're on pole position to make this back-to-back wins, but you never count Na'Vi yet. And to be fair, Ruin and Eski, yes, okay, that was rough just now. They've got 8 kills this game so far, HOWL, so they're having a great one.
I mean, Entropiq off of a 16-kill win. They're already double digits this time around with a top 3 guaranteed. Insane performance regardless of what happens from here. Ivers goes down as they try to make the aggressive play forward. Example now, spotting Lukarux. The car will explode in a second. He will find him as well. But Naleb, the solo play left eye, finds the first one. Does he get a second? Oh my lord, Naleb commits to the spray transfer, finds them both. Won't be able to stay alive, but what an effort from Naleb to get those 2 kills there.
Naleb absolutely on it all game long. He was playing like he was on fire, gets the last 2 NAVI players, promotes the team up to 2nd place, but HOWL at the end of the day will be able to grab that chicken dinner in this game. A very exciting end to that. I feel like it was quiet for such a long time, Toby, and then all the fights happened at once, all of the teams on the edge. That was a super quick end after a long wait.
That was absolutely insane. The way that HOWL had to get down that ridge line, lost 3, only Ruin able to stay alive through it. Could have gone so many ways, but fortunately for HOWL, they come out victorious.
They do indeed. We're going to throw it back to the desk now. Incredible game, and we'll be back with the next one in a bit.
HOWL takes the win. Kalaris, was it purely because of their positioning there in the final game?
That and Floof, my dog, it's her favorite team, so that's part of the reason why as well. But the positioning, yeah, they're able to transition in really dicey spots, so congratulations to them for coming out with that win, because it was looking scary with some of the monsters firing down from the south side of the circle.
So I mean, what you've just told us is we need to get rid of you and Avenger and just have Floof on the desk.
Bring on Floof, that's fine, yeah.
Entropiq putting up another good performance. I almost thought it might be a back-to-back chicken dinner there for them. Avenger, impressed with what you've seen so far?
Yeah, super impressed. Entropiq is a force to be reckoned with. There's no doubt about it. The amount of kills that they're putting out. I'm so sad I didn't get to pick Naleb. He was just too expensive for my fantasy team. But he's proving himself worth, even though he's up there, looking really good. Super impressed with HOWL. They got 10 kills as well, remind you, and that pull up on that little shack there actually ended up paying off a lot more than I expected it to be.
Right. It was interesting, right? Because we were talking about Regnum's position and kind of almost effectively letting HOWL into the circle a little later on in that game. And kind of, I feel like that was a bit of the happenstance that went over on in that east side. But if Regnum felt that they were under so much pressure that they felt like they weren't going to win that fight, you can't really blame them for moving into the middle of the circle and playing it from there. Because as you mentioned, Avenger, moving over that dirt road could have potentially been important for later stages, right?
Yeah, for sure. And also with the CARYA kind of being in the play where they were, I was... so the circle that they got, the phase 7 circle that HOWL got, just kind of enabled them to be the most northern team, also picking all the teams apart that came out of CARYA. If it was anywhere further south, it would have been probably an Entropiq win or an NAVI win at this point, but it just gave them that sliver of land where they could, okay, there's nobody north, now we can control the north, we can push in there, and then they could take the 1 versus 2 with Naleb in the end, which would end up obviously being super good for them.
I'll be interested to see when we get to see who the MVP is. I think Naleb's going to be right up there. And as I say that, the stats will come up on a bit. But first, taking a look at HOWL, 10 kills. And this is always exciting, Kalaris, when it's a team that's qualified like this, maybe a newer team, to see them popping off. I mean, it's good to shake it up a little bit, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, considering that, again, you know, we come off the back of a game where a lot of qualified teams get a good start to the tournament, and then HOWL is able to perform here as well. I said it at the beginning of the show. I think the status quo of Europe can be shaken up a little bit by some of these rosters moving up. HOWL's not too different here. They weren't really held out on their side of the circle, but it was still a hard part of the circle to play against when you think about the looming threat of NAVI down there. Naleb was railing people down there as well. I don't know, like, I'm okay. NAVI lined up for him a little bit towards the end, but like the fact that they jumped on the opportunity to get rid of Naleb when they did was super important. You have to take him out in that moment.
Also really impressive to see SKADE up there, finishing in 3rd because of those kills. A little bit more aggression from them. It paid off for them, Avenger, because they hadn't had the first 2 games not so great for them.
No, it's obviously, so what we've always been saying here with CARYA is that if you have to leave it, it's kind of like a town, right? You end up being the only team that you're able to leave it, or you end up being absolutely picked apart by the teams that are gatekeeping you, and that happened as well. But they managed to get a lot of punch out of the game. Pixel here with 4 kills, Naleb though with 7. She's such a force to be reckoned with here. Good to see Ruin though with 5.
He is popping off. That's 2 games in a row. I'll be surprised if he isn't the MVP. Kalaris, that's a big one though. When one of your top players, I mean, look at that damage. This is exactly what you want as a team. You want one of your players to have a good day, especially on a competitive day.
Oh, absolutely. And as Avenger says, like, if you got him in your fantasy team, great for you, because Naileup, I don't think we're going to see him slowing down anytime soon here. And I think where there was some slowing down there, of course, was in the north side of the circle. Team Liquid kind of, to a certain degree, also fell victim to that a little bit. They were caught up in all of that, along with Futbolist, along with FAZE, along with SKADE here. But yeah, all in all, amazing performance from Naileup down towards the south.
But it was HOWL that eventually took the chicken dinner. So no surprise, Nailup's the MVP, but HOWL was the surprise with that win. And I'm curious now if that helps you. I mean, oh, look at that. That's impressive.
Didn't expect that, Avenger.
No, I didn't. But 5 kills there, 700 damage. A little less than Naileup, but obviously winning the match in the end for HOWL is going to matter some stuff too. So that ends up being the best player.
I think this is an excellent opportunity, really, kind of for someone like, a team like HOWL, a guy like Ruin, to really kind of put his name on the board, to be able to do that much damage in a lobby like this. Like, yeah, you've got some room to work with here, but again, still dicey spots, not that much cover to work with. A brilliant start for the team.
I do like how I just lost my words there and got excited about what was on screen. Thanks for picking that one up, boys. I do have an interesting discussion that the Mad from HOWL had specifically about Entropiq, so let's hear what he had to say.
Entropiq'in güçlü yanı çok uzun süredir birlikte oynayan oyunculardan oluşması. Zayıf yanı ise rotate'de problem yaşamaları bazen.
Do you agree with him there, Avenger? With him obviously saying that he thinks Entropiq occasionally chooses the wrong routes?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about macro situations here. There is no in this particular situation here, there is not much else to be done for Entropiq to try to get into the circle. Also, they decided to take a split where they sent one player in as a kind of a distraction for NAVI that actually ended up making Naileup be able to take down 2 NAVI members, securing themselves both the 2 kills in points, but also that extra placement, which is a kind of a 3-point play there for Entropiq, exactly. And they got the most out of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those kind of moves that they're making, those kind of distraction tactics, they either make that work and then they get the 2nd place, or they don't make that work, get caught on the south side, and maybe get a 3rd place off the back of it. So I really like this kind of advanced maneuvering to kind of draw the attention of NAVI to then be able to take them out to get that kind of execution. Really nice.
We've been speaking a lot about teams at the top of the standings, but one team that we haven't seen at the top, and we spoke a lot about them at the start, so I do think we have to bring it up. NLT not having the best day. Kalaris, they were the first team out in the last game.
I'm trying to think where they actually did go out. Do you recall, Avenger, in terms of position as they were approaching? They came in west side of Quarry. So, of course, kind of getting caught up in a lot of that is also rough. You had your Team Liquid there. I think Sakura, Zensen was north of them for a little bit whilst they were kind of making that rotation. Yeah, you're right. It's not been the easiest day for them to start off. In the previous game, they were in Chopsticks, which technically, traditionally, is not a bad spot to take. But then those circles kind of go south of them, Avenger, and it's like, how are you going to get out there? In fact, they actually denied themselves super early in the game, early in the tournament, which I think is a really mature choice, considering they're a team that they want to challenge for the top spots here. Every point's going to count.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen it again and again in other tournaments, is that it could go down to that 1.2 points that makes the difference. And if you're aware of that throughout all 30 matches, and you can deny 1 or 2 points sometimes here and there, it's literally gonna mean that you could end up above them in the total standings, right? But then again, I want to say quick before we close it off here, is that NLT is a week 2 team, so I'm not expecting too much from them here in week number 1.
The week 2 team, we'll have to see if you're correct. Right, we've done 3 games on day number 1. Now's a chance for you to go get some snacks, because when we get back, we're heading to Miramar.
a new 7.62 assault rifle, the return to Senok's former glory, and new items hitting ranked games. All this and more as we dive into the Update 17.1 patch report. First up, there's a new AR in town. The Ace 32 is a new fall auto assault rifle that utilizes 7.62 ammunition and boasts a high stability for its ammo type. While a bit lower on the per bullet damage side of things, the Ace is highly customizable, accepting muzzle, magazine, and even stock attachments, while accepting up to a 6x scope. The goal with the Ace 32 is a reliable 7.62 alternative to the M4, so pick one up on your next drop and let us know how it feels. Parts of the world may have just pushed clocks forward, but we're turning them back on Sanhok. That's right, after much feedback and a countless supply of rollback Sanhok hashtags, the original small map is a battleground once again. The jammer pack and decoy grenade have been removed as well. However, you'll still find tactical gear and other items that are set to spawn across all maps. Check out the patch notes for a full list. To welcome the original Sanhok back, we've dropped it back into this update's map rotation. However, ranked matches will stay on Erangel, Miramar, and Tago for now. And speaking of ranked, a new season begins this update as well. The P90, Ace 32, M79, and the mountain bike have all been added to the item pool, so grab some new gear and see how high you can climb. There's a bit more to the patch that we haven't gone over here, but as always, you can check out the patch notes for full details. Update 17.1 is here, so pick up an Ace and grab some melted butter, because the Lobster Building and Old Sanhok are back. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
You're watching day one of PCS6 for Europe, and we are moving to Miramar. We have seen 3 Erangel games, and now we get to change up the maps. We'll talk about that in a bit, but the first thing I want to do is talk a little bit about the standings that you're about to see. And a bit concerning when you take a look at the second half here. NLT, the week 2 team Avenger, only sitting in 10th.
Right,
ENCE in 14th, and Heroic in 11th. These are all names that I expected to see on the other side of the leaderboard.
That comes with games and with due time, my friend. ENCE and Heroic and NLT, we are going to see on the other side of the board. It's just a matter of a little bit of time. So patience, young Padawan. We're going to see them up there. There's no such thing more certain in PUBG Esports than NLT in week 2, though. So I'm quite certain that we're not gonna be too worried about them, honestly.
Don't tell me what to do. You want.
It could be a completely different case where this is the first tournament in ages that NLT just doesn't want to win or gets a win on.
I like that. That was a clever way of covering up there. I was going to say, don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. So, Kailaris, okay. You're not my dad either. But let's take a look at the top side of the leaderboard. And Entropiq at the moment is just blazing ahead of the competition.
I am muted. Haha, it's fine. I've got myself. Yeah, we got Entropiq here with 50 points, doing very well for themselves. You missed my funny joke. It was one of the best I've ever told. Sorry to everybody tuning in around the world. But yeah, 50 points. This roster, we've talked about them for quite a while as individual components. So we're like, damn, that guy's good. Damn, that guy's good. Damn, that guy's good. On other rosters, and having them come together quite the way they have so far across these 3 games, yeah, absolute belters with, a few of these teams breathing down their neck, but not too close just yet.
I can tell you that I did hear the joke. It was very funny, but now it'll just be mine forever to laugh at. Okay, it is only 3 games, and we are moving to Miramar now. So, Kailaris, do you think that there's going to be a change up? Do you think maybe the board will change up a bit, or are the teams that are currently dominating going to stay at the top?
Really depends, I suppose. To start things off with like Plane Path and Circle, I think that the teams got dealt a bit of a rough hand in our first 3 games of the tournament. 2 of our 3 games saw very heavy southern plane paths into those circles as well, which, for example, you see SKADE having to drop 3 different locations in 3 different games, which is crazy to think about for the start of a tournament. So if things are a bit more normal, I would see things equalizing out a little bit for those teams that are your pre-invites, are your big names. But so far, our invited teams, our qualified teams have looked really stellar to start things off.
Avenger, do you agree with him?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not often that I can agree with Kailaris, but it's actually quite right here. He is obviously pointing out that our teams are doing quite well at the top. It's quite impressive that it is our qualified teams. If you came in and told me before the game started today and told me that we're going to see 4 teams or 3 of the teams in the top 4 is going to be qualified teams, there's absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way, because they have been for months, potentially even more than a year now, trying to catch what we've been seeing from our top teams. It could kind of balance out over a few days, maybe over the weekend here, but so far it's looking pretty damn good from these teams coming in from being qualified.
I'm curious because you have that competitive experience though. These less experienced teams in competition, they have these really good days, they pop off, and then I find that adrenaline and the hype, it kind of gets to them, and then they struggle in day number 2. Could that happen?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's one of the benefits of having competed at the very highest level for teams like FAZE Clan, Liquid, all these guys. They can shrug it off a little bit easier if they have a bad day after day number 2 or day number 3. Like sometimes for these qualified teams that isn't as experienced, it's going to take a whole day or 2 whole days before they are able to shrug these kind of bad days off them. We saw that Exhalation in Global Loot League, or not G-Loot, Season 5, the Grand Final, where they on the last day they just had a really bad day, right? And they weren't able to shrug it off.
That's the thing, right? It's a little bit of experience sometimes can help you, and this is definitely a marathon. It's not a sprint. We have 6 days of competition. It is only day 1. We've only seen 3 games, and now we get to see a 4th as we head on over to Miramar with Jarrison and Toby.
Thank you so much, Sam. Miramar is where it is going to go down for the final 2 matches of the day here. Joro, I am a little bit, I don't want to say too surprised, but a little bit surprised that we didn't see any real early kind of shenanigans on Erankle. Do we, with a playing path as basic as this one, hope that that could happen? Or is this going to be a, you know what, EU and Asia, they know not to hot drop each other. Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think so, unfortunately. The playing path might have thrown us a curveball if it was significantly skewed to the east and we had, say, 3 teams need to get alternate drop locations. As at that point, you're doing all the calculations and you're trying to work out who's dropping where, and you end up with 2 teams having an argument. But on this sort of, I don't know, 4 o'clock to 11 o'clock playing path, there'll be a couple of teams that will be annoyed that they can't maybe make it easily to Chumacero or somewhere without a vehicle. Honestly, it's going to be a quiet start to game number 4. But don't worry, I'm confident it will spice up very, very quickly.
The quiet starts usually make for more chaotic end games, so I'm all for that. If they need a little bit of time to get looted on up, then that's all good to me. Look at Rooks trying to see if he can find an early one towards Mud. Not going to happen. Not going to happen, not this time around at least. And everyone else, as expected, spreading on out nicely.
Oh, hello. That's a fun and spicy circle. Southeast, Puerto Paraiso, and Futbolist. There's no long rotation here. They're in the circle.
What do they do? They have to go up to El Sahar and then come back in?
And then come back? Yeah. I don't know, man.
Well, we just took a look at Logrok's there before, and I think, I mean, we talked about Nailub as well and how fantastic Entropiq's been playing. Just for those of you guys out there, to kind of put it into perspective, Nailub alone has acquired more points in fantasy right now than Jorosar's entire team has. So let's hop on over and hear some more about Entropiq.
Entropiq. Always looking for kills and ready to frag at a moment's notice, Entropiq has the experience and leadership required to compete with anyone. Don't be surprised to see this squad battling for the top spots.
Look, Nailup's got more points than my entire fantasy team combined, but like Martin said on the desk, I've got more of a week 2 team, as you say, and therefore, look, therefore, when push comes to shove, at the end of all of this, I will be fine. I will emerge victorious. Not worried at all. All good.
I think there's a phrase for that. It's called excuses.
Excuse?
Right?
No, I'm saying I'm gonna win. I'm not backing down. Heck no, I'm winning this.
I ain't really too. I think honestly, I think Nailub is only like 1 point short of having more points than my entire team too. So it's not like I'm in a much better position than you. but I like to think that I went for the more safe picks too. I mean, okay, so Martin said we couldn't have 2 from the same team, and I both have 2 players from the same team.
Let's put it this way. I think Martin on the desk, and there is logic to what he's saying. He's saying, look, you shouldn't have 2 players from the same team, and I'm saying, well, the system allows you to. You're playing within the rules. There's absolutely no reason why not. So I've got 2 from Northern Lights. I think you've got 2 from Liquid, and over time, I think maybe one of us will see something pay off. We'll have to wait and see.
And now, since Twire is obviously part of the show here, I can take a second to come up with a really good idea. Because I mean, for those of you guys who've never watched American sports or American football, there's a whole draft system. I feel like other than the main league, you should be able to do like custom smaller leagues just with friends where you could draft, where you could do like, you know, the way that they do drafts for fantasy football and all that stuff, and just drafts in general, that you could do those sort of drafts but against friends. That could be pretty interesting. But that's just me hinting ideas out to the Twire team.
I'd love that.
I love these mini games within games. In the meantime, let's take a look at some blue zone damage where somehow NLT's actually managed to surpass Futbolist. That's quite impressive.
You know what it is? It's that game where they all tanked blue zone and gave Petulins their meds. So that's 759 blue zone damage.
They all died to blue, and
Petulins, and
that's all.
Petulins was 500 of that, basically.
That is true. That is true. It's all him. I was thinking they didn't spend so much time in blue, did they? But no, that's right. Yep, and it's only 2 games ago. But that's right. I mean, Petulins is literally 500 of that blue damage.
He's adopting the Evermore position, for those of you who've been watching PUBG since 2017. Oh dear, that was a good one. But they're doing very well at the moment. Look, we know that in the overall bigger picture, Northern Lights are the team to beat. So yes, they haven't had a good start to the tournament. Yes, we're almost used to seeing them win game number 1. And the fact that they haven't been able to really put a foot on the gas in the first 3 games, it's weird. But because they're so good, is it odd? I'm not concerned, if that makes sense. Like, they're so good that I'm actually not bothered by it. I love watching other teams get a chance to shine, and I'm waiting for the when, not if that makes sense.
I think it's very hard to judge a whole lot in 3 games of a tournament. Had it been, I mean, were we doing a best of 6 and Omal will be already halfway through, then yes, of course, you'd have to expect something more. But in this case, where you still literally have 27 games, or 26, I should say, to play, then obviously there's time to change things up. Perfectix, in the meantime, damage done towards Thunder as they now realize they've got company in Los Leones. And usually, I mean, for starters, we never see Northern Lights take these early fights, but secondly, we rarely ever, if ever at all, see early game fights inside of Los Leones that wasn't caused by a hot drop.
This is very interesting indeed. So there are a couple of things. For those of you who are newer to watching PUBG Esports, generally speaking, teams don't like going into cities early because cities are very easy to get into and they're hell on earth to get out of because there can be enemies around every corner. It's sometimes more difficult to get your vehicle safe because people come down alleyways and stuff, and there are just more angles to watch, like Lou has just discovered, unfortunately, for Thunder. We get the refrag from Double, and Lou doesn't quite stay alive, but Perfectix there with the almost picture-perfect timing.
Nate lobbed on over, damage done towards Perfectix. It's always so awkward when one of your fantasy players knocks another of your fantasy players. You don't know if you want to cheer or not. But
you want them to knock each other and then both get revived? Just well, like rack up the damage, boys.
True. I suppose that does work. And considering the double hasn't been flushed yet, I guess it's not the worst thing to happen. Now let's see in the meantime. T-Bone up on the roof, looking for some sort of chimney to get into safety. Not going to find it. He is going to receive a nade straight to his face. So second one comes over the top as well. Damage done. He falls down. Nixie does fall in return. Correct. He forced to throw the molly forward. Does hit Tekkers pretty much on his body with the molly. So it's going to buy Correcty some time to try and reposition, or hopefully for Beamy and Page to get here and help them out.
Tech is continuing to struggle here, but I just want to point out he had to cook 2 nades perfectly so that as they were going over the roof, they would explode. That was such a good knock onto T-Bone. He's got no time to dwell on that, though. The rest of Heroic are now hunting for him. Beamy looking for the angle, finds it through the broken wall, and that's Sakura Zensen eliminated early doors.
Yeah, this is just where Heroic are so incredibly dangerous. I mean, they prove it time and time again. Yes, they can get caught by surprise like so many other teams can, like Liquid might end up being here. Lassa not wanting to peek. James is out of his vehicle. But to go back to it real quickly before this one kind of pops off, as I say that it does pop off. Schofield trying to see if he can find Vart. Somehow Vart only hit once, but no, I mean, to go back to Heroic, they get caught by surprise, but if you allow for them to reset, if you allow for them to kind of get info on what's going on, they pretty much never lose those fights.
They're so good with the, and that's a lot down to how long they played with each other, their team communications, and just how slick those comms are, right? They only need a second or two to get themselves organized, and if you give them that breathing space, they are one of the most dangerous opponents in the lobby. Laza and Team Rage, if I'm them, I'd back off now, because even if Laza sees someone in that upper story window, you're not realistically getting the points off of that. You don't want to rush in on foot. I think you note that someone's there, and then you focus on every other direction, knowing that someone's sort of keeping that corner of your mini-map clear for you.
Exactly. Look to see if you can split in other directions. The issue is they saw Navi rapid below them, and now they've seen Liquid take the other position. So where they are currently sitting, which usually would be a spot you'd want to try and split and get some more compounds in. Again, we are only in phase 1. They're kind of limited to only play where they are right now. Now let's see FAZE. Are they expecting to find something for free going full speed forward here? Are they going to stop early and scout? Because where they're currently going, there's a lot of opponents in front of them.
There certainly are. Northern Lights now moving towards the southern side of Los Leones, and Lucarux is not appreciating the company right now, but at the same time, neither is Northern Lights. That's Batulin's going down to the spray. Do we have the refrag here? It doesn't look like. It's not going to be quick. Spyro gets QB. This is getting messy.
Yeah, neither of these two teams really gaining a whole lot from trying to get through here. In the meantime, the fight does Well, the fight doesn't really happen because FaZe continued driving, but Fex does get taken out mid-rotation. Circle Pubs once more. We head further down towards the shoreline, and FaZe now dead center, but unfortunately at the loss of Fex.
So we'll see if they can hold on to that position. Futbolist in a great position. FaZe have got themselves in a good place as well. Northern Lights have lost 2. And Entropiq are down 1, but should be able to get the revive up. On board now with Team Liquid. This area of the map, sort of southeast of Los Leones, there are lots of small dips like this, which means that in a space of, I don't know, 50 meters, you could end up with 3 teams in 3 different valleys, for example. Whoever holds the frag grenades and whoever uses their utility well wins these fights.
Oh, look at this, and it's double who gets the kill. So at least when Perfectix falls down, I get the point anyway.
Northern Lights down to 1 player. This is surprising. Like, there's a real chance they're first team out here.
I mean, again, this is a day 1 thing. They did not expect there to be any confrontation inside the city, and now they realize that there are SK in the meantime.
True.
Finds Melman. More players need to be found. There was Navi trying to reposition around this. Damage has been done at the hillside. Matt falls down. Not a whole lot they could do to rest him. Unfortunately, the tree ain't really granting him the cover he needs. And as you see here, Matt realizing now that his teammates have left him behind. The issue is that HOWL, if you continue driving for much longer, you're going straight into Team Liquid.
Guys, I'm safe res. Where are you going?
Yeah,
Safe res.
No.
Oh dear. Rest of HOWL
stolen today.
Right. And SKADE need those points at the moment as well, so well done to Gemty. That could kickstart a potentially good game from them because they've got an excellent position here in game number 4. Tusta now moving past Team Liquid and into FaZe Clan territory. Still in the vehicles though, so at least not turning around shooting, but God, there's basically nowhere for him to go.
No, it's one of those bucket list things where you have to see how many teams you can get shot at before you end up going down. And so far, well, HOWL, they've almost found all of them as ENCE now starts shooting towards Gemty as well. SKADE realizing there are more opponents around, but fortunately able to get back down the hillside. 3 kills for SKADE. Again, not been the best start to the day for them so far, but a few kills coming in here as they make their way further forward. Spiro almost hit by that vehicle. More cars coming forward now as well. Spiro finds trouble. 1 goes down, finds a second, but Hirosen is there, fortunately, to get the kill and return. Mika, 1 HP, trying to go down and help his teammates out.
And Thunder will be able to go back up to 4, although we've got... oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's a big nade. Is it gonna hit? Hibako down. Mika down again. That's from FaZe Clan. That's from all the way out of nowhere. And suddenly, Hiruzen has got a huge job on his hands.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to do in this one, I'm afraid. Entirety of Entropiq pushing the way on forward. They need Reg, they need Futbolist to help out, but I'm afraid that everyone's seen the knock players down below and they want points.
Oh my God, Entropiq now peeking over the ridge. Hiruzen has got absolutely no chance to revive. He has to use his utility and hope for the best. Underarm nade could still do some damage. Lukarux needs to get away. Gets knocked by 80, but I think with the smoke, he should be safe.
Yeah, falls back down the ridgeline, should be all right. Unless, of course, you can see the angle from 80. Yeah, perfect view of the crevasse there. It's not easy to get out of there alive. Now Circle shifts south. We've seen these a lot of times before. Heroic sitting in a very good position down there after having taken out Sakura Zensen earlier. BPL as well in a good spot, but it's the roads here. It's the roads that all these teams from the north have to cross on over, and the road that RTG has to cross in the south that are the dead points.
This is a rough circle for people so far. To put things into contrast, guys, this was around the time we got our first kill in one of our Erangel games, and we're down to 47 players and 13 teams alive. So this is a very, very lively teams jockeying for position, trying their best, using the floor of the car to block those bullets, but unfortunately has to go back on 4 wheels for it to be effective. Team Liquid now forced into this fight with Team Rage, where Team Rage basically have all of the cover.
Not where you want to be forced to take fights, as you're saying. They got the cover. James and Vato doing what they can to stay alive. There aren't a lot of teams in position to really third party here. And if teams play this one smart, they might just get 4 kills and get out of here alive. But now NAVI is starting to make their way in this direction too.
And I think they're going to see Team Liquid first as well, so this isn't good for them. Vard with an excellent frag onto Schofield to take 3 members of Team Rage down. It's only Mert remaining now. Let's see what he can do. HOWL eliminated in the meantime, and there we go. Vard and James hold on. The problem is, Navi are here now.
Yep, imagine you just exactly get finished with that, and now an entire other team
coming over the top. Teams will fall. Not a whole lot to do about that, but unfortunately, Savard. I'm not thinking he's going to be able to get clicked back up alive, but we'll see. Maybe he will succeed in doing just exactly that. Slebby trying to get away, realizing that the entirety of Entropiq is nearby. And again, I mean, keep in mind, Reg, they are in a wide two-way split, so every second they opt to maintain this split is more danger added to the potential that they could have teams come in between them.
Definitely needs another smoke at bare minimum. Alya are getting shot from someone else now, which means there might be a chance, but look at this. Quizzy, and I think it's Example with him, coming up from above, spotting Vard behind the car. Vard sees him too. Flashback, that's an excellent flash. That should be enough, and that's Example finishing off Team Liquid. Vard, an incredible performance there, but to be fair, the floor of the car's still blocking bullets. So, you know, just saying.
Solid. If you were going to take a fight there, that is the maximum amount of cover that vehicle could have provided you. So I suppose kudos. I think it was Mexi driving the car there for parking it the way that you did. But I don't think that that's the way they wanted to go down. Having said that, I mean, we talk about salvaging games and converting 0-point games into something like 3 or 4-point games. That's exactly what happened there. They barely even get out of the vehicle before 2 players are instantly taken down, and yet they manage to turn it around and get 4 points in a game where I want to say maybe 14 out of 16 teams in the lobby would have been butchered, just as I think Team Rage thought they were going to kill Liquid there.
I say this all the time, as you know, Toby. The difference between a good PUBG team and a great PUBG team is what you do when everything hits the fan and you're having a terrible game. And Team Liquid gave us an example there of how to turn one of the worst situations you could possibly have into an extra couple of points for the team. There were so many teams that would have walked away from that with 0 points. So very, very important for them to think on their feet and make the most of what was a bad hand. And to be fair, they did just that.
There's got to be around 2,000 bullets in between where Entropiq are right now. There's like 8 crates up there. They can farm for days now. NAVI making their transition on over. Yemti again trying to see what he can find on the northeast side, not wanting to allow anyone to go past them, making their inevitable transition harder. But NAVI does manage to get a position to play from here, but how much will it be worth? A lot of dips. We know how they work as funnels for utility to go their way. But for now, they're prone on down and should be able to stay alive.
How many people in this game would voluntarily have a smoke corridor leading straight into NAVI? This is going to be very interesting indeed. Battle of 2 very strong teams early on. We're only at the 17-minute mark of this game. Still 10 teams alive here. And this is a huge confrontation. Entropiq know they have to go through. They've also got the high ground, to be fair, but NAVI, they might have the element of surprise. I don't know if Entropiq have seen Alya.
I think the issue with what we've seen... Oh, is that nade? Oh, that was damage to both, but not enough, really. One of the issues here is we saw 3 teams fighting at one point inside Los Leones, right? So that entire southern rep hasn't really been a thing. Everyone went Los Leones or further towards the east. And that's why we're seeing these cluster situations on the north side of the circle now, because of the way the circles are kind of transitioning down towards this direction. In the meantime, now Nail Cup spotted by Alya. Points guaranteed for NAVI. They're in a tricky position, but the more they can get here, the better off they're going to be. Lookerworks falls down once more as well. One more nade in that exact same spot. Should be a triple. Alya can't find it. Quizzy, though, coming over, lobbing one forward, gets the double. Nail alive! That vehicle bounces the other direction. Fortunately, able to stay alive, but now the blue is coming into.
Entropiq getting increasingly desperate. They wanted to be able to push in with that smoke corridor onto NAVI by now. Take a look at where they are. They basically haven't moved because NAVI have pinned them the heck down. And that is NAVI up to 8 kills with Entropiq, our points leaders, eliminated from this game. Think about where they wanted to go. It's impressive to what extent NAVI said absolutely not. You're not even walking 10 meters. Really well played.
NAVI knew there was only one play for them to be made, and that was make sure that there's no way in hell that Entropiq gets in before you, and that's what they did. Lyron jumps, goes for the knock, finds Alya, takes him down. He is just over half HP himself, and his teammates ain't quite there to help him out just yet. Doesn't have any lethal utility. The flashbangs on the other side now, too. With the hand in front of the hip, still wide, at least for a little while longer. Second flash comes through. Wants to see if he can get one more flashbang, so maybe he can peek one. I'm impressed with how aggressive he's peeking this, considering that he's all on his own here.
He has to try and make the most of it. He can't quite get the finish, though. And this is potentially allowing other teams to take a look at it as well. Unfortunately, for Futbolist, it's working the other way. That's Jempty coming in. Quizzy gets Lyron as well. And Futbolist eliminated. Alia is getting revived.
Half the server is still alive, and Navi already at 10 kills here in game number 4 of the PCS6 Finals. Very impressive game for Navi. FAZE in the meantime, well, it's been a little bit of a quiet mid-game for them, but now as the circle is closing in their direction, ENCE starting to make their way on up, and Heroic now as well having to leave the shorelines.
BBL Esports, haven't spoken about them very much this game, but that's because they've been in a solid position. They've got buildings either side of a valley, by the way, and on one side you can see here's Reg. They've got Road to Glory. On the other side, this Navi SKADE fight that I think we're going to be looking at is going to be delicious as well. That has to resolve itself before either of these teams can make it south, I think.
Yeah. And look at this split from REGNUM as well. I mean, they might not be like a top team within this lobby, looking at some of the other rosters that we have playing here, but the fact that they can maintain this much control, not a lot of teams would dare to play the way that REGNUM are playing right now, so kudos. I mean, credit where credit's due. They're playing a very wide split, which a lot of teams don't do, especially not against this quality opponents, and right now they're making it work.
They certainly are indeed. They've got they're in one of these rare positions in circles like this where they can afford to peek up over the top of a ridge like Apocalypse is doing now and shoot as much as they want, and no one's third-partying them. Usually when you do this, you have to finish your fight within about 30 seconds. Otherwise, you attract the attention of someone else. Apocalypse and Slippy Zerg are in that lovely rare position where they can do this as much as they want, and they're fine.
Yeah, the issue is they're going to have to help their teammates on the south side shoot things kind of pop off down there too. Nowick, Molly from forward. I don't see Quizzy getting out of this one alive. Nope. Down he goes. Molly to the face usually takes you out. Alia, though, has a response. Unfortunately, doesn't commit to the spray there. One more bullet would have taken down Nowick, but bounces off just in time. Nate flops forward as well. No damage done, and the Apocalypse is actually going to be the one to get the kill. So REGNUM, good position there for some third-party opportunities and kill steals.
This is rough. Alia has no vest as well. Unfortunately, I think that was once a level 2 or level 3 vest, but either way, it's not going to be providing any use whatsoever. If he peeks over here, REGNUM are going to be able to spot him. If he stays where he is, SKADE have potentially 4 players looking to move in. If SKADE move in on him now as well, we've got ENCE on the other side of the compound also possibly looking to make a move, although the new circle might dissuade them from doing that because pretty much everyone, once again, Toby, is playing Edge.
How did Road to Glory lose 2? They were 2 guys in a car driving in blue, and okay. Well, let's not go with that. They just lost 2 people to blue for seemingly no reason. That's the short end of it. But they didn't find the knock here. Mert with the nade in hand, lobs it forward, finds one dead. Good tag onto Medibay as well. Needs to continue their way forward. I was just very confused because I was looking at them for a potential 4-way push around. Like the way they're moving this is the right one. I was like, wait, where are the final 2 players? But they died to blue apparently.
They have indeed. So now we find out whether they can make their way back in. Salik down. I believe he's their damage leader. Certainly been decent for them. Dead gonna go for the insta revive, and that's the correct choice because I don't think Medibay can quite get there in time. So they should be able to get the revive up. Let's see. Here comes the nade. Are they able to run away in time? Salik goes down.
First one falls. Here comes the push on through. Aggressive push forward. That does find the first one. Will he get more warfare? Just 9 HP left to work with. Not gonna matter. Reg knew they had to make a play. They wanted to get it done with before the circle closed all the way in. They succeed in doing so. They can get the rest safe from cover. And then they can make their way back in towards the circle. Again, smart playing from REGNUM here.
Road to Glory almost getting away with that as well. If that nade finished like, I don't know, a meter further out, I think Salik doesn't go down again. That was right on the edge of the re-knock. But they managed to get the job done. Navi eliminated by SKADE. The next team to potentially come in behind them is ENCE, but they've actually moved further south, which means they're on the east side of the circle in the 3 o'clock position, and they're now targeting FAZE clan instead of SKADE. So bear this in mind, guys. SKADE has the entirety of the north side of the circle to themselves right now.
ENCE trying to surround FaZe Clan here. The issue is we're just gonna say if one of them fall, that could spell disaster for the rest of them. Rustamar is gonna be the first one to do exactly that. Noki has managed to make his way up to the compound. Tixu trying to do the same thing from the other side. Tixu is the one playing from behind here. They need him to find a knock. Diggory does go down. Damage done to former teammate there. Gustav finds him in return though, so damage going both ways. And right now, I mean, it's not looking good for either of them because Heroic are gonna come up and doing cleanup duty in just a second.
Tixu moving in, and you're right, we have to worry about Heroic. This is a great position for them to be, but I feel like they need to finish the fight quite quickly, or at least get inside. If they don't, this is going to be absolutely horrific. And HOWL finds Squeaky, so that's not going to be good. Rustenmar gets the return. This is all ammunition for Heroic. They're seeing how useful this all is, and they're pushing in. Tixu gets the first headshot, though.
Yeah, one falls down, two falls down as a matter of fact. Tixu found the double with Rustenmar there to get the third. I think Heroic thought they were gonna be in for a good one peeking over the ridgeline, but Tixu finding two instantly, and Rustenmar doing damage there as well. Now SKADE trying to make their way back towards safety. Not really gonna be easy, and Heroic just like that out in 5th place.
Wow.
It looked good for them. They had everything under control, but Tixu said no.
And Pixley coming in with the third-party nade to finish that off as well. Remember, SKADE were up north. Everyone left them alone, and they had the freedom to come down whenever they wanted. So SKADE are playing with a lot of freedom in this game. BBL Esports, though, also up with all 4. And then we have REGNUM up with 3. These are going to be your final 3 teams here in game number 4.
SKADE's been playing this one wise and never overextending, but always making sure that if there's a chance to pounce, they'll do everything they can to execute on it. That way, they've now netted themselves even more space on that east side of the circle, pretty much the entire east side and north of the circle as well, with REGNUM going down straight into BBL. I'm not sure exactly where they're planning on going from here.
Not entirely sure. They do stop it short. I think they recognize as soon as the first volley of shots came in, they went, hang on a second, we need to reset here. And that's good. A lot of teams would, you know, lose 1 or 2 players before making that realization. So that was good game sense there from Apocalypse and co. But now they have to follow up. They've used a lot of utility trying to get a knock to stop BBL from advancing in. They haven't got a knock. What do BBL do in response?
Good molly. Marco forced to go back down and heal. Apocalypse trying to make the run down here as well. The issue is they can't over-aggress on this because they know that SKADE is somewhere too. But if they can contain BBL, if they can keep them down here in the lowland, that's going to disallow for them to make their way back in their direction and potentially force them into SKADE. So again, I mean, once more, liking what REGNUM are doing here. They lost a player. They are the team to be outnumbered, but right now they're the ones applying the pressure.
They certainly are. Unfortunately, though, they're also starting to run out of options from a where do we go for cover point of view. I feel like REGNUM CARYA have to almost hope that SKADE start engaging BBL, but with that massive ridge behind BBL, I think it's more likely that SKADE start fighting REGNUM as well. So what do you do if it's a Zugzwang situation and neither team wants to make a move? I feel like REGNUM are running out of time.
I was going to say every second that SKADE don't engage on REGNUM, that spells disaster for BBL, or for BBL. But somehow SKADE not really in a position to engage on BBL. Finds one from REGNUM instead. Apocalypse goes down as well. Solid spray coming through from Thunderlust, not taking any damage in that at all. Just one more now left alive. We can see every single time they make the peek over towards REGNUM, they also immediately look back the other direction. Code Marco and Ket by the need to get the info, the need to allow for their 2 teammates here to do the push to clean out REGNUM so they can take a full-on 4v4 up towards SKADE.
Thunderlust gets Apocalypse. Slippy Zerg, his lurker cosplay coming in here, being super sneaky. Spot Smash chooses not to go. And we need to hope that BBL start engaging SKADE, and that's exactly what he was looking for. Nice and burrowed. Well done.
Force them away and just stay where you are. If you're real fortunate here, this fight is going to pop off. I mean, the more time that goes, the better position SKADE is going to get in all of this. Circle does go up towards the north. You can see now, and it beats that immediately going up there to try and get better positions, try and secure the center of the circle. What will be the final dot here in just a moment. And BBL, I mean, with every second they don't make a plan towards SKADE, that's SKADE allowed to take even better positioning against what will become a very one-sided fight should they push up this hill.
They keep watching for that last player. They know there are 9 players left in the server. They know someone still has to be alive, and Slippy Zerg He just wants to wait until the last possible second, hoping that these guys continue to engage. SKADE, relentless, slow push. This is looking like a proper unit moving forward, always
like
covering
this.
each other. Let's see what BBL can do.
Many teams could back off here and try to play the uphill and just allow for them to do whatever they want down there. But, I mean, they don't want to allow for them to push further forward. Now, finally, the final player is taken down. They can focus their attention elsewhere. They can focus their attention towards SKADE. And now is when SKADE backs off. Okay, so they do allow them. They say, come up the hillside. We're ready. We'll be waiting for you up here. We're not in a hurry to make the aggressive push downhill because you dealt with them faster than we wanted you to. So full-on reset. Get ready for this final 4v4.
5 seconds until the last circle pushes in. SKADE are basically on top of it. Nowick is anyway. So a little bit of pressure on BBL to find an opportunity. And Pixel, look at this on the roof. I mean, they are properly setting themselves up to win this.
This could be a game-winning spot. If he peeks on over that roof, he will be able to see, if not all of them, then close to. But it is a very deep kind of gutter that Marco and Smash are finding themselves in right now. So they should potentially be able to wrap all the way around. The thing is, I mean, EB playing the contain on the north side. He cannot allow for them to get around. Pixel, fortunately, is there to help out. EB went down to low HP, but the first knock goes in favor of SKADE. Now Nate's coming forward as well. Smash, flush down out of SKADE, Hills kill number 10.
This is looking very strong for SKADE indeed. They have the high ground. Pixel needs to not get knocked. Needs to force BBL to constantly look up on the roof and distract their attention so that the rest of his team can flank in. Pixel now going down. Fenderloss with the headshot. That's going to be so critical for BBL. They need to find a way to heal up and regroup though. Code Marco looking. Can we find a really nice flash there actually, but he should be able to get an angle onto Gemty. But Gemty gets the knock, and this is looking good for SKADE.
Very good flank around. The flash is really playing a massive factor in this fight. No one allowed to peek on over EB. Oh, now we make that sorry headshot. Connected from Ketpa, but won't be able to get the flush on him or the knock in anyway. Ketpa peeks on over. Finds the second time around, and now it's 2 versus 1. Fenderlost, Ketpa, they're the ones playing the low ground. They're the ones having a hard time, but yet BBL prevails. 7 kills as BBL come out victorious.
BBL Esports, Big Boss Life. It looked like they were gonna struggle there. At the end of the day, SKADE had the high ground. Pixelic had the best position. But what an incredible comeback. Really well fought. You can hear Yeniden ringing out at the moment. They are very, very happy with that victory. And Toby, I gotta say, I thought that final fight was going the other way, but the tenacity won them the game.
I mean, the flanker up from Gemty is what I thought was going to be the dagger to kind of seal it. But I gotta say, for the final 30 seconds of that fight, I think Gemty was blind for 28 of them. Flashes really being what I would think of as the main factor in that fight to give BBL the win there.
Fantastic, Sam and Co. What a great end to that game. A lot of stuff to unpick in that final fight as well. I can't wait for the next game already. Back over to you.
I do not think that that was a great game because I'm now personally invested courtesy of the Fantasy League, and that did not work in my favor. I'm not asking Avenger a question because he'll just smirk. So, Kalaris, tell us how did BBL win that and beat SKADE?
Well, to be fair, I mean, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, but I feel like I need one after that game because the ending as well. What was that? Like, the fact that BBL is able to win that against SKADE is something special. Highlights here, yeah. But really, for me, the highlight, Quetfer and Fenderloss being able to flush down. And when you look at BBL, you think to yourself, your Code Marcos, your Smashes, to be able to jostle for position there against a high ground SKADE that had the advantage. But Quetfer and Fenderloss, they took some nutty shots as the team's trying to kind of wrap around them here from SKADE. And yeah, Avenger, it was brilliant by them.
Yeah, it was really good to see how well they're able to kind of close that one out. I am a little bit, sad and heartbroken because Smash went out and he's on my team and he didn't get any kills and he went out when they won the game, so that's unfortunate. I don't get too much points from that one and my team is in shambles. I want to say though that Liquid was able to turn this one around when they were playing against Team Rage. That was super impressive. I did not expect that to happen, especially how they're able to get that turned around. But in general, I love this area, like I love the terrain because there's so many areas to be played. There's so many situations where the teams they can get into new spots and they can play out of the dips and the divots and they can make some really smart rotations. And that's also one of the reasons we saw BBL be able to kind of play around the way they were, because they just had so much terrain to play with.
I got quite excited because I've just realized I actually got more points than you in that. So even though they went out, that's great. That's how it goes. I'm happy. This was a much more passive game than what we saw earlier on today. So the pace right up till the end, very passive. A lot less aggression. Why do you think that was, Avenger?
I think it comes down to how the terrain is. That most of the teams you can kind of get into. You have to wait for the circle to see where you're forced to play off, because there's not like these flat areas. There's not these all these compounds that kind of facilitates the teams coming in. You just have to play, make sure your backs are free, and then you kind of push the side that you have to based on where the circle goes. So you see a little bit of more passive playstyle and the kind of circle dependent playstyle, because there's so much terrain to be played on, and it's not like as compound heavy as we've seen on some of the ranked games.
I wanted to break down that early fight, and before we do that, actually, I do want to take a look at the stats, which are going to be coming up on your screen, because I think that this is always interesting just to see who popped off. You can see the excitement there from BBL, obviously very happy with that chicken dinner, Calaris, and of course that they should be. The damage, the kills, those are all going to count in their favor if they want to get some points.
No, definitely. An uphill fight resulting in a win like that, you got to be happy as someone like Thunder lost there at the very end. Able to put in some decent damage as well. And as you kind of guys were talking about in this circle, you know, you've got to, there's kind of a slightly flatter area, then a little hill, then the slightly flatter area. And when you're on kind of either side of those hills, you've got to deal with all the other teams first, and then you can finally push up those hills. I mean, SKADE was able to do that, and BBL was really up against it there. So you've really got to take your hats off to them.
But once again, NLT not really featuring in this one. However, NAVI was able to move themselves up to third spot. They were looking vicious, I would say, around the mid-game, Avenger.
Yeah, 10 kills, only 1 placement point. They went out 7th or 8th and managed to get that. If they could have kept that ball rolling and got into a better position than they did, that would have been insane. They were outside the circle when it shifted south, and they managed to fight their way into a really good spot. I was happy to see them step up, but this is a classic NAVI situation. Quizzy popped off himself, 6 kills for him out of the 10, so impressed with that. Also really good to see Thunderlost in there, of course.
He's going to be really happy. You've seen his face already, and now you can see him sitting in kills last match. So if you have him in the team, I'm sure that will be in your fantasy team at least. I'm sure that will make you happy as well. I wanted to talk a bit as we look at these stats, specifically about that early Entropiq and Thunder battle, because it just showcased how well Entropiq works together as a team. So Avenger, would you be able to break that down for us?
One more time, sorry.
The Entropiq and the Thunder battle that we saw quite early on in this game, where Entropiq worked really well as a unit, as a team. Do you remember that one?
In Los Leones?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I mean, there was a situation where Entropiq and PBL on Los Leones. I'm not sure.
No, Entropiq
and Thunder.
Oh, Entropiq and Thunder. Okay. Yeah, so honestly, Entropiq and Thunder, I don't recall that fight actually at all.
Okay. Calaris, jump on in here.
All right. Thunder, obviously, they got themselves caught in a little bit of a dip and divot, and as Entropiq was kind of losing Los Leones,
that
right?
one. Okay,
yeah.
Right. I get you.
Unfortunately for Thunder, where they were, it's very tight up, very balled up, kind of got hit by a few nades, trying to recover in the position. Iruzen, for the 10k that he's worth in that fantasy league, Martin, unfortunately was not able to kind of really help out the situation towards the end, because you press the hill, you got like 3 barrels looking at you. It's not gonna work.
And also the spot that Entropiq came out from, you have this kind of advantage. You could also see all the other players from Entropiq, they were able to help. So when they're peeked over, the shots came in from the back, far away from Entropiq, making sure that they pushed down Haruzen. Also, there was a situation where you already have the knocks. Entropiq sees this in the kill feed, right? And they're gonna be there's 2 or 3 knocks here. We're gonna capitalize on that. We're gonna nade over, and how that dip works out where Thunder was in. Like the nade is just gonna roll right into the correct spot, take out the players and re-knock the players, and they were able to capitalize on that situation completely.
I wanted to break that down just because Entropiq has had such a good run, and we've seen them working really well as a team. They are sitting right on the top of the standings, and you'll get a chance to see those standings right after we take this quick break.
Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
Welcome back to PCS6 for Europe, and we are moving into the final game of day number 1. It has flown by. The teams have been popping off. If your favorite has been doing you justice and you're excited, let us know. Tweet it out. Use the hashtag PCS6. We want to hear from you. And now as we move into Miramar, expecting much of the same passive play, Kalaris, or do you think the teams will ramp it up a little bit?
I think the teams have had a wild time already when it comes to circles. Not so much playing path in 2 of the games, but 2 of the games the other 2 have been brutal. And then this circle throws another curveball in the mix as well. I think for some of the bigger names, yeah, maybe they've not had the easiest path towards those circles. But, you know, as Avenger says, some of those teams could be second week teams being able to propel themselves up. But overall, yeah, varied results, but exciting moments from those results.
Second week teams or second day teams, because we are only in day number 1. We've got 5 more days. As we take a look at the top of the tables, though, this is interesting for me because I was not expecting an Entropiq sitting in the top spot as we sort of ended up to round off the day, Avenger.
Both yes and no. I think Entropiq is a team that definitely has the potential to do so. But with the start that they've had so far, this is going to be a really good extra padding for them because they are a team that can really build up the momentum going into the other days. And I still think we're going to see the same in terms of PCS6, especially once we go into week number 2. We're going to be able to see 6 teams out of the invited be in the top, maybe only 5 actually this time around, because I think Entropiq is definitely gonna be up there.
Yeah, I think they will be too. And also, I think that Team Liquid could have probably closed the gap a little bit more had they not got a bit unlucky, I think, in this game, kind of pound-carring it with all 4 and having that little bit of a flip because they got kind of caught off here and there. So I think they'll be pushing up too.
We'll talk a bit more about Liquid, but first there's going to be a coupon popping up on your screen right now. Make sure you redeem this in-game, and if you do, of course, you can earn some EP, which you can then spend on some very rad PCS6 skins, so make sure you do that soon. Talking about Liquid, I mean, I gave him a bit of a hard time earlier, I gave him a hard time at the start, but for the most part, it does come down to consistency when we're looking at placement points and kills, and Avenger, they have been relatively consistent throughout day 1 to make sure that they could get into that second spot.
Yeah, they were able to turn that fight around with Team Rage. Those obviously something that was kind of surprising. They had multiple knocks, but then they got third-partied. Their knocks got flushed and stolen by other teams. And once you're kind of in a rough situation like that, you're only 2 players alive, and they got pushed by NAVI, I believe it was. NAVI saw that in the kill feed. They saw that fight between Team Rage and Liquid, and they're like, okay, let's third-party this. We're in a greater spot. They had high ground advantages as well, and they pushed in on that. They were able to close that fight quite quickly. And obviously, some games are not going to be fantastic, but but Liquid squeezed out quite a lot of points from that. They're able to wipe Team Rage and are able to kind of turn around a little bit in terms of them having to clown card into the circle.
We are moving into the final game of day number 1 here. I hope that you've enjoyed the action. I cannot wait to see what our final Miramar map brings us. And of course, remember all these teams competing because they want to end up in the top spots at the end of week 2. Toby, Jarisa, where are you guessing the circle's going to pop?
Oh, well, Sam, off of what we're seeing with the plane path here, I have my eyes on the end of that plane path, because I say it every time, and I've never gotten to cast the island ending. So you know what, Joro? One time has to be the first, and I will continue to say this until it happens. So, Sam, it's going to be an island game.
You can't do that, Toby. You instantly call it out, and then it's not gonna. We're gonna end up getting the bog standard south of Junkyard, like between Junkyard and Impala, or we'll get one of the one south of Labendita. Like we're gonna get one of those now because we've hyped up the island circle from the get-go. That's all I'm saying.
It's bound to happen eventually.
That is
true. We're talking thousands of games at this point, and it's never happened.
You are clearly an amateur to moderate poker player. I agree that it will eventually happen. You will get dealt the aces. Just, I don't know. I feel like you jinx it, man. Superstition. It plays a big role. That's all I'm saying.
It's gonna be a long wait, I think, unfortunately. But we'll see. Maybe I get lucky someday. 8 seed goes down, flying side by side with BNR. Better shoots for them. Assuming BNR is not gonna go for that vehicle, but does he commit to it? We'll see. Him and 8C in for the race, as expected. BNR beat to it. I would have thought he knew that too, but now he's in a combo with 2 FaZe players. And the circle. Oh.
Ooh.
There's so many things going on right now. Laza just literally destroyed dead, so he is very much dead. And BNR sitting by himself inside this building with FaZe players. I would assume to see FaZe players coming down to help out. They are, obviously, up in numbers, but there's just no reason to risk it. And also this circle. My eyes cannot go away from this circle. My eyes cannot go away from this circle. I'm jumping in my chair right now. It's the day. It's the day I've been waiting for so many years. It's gonna happen.
Literally everything you're saying is jinxing the hell out of it, and I don't know what to think, but this could happen. It could actually happen. Oh my god. There were 2 ways this could finish. Either the 2 members of FaZe could leave in the car and let BNR loop up, or we could grab the rest of the squad here and make this a 1v4. And I think we all know what's about to happen.
Yeah, let's see. First tag comes in. Second tag is going to be coming from Gustav, and that's Road to Glory. Well, I mean, there's still... I guess it wouldn't be a road to glory if they were already glorious in their success. So that is what... Yeah, they're on the road to the glory. They just ain't quite there, at least not this game.
Unfortunately, not quite there yet indeed. However, they still have players in the game. Anything is possible in the game of PUBG, so we'll wait and see. Mert, maybe having a little bit of a driving mishap. I think... No, I was even going to say maybe he swapped out of the driver's seat. But Diggory is just absolutely on it. Laza is he's not out of the woods yet. Team Rage are not having a fun day.
They're chasing. They're not giving up on any of this. And Laza falls as well. FaZe coming in here to fight, finding multiple kills right off the get-go. 3 players down so far, all of them in their favor here. That is, that's interesting. Actually, no, as I say that, Laza obviously found the very first one, but third one there to be confirmed by Diggory. 1 apiece. 8C yet to find. What I'm not sure if the kills keep coming to them the way we've been doing so far, that 8C will get a kill eventually too.
FaZe have 3/4 of all of the kills in the server. I just thought I'd say that because there's a chance at the end of the game that will cease to be the case. But this has been quite a bloody first couple of minutes here. I was not expecting this after how well behaved in general the teams have been today. Quite clearly, we're seeing a very different style on Miramar. Erangel, we had what? A game where no one died for almost 14 minutes. And on Miramar, it's been not chaotic, because I feel like the teams know what they're doing, but it's been really bloodthirsty in the early game.
I mean, same as if she thought they were going to slow things down, now we weren't over on Miramar. And I think the players have given her a pretty straightforward answer, and that is a no. Not going to slow things down. I mean, I am still a little bit surprised by how Road to Glory opted to go for that and how BNR full-on committed to that vehicle despite not really being able to beat 80 to it. I thought there were kind of getaway opportunities at some point throughout all of that.
Sure.
But obviously, I mean, sometimes you gotta commit, and sometimes it works out. That time around, though, not quite the case.
Look at that there. Salik sandwiching 2 Navi and 2 Northern Lights players as most grenade damage so far. I love that statistic. Also, I would argue, the players you expect to be up there, you see them up there as well. So Salik doing a decent amount of damage for his team, and honestly, they're good. But hold the phone, Team Liquid and Entropiq.
Clip with the drive by the master of the art, gets to sit just in the passenger seat and let James do the driving, gets the kills quickly and doing so there. 1 falls, Entropiq down to 3 as they are now forced to. I was gonna say forced to stop, but no, doesn't seem like they're gonna be doing just that.
They were looking to see if QB was coming back towards the gas station, but Liquid have played their hand there, which is fine. I mean, they get the free point. No one's ever going to say no to that. Really nicely played there by Clip. Now we watch everyone rotate in. So what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen, is you're going to get to see what I like to call an accelerated circle. Players are going to play like it's phase 3 or 4 just for a bit here, because there is so much water in this circle that they have to get a bit of prime real estate just a bit back from the shore. We're waiting for the one team that calls Toby out and forgets getting this real estate by sending the vehicles straight into the ocean and going straight to the islands to begin with. But unfortunately, I haven't seen that team yet.
I'm not gonna say that's the team that's gonna win the game, but
it's gonna be Futbolist. That is probably straight to the island.
Okay, Futbolist is well here. Thank you, observers. Right now, if they're the first team to go to the island, should go there, I would be incredibly impressed. Also, because I mean, once again, Faceland have just found the perfect intersection to camp out, and it's not even that they're camping, because they're just kind of looting, doing their own thing. Then, oh wait, I hear a vehicle. Oh, that's 1 kill. Let's go back. Oh wait, I hear a vehicle. That's 2 kills. They have found 4 kills now on 3 different teams while looting.
FaZe, you know when you go to the sushi restaurants and you got the belts, they're just looting, minding their own thing, and then something juicy comes on. They go, yeah, I'll have a bit of that. And that's this entire game for FaZe so far. They have racked up 4 or 5 kills this game, literally just looting up and chilling. They must think Christmas has come early. What an incredible start to this game for them.
Unfortunate for Heroic, I should say, that they hear those shots from Gustav, because I saw them change their direction. That could have easily been even more teams added to the mix had they been out of audible range there. So Heroic lives with the scare. Metralius damage unfortunately already done. Team Rage down to just 2. And they'll get themselves kind of looted on further up and then make their way on in. HOWL, in the meantime, out towards the eastern coast they go, and side by side here, REGNUM sitting just further up the hill towards the roadside. But Eski allowed passage on through. Vehicles making sounds. I'd be terrified sitting next to that car, Apocalypse, if I was making that sound. But they allowed the first one through. How about the second one? Because the rest of the team is coming in right behind Eski here.
Look, I think it's no secret.
They start shooting now?
They see 3 in a row, so I guess they shoot the UAS?
Shoot the buggy. Pop the tires in the buggy, because that makes it spin out. But they go for the US, they go for the last. Unfortunately, nothing connects. I mean, they do connect, but no knocks coming through the first time around. Again, they are in a split, so don't want to really over-aggress on this one. But now they're also very limited to where they're sitting. Tosta gets away with barely any HP and a broken vehicle.
We saw a picture-in-picture there of Nixie knocked, but still doing push-ups, which is impressive. HOWL just about get away with that. And
it's an unfortunate spot to be knocked in, because look at the way they're split right now. They're in a wide 4-way split. I mean, for Sakura Zensen, I respect the fact that they spread out and try and take control, but when you have a circle, as you said as well, the people are essentially playing as a phase 3 because there's so much water in. I don't mind the splitting, but splitting this wide, it's bound to go wrong. I mean, let them put it this way, there's so many more ways that are split like this that you see Sakura Zensen doing the center of the circle right now. So many more ways that this goes wrong than that it works out. Because even if you stay alive in this spot, like in this split, come next circle, wherever it goes, and you have to regroup, you're going to be running through teams.
Yes, there's not really any way around that, is there? Unless you want to play properly on edge and just wait it out, which is not really a strategy that you want to take. The numbers don't allow it. Yes, you get the odd circle that goes straight to you, but ultimately you want to play statistically where the circles are going to go most often. you need to be able to get one of those central compounds. And even if you're the best team in the lobby, if you've dropped on the complete opposite side of the map to where this phase 1 hit, that really is unlucky, and you just have to make the best of a bad situation. So we're going to be seeing a lot of adapting from teams here. And yes.
knows. Come on, do it. Do it.
Do they even have a boat near them?
This circle shift is I think it had to shift to the I'm gonna keep dreaming.
I'm sorry, Toby. I'm
no,
so sorry.
Don't do it again. It's
there is a chance, so I can tell you the only mathematical chance is the leftmost tip of the top island being the center of phase 3. Literally like everything else, and it's gone. Sadly.
So you're saying there's
it's
a chance.
Possible. Yes, I'm saying it's possible.
In the meantime, what is not just a chance, but guaranteed, is that everyone are going to be full speed sending it towards Impala. Look at the map right now. Everyone beelining it in. They know where the circles can go, and with this many unplayable terrains that are going to be at least attempted to be shifted away from in phase 4, a lot of teams are saying this one could very well end inside of Impala itself. Now, keep in mind, there is still one circle to be determined. This next circle can still go anywhere. But right now, I don't think I've ever seen this many teams in Impala in phase 2.
So, to reiterate a point that we made earlier on in the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want, as a pro PUBG team, to go into cities early on in the game. And that's because cities are really easy to get into and really difficult to get out of. You want to go into cities at the point where you think the circle is more likely to end in a city than not. And that's why everyone has suddenly decided Impala is the place to be. They were waiting for it, and with this next circle, they're going, okay, statistically, this is now acceptable.
Literally half the server is in Impala right now. I have never seen this in a phase 2.
Party time, let's go. Bring out the lights.
It's absolutely insane. The thing is, I mean, this could go two ways. Either everyone starts brawling now and it's going to be absolutely chaotic and a lot of entertainment, or everyone goes, well, I guess I'll just sit in this building until I'm forced to leave, which could mean that we're going to have now the next 10-15 minutes of, I mean, more like 10 than 15 minutes of very quiet, but then an absolute absurd explosion within the last 2 minutes of the game.
Exactly. This is very much the tinderbox effect. So winners and losers, ladies and gentlemen. Winners, us as casters. Winners, you as viewers. Losers, the observing team, who are gonna now have to track about 25,000 different things that are happening on the map. And the players, it's very unpredictable. It's based on who's in the next building, who's got utility, who doesn't, who gets the first knock, who can push, who's gonna be in 12 smokes in phase 9. It really is chaotic for the players.
Now, BBL, they didn't get the island that they wanted, but there's still plenty of space to maneuver. They're kind of backfilling on REGNUM. I respect that. I respect that. They're believing alongside me, and they're now seeing REGNUM further forward, down towards the city itself, or the kind of the factory side of it. FAZE sitting, trying to dodge nades here.
Toby, I'm gonna put one more scenario your way. This circle can still go hard north once, and we end up with a relatively normal circle east of Labandita, and everyone who's gone into Impala all have to get out by phase 5. That is still on the cards.
The thing is, I'm expecting this one to end right down the intersection by clip. That's usually where it goes. You know, just hard shift southwest now, and everything is simple.
Here we go.
See. Sender's up now. It's gonna hard shift south. Now it's gonna hard shift south, and that's southwest anyway. Hard shift southwest, straight down into clip, and it's going to be, as you said, absolutely hell for people trying to leave Impala. Because not only is it a bad city to be in, but it's a terrible city to try and leave south, because you're rotating out of the city downhill in an open field. So it's gonna be a shooting gallery for Liquid if they opt to group up now.
But Liquid have to go now, right? Because it's only Vard and Clib down there. So if it's gonna hard shift south towards them, James has to get out ASAP. The longer he waits, the worse it is.
You would have to think that they fortify this other position, but as we look at them on the map, I mean, they haven't.
yet. BBL now in the meantime, they're going full speed down here. Northern Lights going full-on wraparound. Lewis all the way up towards the northwest. He's now going down to regroup with the rest of his teammates. They're kind of trying to maintain a full-on highway opportunity on the west side of the map, which worked to perfection because they now have full control of the south. In the meantime, Futbolist wraps in here as well. So the south is very open, but that's mainly because A, there ain't a whole lot to take, and B, half the teams are still inside Impala.
This is really cool, though. I love the way Northern Lights are playing this. It's been a quiet start to the game for them, Toby, but if you think about it, they're now the only team south of Team Liquid.
Okay.
They're not about to get backstabbed. They've watched Futbolist come in as well. And if we know it's going to be a hard shift south, they've still got a few minutes to decide where they want to go next. They're not being pressured right now.
Mean, this is picture perfect Northern Lights playstyle. You even if you have an opportunity to claim something center early on, you sit yourself up on the edge. Look at this chaos. You sit yourself up on the edge. You allow for all the other teams to go through, while of course making sure to count them up as they make their way on in, so you know exactly what you're up against. And then you play with the back against the blue, saying, great, now you only have to look inward. We don't have to worry about backstabs or anything. We will be the backstab. That way, you give yourself the optimal, like the ultimate amount of options in regard to third parties. You get to pick and choose the fights you want to take, and that's just Northern Lights PUBG. Now looking at FAZE, full speed forward they go, trying to wrap underneath. BPL does Thendelos know that there's a full-on team in red coming his direction.
He's gonna know in about 5 seconds, that's for sure. A couple of gunshots.
Stuff wraps up.
They start shooting before they see Thendelos.
Oh, the timing!
That is huge.
Absolutely massive. Gustav did an up trap all the way around, and sometimes when you flank, you get outflanked, and Thendelos did exactly what he had to there. Unfortunately for him, FAZE did manage to do damage in return, but Thendelos again able to find a knock, down to just 1 HP, but able to claim the points by the seconds. And all of a sudden, Diggory, the solo player left on the other side to try and kind of maintain some sort of overview position, is forced to try and see if he can make a play here.
All you need is 1 HP in a chair, and Thendelos is absolutely smashing it right now. Diggory goes down as well, and FaZe Clan eliminated by BBL Esports in 16th place. Next circle has popped, and it includes some unplayable terrain and isn't a southern shift.
Sometimes the flanker gets flanked, and that's exactly what I had. Gustav continued around the path there. They would have seen him. They would have a 2v1, him and ENCE against Thendelos, and that could have very well or very easily been Thendelos' position completely compromised. But opted to look inward just a slip of a second too early, and Thendelos comes out victorious.
That is excellent news indeed for them. They'll be able to rotate in now. It's still rough for BBL because the circle is shifting away from water. We know that. It's phase 4. The teams are going to expect it. So I still don't know what position they're going to take, but that was a critical number of points for them. And especially after managing to grab such a good result today so far, this will cement their status, I think, as one of the contenders going into tomorrow.
They're crashing straight into SKADE here. There's no other play. The issue is Smash is not with them at all. This is a full-on pull-up, but it's, I don't want to say incredibly horribly, but really not very well timed. Smash is nowhere near them. Now he's going to be up here, but they've already lost one. EB trying to stay alive. Unfortunately for him, he's kind of the upfront player on his own, but fortunately the utility's there. Unfortunately, Pixel a bit too eager with utility. The first one knocks EB, the second one flushes him. Not the way you want to do things. EB tried to stay alive, tried to stay strong, but unfortunately, a few missed nades there from Pixel takes him down.
I'm really sad because I think we've done a good job of avoiding talking about this on cast, but I have Thendelos in my fantasy team, and I'm just sad right now.
Because I thought you were going to say that you were sad because EB got killed by his teammate, but now you're talking about Thendelos.
Well, true. Well, he did so well, and then they instantly went into SKADE, and now they're out of the game, and I'm like, no, you started off so well.
Unfortunate.
Really unfortunate, and a little bit over-enthusiastic with the nades there, sadly. But SKADE do pick up some points, and they are able to continue. So hopefully that's a good launch pad for them.
Yeah, Let's see now, Reg, they've been able to kind of avoid confrontation for the most part so far. They did fire a few shots down towards HOWL earlier. Now, I mean, this fight had to happen at some point, and here we go. And Puglip lops nades on over. That hits the tree, bounces down, takes out Tuster. First one to fall. Unfortunately, Gemty from afar able to do damage to Mer as well. So it's a 3v3 as the push comes up and over. Goes for the flush, and one shot's now fired again from the side. So much damage coming into this from SKADE.
This is really difficult. Three-way fight, essentially, here. SKADE properly a part of this engagement as well, shooting anything that moves. Futbolist getting involved as well, and REGNUM, CARYA, they're just, unfortunately, in the wrong place at the wrong time. Everybody shooting at them. And sadly, that's not going to be it, because you have the rest of Sakura, Zensen, you have SKADE, you have HOWL, Futbolist. Not all of these teams are going to make it into the next circle. This east section is so crowded.
REGNUM saying, can we please just fight one team? But because they haven't done anything to push them off earlier, they have allowed the opposing teams to get that much closer. And that way, I mean, you're guaranteed to have third parties coming in. Look at this Himan's position. If he spots, oh, here's one, spots one as well. Goes for the spray. Does find the knock onto Gemty. Wants to get the molly to confirm instantly. Himan needs to get back up the hillside. Does have room to maneuver, but somehow that molly did not catch Gemty.
Oh, what a beautiful spray there as well. Yep, and now Sakura, Zensen trying to grab a couple of more points here. Gemty and Noeg both down. He-Man doing very, very well there. And Pixelic, he's got the reload optional, the M249, but nothing to aim it at.
Yep, ENCE in the meantime trying to find some way to get inside this next circle. They already have two in, but as you can see here, Nuki and Squeaky not exactly in prime territory. And there you go, Melman headshot through the rear window of the car, takes down Squeaky, ends down to 2.
Well, the chaos we were predicting earlier on is certainly coming true now. Down to 39 players left alive and 13 teams at the 21-minute mark. And to be perfectly honest, I'm surprised there are still this many here. Impala still very much... I mean, house prices there are soaring, let's put it that way. Half of Impala is still in the next circle, which is why not everyone's moved just yet. ENCE finds Thunder. Hibako, absolutely nowhere to go.
Yeah, nope, not really trying to back on off. Thunder realized now, I mean, they probably realized earlier, but are incredibly split. They had the field to play around for a while, but now this split might come to cost them. Can't really go up and help out Hibako with ENCE players just on the other side. Hirusen needs to do so much damage to allow for his teammates to get on over, but no, Takes two able to find the flush.
Now, I mean, playing in the fields is rough at the best of times. You're using so much of your utility, so much of your smoke super early on. The Mad looking for an extra kill onto He-Man, won't get it. Pixelic finally coming good with the M249, pushes through, grabs the point for SKADE, and evades the gaze of Sakura Zensen.
I guess that's the least He-Man could do, is allow Pixel to get those 2 kills now that he did take out 2 of his teammates. That's kind of, you get some, you win some, you lose some, right? That molly is gonna be close. Is it gonna spread to Pixel?
I thought that was good.
I thought so too. Third molly now that He-Man has tossed just a little bit of an inch off. It does isolate him though, so Pixel is gonna be tanking blue for a while. He-Man though, I mean, he's not inside the circle himself yet either, so wanting to continue his way on in. I like the way that he's approaching this, goes in, stays alive. Him or he alone took out these 3 players of SKADE. Very impressive use of the hillside there.
And now we're getting to the business end of the game. Northern Lights by these hay bales. Now, that fence they've got there does block bullets, so it's not too bad. There are a couple of small holes that people can shoot through, so they do have to be mindful, and they're more or less smack bang in the middle of the zone. The problem is so many teams in Impala can still stay safe.
James thought he was the goat on the top, but here comes Futbolist saying, we are the kings of the hill, and all of a sudden, the player that was granting the position that Liquid were in, the only reason Liquid could play this split in the open was because they had the UAV on the high ground being James, but as soon as he goes down, Mexi's position is completely compromised.
Right.
And what was before Clip and Vart with plenty of space to maneuver is now 2 players of Liquid with pretty much nowhere to go, and they're outside the next circle.
So the tiny bit of Impala that's still in circle, there are 6 teams there at the moment. NAVI has to move, Sakura Zensen has to move, ENCE have to move. Everyone on the south side, relatively chill. wait and see how these guys choose to move in? The answer is they're going to fight each other so that there's more room for the rest. Beautiful knocks there on Alya and Example from ENCE. It's one more from NAVI. Let's see what Quizzy can do.
Tixu absolutely popping off here, finding 2 solo player left alive. Nate from Salik is going to find the final one, so 2 kills confirmed for Tixu, racking them up for ENCE in a game that looked difficult as they tried to get further on in Odin with the hip fire. Gets the flash onto clip. As Futbolist as well, 5 kills for the gang. They have had a tough time this tournament so far. Bart will fall as well, 10th place for Liquid. I can't believe these teams have gone through everything we've seen so far, and we still have yet to make placement points.
It's been brutal. 7 through 6, second through 6th place overall, all out now. Entropiq still in the game. They're just kind of chilling out on the east side. We're watching Futbolist coming in via VOD. They're in a half-decent position and they have a little bit of cover, but to get to any circle later on, it's going to be horrendous for them. And now we're back in the fight on Impala as more and more of the city disappears into the blue, Toby. There are more teams here fighting for an increasingly small amount of space.
City fights are going to happen eventually. Who will come out of here alive, though, if anyone, really? That's the big question. He-Man peeks on up. Spots corrects, but not in time. In the meantime, Beamy finds the double. Tag Salty both fall down, and He-Man now left alone.
And, oh, Heroic almost going round the wall there and spotting him, but Corexi instead, the jumping shotgun to the face. That classic move in PUBG. Shotgun, not a bad idea at the moment, considering how many teams are still in Impala.
The Kangaroo Saiga with the full effects.
Yes.
As they take down one team, but still a few to be dealt with, trying to make their way on forward. In the meantime, here Tixu once again. Going from one fight straight into another. He knows he needs to wrap further forward in order to get inside the circle. And now the next team that he's going to have to deal with is going to be Thunder. Double up close, Mika back on the side. A little further down towards the south, and Hirusen there to back up double should he get in trouble. Good thing is for both Thunder and I suppose ENCE as well, to some extent, is there no other teams right now able to make that transition towards the rest, because everyone is kind of containing one another inside the city.
And now it's all about what's going to happen outside of the city. We can see Tixu rotating around. He needs to get a knock realistically with this first nade because it's effectively a 1v3 situation. He misses, and now they know someone's nearby. Double's got a pretty good idea, and Hirusen might actually throw something in response. Yes, they know where he is. Time's running out for ENCE.
I'm just worried, like, how is Mika going to become a factor in this fight? He's sitting far down on the southern side trying to kind of do the overview position, but the issue is here, I was just going to say, if Tixu finds an angle on one, that could very well spell disaster for all of Thunder. Wants to go for the molly, wants to confirm it, doesn't know exactly where to throw it, has very little to no info inside here. Tixu looking for more. Notes that there's a flush to be found on the other side, but again, Mika not really in a position to be able to do a whole lot about this. I'm wondering if Mika's... Nope, he is moving. Okay, I was just wondering for a second if he had DC'd or something, but he is standing back there trying to hold the angle, trying to disallow for Tixu to push forward. Damage does come through the double, though, as Mika once again does damage from over the top, and finally, double deals with Tixu, now able to run back and help out his teammate.
Meanwhile, Road to Glory and Heroic are locked in battle. This brick building that Heroic took so long ago, now about to be out of circle. Page on the outside, but Instinct spots him. Really useful because Page could have been a horribly effective spoiler there. He now goes onto the ground floor. Beamy getting rezzed by T-Bone. Heroic have this corner of the ground floor. It's Salik on the first floor for Road to Glory. Not much he can do now. And under our nade could get all three, but time's running out.
Yep. Heroic forced to make a run forward. Circles closing on in. They're all just exactly inside now. Salik. Does he spot him in time? Yes, exactly. Just exactly. Spots and Page goes down as well. I thought Heroic might have it in them to get out of there alive, but not going to happen. Salik, though, does manage to find just one more point before going down. That molly is going to spread on the other side on the auto camera, but not enough. And T-Bone, not only does he stay alive, but could potentially be able to get Page back up alive. Metrali, so you see it there. Nade in hand, lopped on forward, goes underneath the vehicle. And somehow, no damage done.
They made those cars different. That one, though, oh, man.
Second nade goes through. Look at the space that he had to throw that one through between the auto camera and the wall. Very well
playing
done.
snooker.
Second time around. Yep. Good angle. All the geometry working out there the way that he wanted it to. Makes it work.
And now, Futbolist, smack bang in the middle of Phase A. Didn't think we'd be saying that, did you?
Nope.
Not that much cover, but they might be able to make it work here. Northern Lights have got the northern side, and they might have the trickiest job because Team Rage and Entropiq both have to get into circle, and I feel like Northern Lights could have angles on both.
Iva's not in a hurry to move, but unfortunately, Circle is closing on in, so he will have to go at some point, but they want for Team Rage to make the first move, and even more importantly, they want them to make the first move and go over in the direction of NLT. They want to be the team, the third party, leaving the city here. And it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Team Rage moving into Northern Lights, smoking their windows so that they can't actually deal with the incoming threat. Thunder. They're going to potentially struggle. Great knocks there by Evas. Lovely first two shots from the Silence SLR there. They go into Futbolist at the same time. Team Rage encroach onto NLT.
Trial is low on HP. You cannot prone down there, but the circle is closing on in. Spiro. 4 nades. Takes the first one, bounces out, hits the door frame, or the window frame. Not sure if that was intentional, but it works out in his favor. Now Schofield from inside spots one, does damage, but not enough. Has to make the move on forward. Metralis with the nade inside, runs around, gets one, but will go down on return. NLT stays alive, but Tulin's still up.
Batulin's there, last surviving member of Northern Lights. Phase 9 now coming in. He needs to find a way to get a knock onto Entropiq if he is to get out of this house. He's only got seconds. Beautiful nade onto Evas. Follow-up could be good. Second nade coming in, and Entropiq eliminated. Futbolist helping out there.
Working together to take out Entropiq. And now the issue for Patulans is how the hell do we cross this street? No more smokes to work with. So do you go 3, 2, 1 and then make a run for it? Nah, Mika finds you. I suppose that was only fair that they get the kills with nades and then he gets taken out with nades too. And here comes Thunder over the top. There you go. 4 kills. It's not a whole lot to brag about, but they get themselves the win.
Thunder close out today with a chicken dinner. Futbolist held a really strong position, but they were always in a valley where multiple teams had angles on them. Most of the time, they were busy fighting other teams inside Impala, which is fair enough, but as that number of teams thinned out, so did their cover, and they used a lot of smokes in the first half of the game. Still, though, a very creditable second place, and Thunder with the chicken dinner.
I will say this, it's despite the fact that we did not go to the island, which I'm of course incredibly upset about. It was a very unique game in the sense that so many teams were, I don't want to say forced, but kind of felt forced to go to Impala that early. So even if you didn't go to the island, it was still a very enjoyable and very special kind of game.
Sam, Martin, James, the Battle of Impala has now ended. Incredible entertainment here in game number 5. Let's hear what the desk has to say.
It was incredible entertainment, but what I also think is, I mean, I don't think it's incredible. All the teams deserve to be here, but it is something that's maybe surprising, is the fact that we had 3 chicken dinners won by 3 qualifying teams. And I'll be honest, Kalaris, I thought that the invited teams might dominate on day number 1.
You'd be all right saying it, but not to be the case here for today. I mean, coming to this game as well, Jorisar saying, you know, the Battle of Impala has ended. And then the team that wasn't in Impala gets themselves the win from the outside. It's rough, right, Avenger? I mean, when you're taking a look at how this game plays out, everyone's in Impala, everyone's trying to work it out, but then it shifts out, and it's so difficult to get out of that situation, out of that city, to take where Thunder has already taken up residence.
It's such a, in general, just getting out of cities is just a really hard time, but Thunder had such a good time there with how the circle ended there on the other side of the road. They managed to stay alive. ENCE and Tixo tried for one time to push him, but only got a knock and didn't capitalize on the rest. SKADE with a good game, good to see, but in general, this rock here and how Impala kind of turns out is one of the reasons why we don't see endings close to Impala, but how the water was in phase 3 and how everything kind of turned out. It just ended up being a really urban-esque ending. But then again, as we always say, like, don't go into the city unless you know it's going to end there. And it's so rare that it ends inside Impala.
Do you think that the circles contributed to a lot more of the aggression we saw in this particular game, Avenger?
Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about it that the teams that were like, okay, we're either gonna get we gotta get to the rock high ground, or we have to do a Hail Mary and try to get into the city to see if we can survive or get as many points out of that game as possible. Insane nade, by the way, here by Team Rage, and Team Rage have had a fantastic day.
Yeah, definitely so. Very impressive stuff. And I love that everybody, like here and there, kind of a hodgepodge of saving shotguns or picking shotguns up in this kind of urban ending that we have going on. And Entropiq in the distance as well. Yeah, there was no way they were going to get out where they were. But look at that, Futbolist, 2nd place. It's about time, yeah.
I mean, they needed some placement points, and I'm glad that they got them on day number 1 because I think we might have been calling them out yesterday. But another team that we're going to be watching now is, of course, Thunder. Kalaris, look at the damage, the kills, and of course that chicken dinner. This is a good one for them. And again, Rage, Thunder, HOWL, 3 names that if you'd asked me at the beginning of the day, I would have said are not teams that I would be too worried about. And yet here we are. They're all taking home a chicken dinner.
Very much so Thunder biding their time in this game and obviously dealing with threats where they needed to. I think if any team was going to pose a big threat to them moving in from that west side, it was going to be Team Liquid down towards the south. However, their extreme split saw them lose a few people, and then once they're gone, Thunder has pick of the litter really on that side of the circle to be able to play with, be it the kind of silo area or be it the lip next to the road. So nobody else was really able to contend them there.
And on top of that as well, how the teams, I actually expected Liquid to kind of try to play up against that lip and that dip a little bit, but and they were looking good, but then Team Rage, they ended up picking them apart. Futbolist ended up picking them apart a little bit, and it ended up being a really messy game if you look at kind of what priorities of the circle that some of the teams had, because those players in the high ground and on the rock, they could stay there for so long and pick the teams that expected to be able to play kind of uphill on the ridges east and south of that.
So it's been a really interesting day when we take a look at the MVP now, Micah from Thunder. And of course, I think for me, the standout throughout the course of the day is probably the player we'll see a little bit later. But do you think it's good for players like Micah, for these players that came in from qualified teams, when they start seeing their face up on the screen, is it going to give them a little bit more of a boost tomorrow, Avenger, especially going up against some of their heroes?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about it that once you see yourself competing against teams you've been trying to get into tournaments with for a long time, you're gonna be like super hyped and excited to play against them. And then when you do well, you're gonna have that comfort. You're gonna be like, all right, guys, we actually did pretty well. Let's try to step it up a notch here and try to actually get into the top 8, top 6, or try to contest for the victory.
So like Kalaris said earlier, it is going to be a bit of a shake-up now, and these teams are going to be feeling hungry. They've had a little taste of the chicken. They're going to want more. One of the interesting battles that we saw in that last Miramar game was, of course, BBL Esports up against FAZE. We have some words from the BBL captain about what he thinks of that team.
FAZE Clan ile bir maçta karşılaşmış olsak güzel bir fight çıkarırız.
I mean, he had one sentence. It was a great fight. Let's break this down, Kalaris. Tell me about how BBL was able to take this one from FaZe.
Yeah, great for Thunderloss, not so great for FaZe, unfortunately. I mean, they weren't really covering the angle that Thunderloss had kind of caught them off guard on. And then as this fight progressed on, there was a potential moment of recovery with 80 trying to lay down some fire onto Thunderloss. However, a few whiff bullets here and there, which a guy like 80, I know he's going to be frustrated with, I think it's fair to say, Avenger. He should have probably got that. And then it turns into, I think, maybe a 2v2 from there. But yeah, that was rough for FaZe.
Yeah, super unfortunate that, FaZe did not expect Thunderloss to be down there, and at Rich they didn't check it. Thunderloss line up 2 of them without having any opportunity to do so. And also when he went into the 1v1 with 80, he got him down to 1 HP. 80 got him down, Thunderloss down to 1 HP, right? But then he managed to headshot him and managed to take him out. So super impressive for BBL, and great start for them. I'm just sad that Smash, my man, on my fantasy league didn't pop off as much as other guys, but they did well today in general.
They did do well. I'm not sorry that Smash didn't pop off. Sorry, Avenger.
Okay.
Not really sorry. You know who did pop off? And we can all agree on this. Entropiq has had a banger of a day, and we actually have Nailip with us now to chat through it. Such an incredible performance. A chicken dinner as well, Nailip. Hello. You are arguably the MVP today. I'm going to call it, but I'm interested to hear from you. Who do you think was the MVP in your team?
Probably Luka with his good calls today, and I don't know, I cannot actually take only him. Mivas and Kube were also insane, so I think we all played really good PUBG today.
You played great PUBG today. I know, Avenger, I'm sure that you have some questions for your friend.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see you, Naleb, and congrats on a great day so far. I wanna hear what kind of preparation you guys put into PCS6 here, because obviously last year you guys had nearly closed out, nearly got to PGC, so now you're like, this is gonna be the year we're gonna get to PGC and we're gonna step it up from the get-go, right?
We just kept doing the same. We kept practicing as we did before. Played scrims most of the days, practicing, playing ranked and everything individually. Watching what are our weaknesses from last year and like working on them, and then fixing the smallest mistakes that we actually spotted that we used to do. So literally we just work harder on everything we saw that might be our problem.
Nice.
It's definitely paid off again. I mean, I keep saying it, but it was such an impressive performance. Kalaris, do you have any questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be wearing one of the Entropiq shirts that you guys sent me if it wasn't for the fact that I'm on a green screen. So congrats. What a great day. My question to you is about Game 3. Because Game 3, it felt like you guys had a lot of challenges, but you were able to work through it really, really well. What, from your perspective or from the team's perspective, was the greatest challenge from Game 3, the ending north of Primoz?
I think the greatest thing what we did there was third party on Sakura and BBL, where I mean, we expected that it's gonna be more knocks on Sakura side as well, but Sakura did a really good job and almost cleaned them like 4-0. So it was not that easy to. We thought we are gonna clear both of the teams, but it didn't work that well. But at least we killed one of them. And then we could just like play control and hold them and hold the other side. So it was good timing because now we also started to fight with HOWL, I think. And then it was a good timing to third party to get some kills on that side and yeah, just play slow the rest of the game.
Yeah, it was really well done. Congratulations. Great day.
Thank you.
Congrats, Naleb. And also, I know that all the fans who chose you as part of their fantasy team are grateful as well and saying a big thank you. None of us did, though, so we're regretting that just a little bit. Good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
He is without a doubt the MVP of today, and we'll find out a little bit when we take a look at the stats. But we'll take a look at the most important stats first, and that is, of course, the standings at the end of the first day of PCS6. And I'm still going to say it. NLT in 12th place is not what I was expecting, Avenger.
No, for sure not. They can be up higher. I will say the teams that are above them, and the case of all of NLT, ENCE, Heroic, and FAZE are all four not in the top 8 is quite surprising. But obviously we are only day one. We only played 5 games so far. We're playing the whole weekend and all of next weekend as well. So it's definitely going to change. I don't think we're going to see more than one of them down here once we're done with the whole thing, to be honest.
No, I agree. I think if you ask Batulins, I think he would probably say, you know, some of the scenarios didn't go their way. I mean, you find them in chopsticks, circles shift south. Well, crap, what are we going to do? You find them next to quarry, circles shift away from them. Well, they've got 4 strong teams to go through, right? I think, it wasn't really their day here.
Let's take a look at the top of the table, though. This is the big one to see who ends up at the top of day number 1, and we knew this already. Entropiq, and I mean, just look at that 38 kills, 59 points. This is such a good place for them, Kalaris.
Oh, absolutely. They're top in every facet. Top in terms of the eliminations, top in terms of the placement points coming in as well. It's been a great day for them, and I think really, really awesome to see how they're executing some of these scenarios. Again, my mind does get cast back to that Game 3 where Luka Rooks is swinging around, trying to draw the attention of NAVI, a world-class team, by the way, and then Naleb gets the double spray down. Like, just small things like that. I love those kind of small cerebral plays to play with your opponents.
I mean, this is the thing now, when these stats start popping up on your screen, Avenger, you're going to see Entropiq dominated throughout the day. Are they going to be able to continue that for the next 5 days?
I hope so, but it'll be extremely hard to do an average of 3 kills per day and also an average of 558 damage per game. This is per game. This is absolutely out of the world. Anything above 300 and anything above like 2 kills is insane already. So this is some crazy stuff from Naleb, obviously massive MVP of the day. NAVI is is in there with the damage. It's good for the pick'em teams and for the fantasy teams here, but they are on 7th place with 31 points total. Entropiq has 38 points just from kills, right? So it really talks volumes to what great of a day Entropiq have had. It's been insane for them. Example usually pops off and usually has an insane fantasy day. But he was just too expensive for me. Naylor 40,000 expensive as well. It's hard to put that kind of value in there, and you kind of lose out on having the other guys in there. But Naylor, I think 40k here is definitely worth. So good to see here on the very top.
There are a lot of people who are going to be very happy if they had him in their Twire.gg fantasy pick, because he is the best player overall today. Look at the he did more damage by himself than some teams did the entire day, Kalaris.
No, indeed. Yeah, it's just putting himself in the right positions. And actually, to be fair, we have sang the praises of Naylor for a long time, right, Avenger?
Right.
Like, he has gone through many rosters in EMEA, kind of had successes, had failures. And I don't think even a lot of those failures they've not really been on him. It's just because it's not been the right scenario. The roster's not gelled well, or they've been in rough spots, I think.
Yeah, I'm super happy to see him, on Entropiq, and when they come into this situation here, obviously they're speaking almost the same language, and they've been together for so long now that they are such a force to be reckoned with. I feel like also the kind of grinder mentality we see from them. Last year they didn't make it to PGC, and they're like, okay, we're gonna up the heat. We're gonna go more than full time. We're gonna play more than we can. We're gonna play all the scrims possible. We're gonna look at the VODs. We're gonna make sure that we get better, and it's definitely telling here. So I really hope that they're gonna be able to continue that. If they're able to close out, PCS6 here in the top 2, top 3, they're gonna be setting themselves up really nicely for that PGC spot, because that is obviously an end goal, and you can really tell that they're really ready for it, of course.
It's only been 5 games. We have 25 more to go, 5 more days of broadcast. Make sure you are locked onto the channel you are watching right now so that you don't miss any of the PCS6 action, whether it be from Europe or any of the other regions. From myself, Avenger, and Kalaris, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.